168. And if we go down, it currently shows as to how many votes Nandi Ndaitwah Netumbo Ndempelida currently has. She is standing at 116,827 votes, where she stands at 53.69%. And when we come to this map, which is the Namibian map, it basically shows on the color, the green color, which basically stands for Nandi Ndaitwah, represents all the parts of the Namibian map where she basically is dominating. And for LPM, you see this orange color, that is the part of the country where he is dominating. And also this part here by the coastal towns where Itula Panduleni Philemon Bango is dominating. Now, these are the current results that we have for the presidential candidate. And when we move on to the National Assembly, this basically shows the top parties, the top national parties, starting off with the SWAPO party at 57.08%, then the IPC with 17.42%, and last but definitely not least, LPM with 6.37%, which also shows on the map the which parts of the country the party is basically dominating. And you can always keep an eye out on our social media platforms, that is on NBC Digital News, on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook and X, just to keep yourself abreast with what is happening. But we definitely do have a great show packed for you throughout the day. We will be starting off our hour by virtually engaging, that is Commissioner Naftal Sakaria Lungameni, just to enlighten us more on any arrests that were made during the election period, as elections have come to an end. Perhaps voting has come to an end. We will also be engaging Walter Skamaya, who is the Control Public Relations Officer in the Ministry of Health and Social Services, to basically just tell us more on what the country is doing in order to combat HIV, not forgetting that yesterday, the 1st of December, was World AIDS Day. Those are some of the engagements you can look forward to after this break, and I'll be back to bring you the newsmaking headlines. Leading the news this morning, the 1st of December is commemorated as World AIDS Day, a day dedicated to raising awareness and supporting those living with HIV and AIDS. Around the globe, communities came together to commemorate this important day. Events ranged from educational seminars to candle-lighting vigils, with individuals and organizations uniting in solidarity to honor those who have lost their lives due to AIDS, while also celebrating the progress made in treatment and prevention. In Namibia, local health organizations offered free testing and counseling services on a daily basis, a milestone in the fight against HIV and AIDS. The Ministry of Health has noted that this is done to increase awareness and promote regular testing as an essential part of healthcare. In other news, road construction work is underway on the Namtuni Road in Tsumeb in the Oshikoto region and is expected to be completed within 6 months. According to Tsumeb Mayor Matthew Hangula, the road was initially set for rehabilitation, but because it has reached its lifespan, it is being stripped for the benefit of a new tar road. Construction on the 6-kilometer road linked Tsumeb's urban center to Oshivelo Road, which Hangula decided as a key route for the town, started in this month. Now on to international news. South Africa continues to champion the fight against HIV. The country carries the highest burden of infections worldwide, and close to 8 million South Africans were HIV positive at the end of 2023, with 70% of them on ARVs. The biggest stumbling block to eradicating AIDS by 2030 is getting the remaining patients on ARVs. CGTN brings us the story.
Dlamini tested positive for the human immunodeficiency virus in 2002. It was a stressful time in South Africa. HIV was rampant and access to life-saving antiretrovirals was limited. Getting treatments into the country for over 5 million people already infected was a huge battle. Dlamini was part of a pilot program to test antiretroviral therapy. A year later, in 2003, a comprehensive strategy was introduced, which was a turning point for people living with HIV. The introduction of the ARV program didn't completely halt infections, but it hampered the spread and suppressed the disease for Dlamini and millions of others. Close to 8 million South Africans were HIV positive at the end of 2023. 70% of them are on ARVs with a good quality of life. Getting the remaining patients on ARVs and keeping everyone on treatment is the biggest stumbling block to eradicating AIDS by 2030. The clouds have lifted over South Africa since dark early days of the epidemic when HIV-positive people fought desperately for the right to live. It still carries the highest disease burden in the world, but the fight now is about ensuring access to innovative, longer-lasting drugs to prevent or make treatment simpler and reduce the risk of defaulting.
Taking a look at the weather, warm to hot temperatures are expected over the coastal area this weekend into early next week, so please take the necessary precautions. The temperature in the interior is expected to be mostly sunny and hot to very hot, and windy weather is expected to persist in the interior. The coast will be partly cloudy and warm to hot. The wind is expected to be moderate to fresh easterly at first, becoming southwesterly later. Now, taking a look at the tides with Walvis Bay, we can look forward to a low tide at 8:30 this morning, another high and a high tide at 10 minutes to the hour of 3 later on in the afternoon. Now, for the sunrise in the city, the sun rose exactly 2 minutes to the hour of 6, and we can look forward to it setting later at 22 minutes past the hour of 7. For now, let's take a look at some of your expected minimum and maximum temperatures. Welcome back. As we bring you the traffic update this morning, we are joined by Assistant Superintendent Katrina Nombora from the Public Relations and Community Policing section of City Police. So, good morning and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me in the Pewa. It's been a while, but
it's been a minute.
Yeah, it's good to be back.
All right.
Yeah.
Please go ahead. How was the weekend and how do the roads look this morning?
In terms of the picture on our city roads at this hour, I would like to take our viewers to the eastern suburbs area, that is our town. Currently in the city center, we have Tal Street and Sam Nuyoma Drive. These are the intersections across PG Glass, flashing on red. And then we also have Hosea Kutako Drive and Francis Ndongo in the proximity of Protea Hotel, also flashing on red this morning. And in Klene Kupe, we have Chelsea Street and Frankie Fredericks, where the traffic lights are also flashing on red. So this means we have to use them as four-way stops, as per the always. Whoever comes at the intersection first should be given right of way to go first. Please do not encroach into the intersection, and it's not a thing of looking both ways that there's no vehicle coming and then you proceed, but you should come to a complete stop and only proceed through when it's safe for you to do so. And at the same time, I'd also like to mention the roadworks that continue in Hosea Kotako Drive. I think it should be from Independence Avenue across all the way up to Rhino Park, Uyefar Street. So please be cautious as we make use of it, because there is a movement of construction vehicles there. There are also barricades, so do minimize your speed so that you avoid any damages to your vehicle there. And as we shift over to the western suburbs area, we have a number of road closures as well. Obviously, these are due to ongoing construction works that are happening on Eneas Peter, and therefore streets such as Abraham Mashego Street and also Winnie Mandikizela, the street that accommodates traffic from either Vanaheda or Greenwell into Hakana or Havana, it's closed off. And also Omolonga into Eneas Peter is closed from Hakana Clinic. So you are advised to make use of Etetewe if you are to move to the eastern side of the city. But the good thing is we speak, we don't have any crashes, although I must say, looking at the weekend, it was quite a busy one. Of course, it coincided with a month end, and we had malls crowded with shoppers, taking advantage of the November sales. And at the same time, we also had vehicular movement almost throughout the day, and for that reason there were also crashes that were reported as a result. Of course, it's on another sad note that we had recorded 2 lives lost on our city roads again due to one of the crashes. And at the same time, in regards to theft, or rather crime matters, it's the issue of theft out of motor vehicle. Obviously, like I mentioned, people were doing shopping, moving from one shop to another, and obviously content was left in the vehicles, and that is what criminals targeted. So we will not continue to caution our people just to be on the lookout out there, and especially if you know that you have content, valuable items in the vehicle. For instance, you just bought your TV, but then you still feel that you must go to shop B, and that TV is left on the seat. So criminals were also targeting vehicles with content. So it is always advisable that at least you leave somebody just to, safeguard whatever is left in the car, so that you don't regret later, because it's really a loss. And the Pewa, moreover, in regards to crime, is also the issue of domestic violence, which stood out. We attended to quite many, and the causes and attributing factors that we picked up was once again the abuse of alcohol. Couples or family members always tend against each other when they are under the influence and resort to violence. And this is one thing that is also worrisome, because then we know that there are platforms or organizations or services out there where you can resolve your issues amicably. So let us not always wait to take alcohol, then that is when you want to settle matters. And lastly, another sad news of the weekend was murders, 3 of them that were reported, and that brings the life lost to our city to 5. It's quite a concern, and therefore we really just want to caution that we are getting into festivities. We really tend to get very excited. You go out there to have a good time, but just make sure that you are not in the company where your safety can be compromised. You are not in the company of a driver that is going to take you from point A to point B under the influence of alcohol. So let us always be, prioritize our safety and make sure that you are on the lookout for any thing that can at all compromise your safety. But we will be present. Of course, we continue to deliver the service as expected. So if you find yourself in need of our services, please do call us. Do not only call us after the fact, but should you observe any suspicious movement, do bring that information forth so that we can, prevent as opposed to being reactive in nature.
Yes.
Our numbers are 061 302 302, and alternatively for any other issues of concern, can also reach us through our SMS line number, which is 4444.
All right. So before we let you go, you mentioned that the festivities are basically around the corner. We have just entered a new month, the last month of the year, which is December. Talk to us about some of the prevalent activities that basically pick up during this time of the year.
Thank you. Well, the prevalent activities are normally housebreaking. Obviously, when people get to December, some of them close very early in the month, so business is also closed and people travel out of the country, or if not the town or the region, and therefore this is now criminals think it's a good opportunity for them because then houses are left unattended. And the other issue that I can also mention is the issue of obviously theft of motor vehicle due to shopping, and then also the other maybe prevalent activity that I can mention from our side. What we intensify is to look for our suspects as far as warrant of arrest is concerned. So obviously those are the things that we'll look at. We will intensify our patrols, however, just to make sure that the neighborhoods are safe, but it is at this juncture also that we need each other as neighbors. If you have a neighborhood, or if you do not have one, consult and see how can you plan around your holidays, how can you also plan together with us to make sure that you yourself, your neighbors and us, we are in touch all the time so that we prevent any eventualities in your neighborhood.
All right. Elections are slowly but surely coming to an end. The results are trickling in. What is your message to the Namibian nation this morning in just maintaining the peace and order?
Yeah, firstly, I think I should commend our Namibian people, particularly in the city of Windhoek. We have not really observed any disturbing incidents as far as the public is concerned. I just want to commend them on that. But I think we continue to be a peaceful country, which is something that is rare in times like this. But of course, from law enforcement side, we will also do our best just to make sure that we maintain the law, we maintain the order as far as the peace and stability of this country and of course of the city of Windhoek is concerned.
All right, Superintendent Namboga, thank you so much for joining us this morning and for those tips there.
Always a pleasure, ma'am.
All right, that was Assistant Superintendent Katrina Nombora joining us this morning. She is from the Public Relations and Community Policing section of City Police, bringing us the traffic update this morning and just also giving us a few tips there and cautioning us as we enter this month of festivities. Don't go anywhere. Good morning. Namibia will continue shortly after this. Welcome back. You're still watching Good Morning Namibia. We will now engage with Oshana Regional Commander Commissioner Naftal Sakaria just to give us an update on how everything went with the elections in the Oshana region. Commissioner, good morning and thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, good morning and thanks for having me.
All right. Commissioner, kindly just talk to us. Just give us an overview of how the elections went in the Oshana region.
The election in the region went well, generally well. Although people could not finish voting on the first day after the extension, everybody else was given an opportunity, we believe, and people came out in number and they casted their votes.
Talk to us about some of the measures that were put in place by the Oshana regional authorities just to ensure free and fair elections.
Well, we had a group of officers that were prepared, trained for this task, and we deployed to all our 182 polling stations and 11 constituencies, just to make sure that the law and order and that during the elections there are no issues regarding to the security of both the sensitive materials and the process itself and the public that were to come to cast their votes.
All right. Were there perhaps any arrests that were made during this elections period? And if so, talk to us about some of the charges.
No arrests were made. It's the whole process went really well. Apart from a small commotion that happened on the 29th, on Saturday, I believe, when a group of people came by bus to cast their votes at Kanjengedi. And some of the political parties came out to say, no, but where are they coming from? They cannot vote here. And we have to intervene, and decisively so, to have to explain, to say this is a general election. Anyone can vote anywhere in the country. It's not our business to know where people are coming from. If they did not vote and they have got the voters' card, the documents are in place, we allow such people to cast their votes.
All right.
The process was resolved. We had a very smooth negotiation with those who were opposing. But at the end of the day, they were allowed to vote, cast their votes, and it was resolved. So no arrest was made related to the elections.
All right. From a policing perspective, what would you say are some of the lessons that you've learned from this election process?
Well, every time with a police operation, it's like new. It's not like I've done this before. Like just go out. It's new because the ground provides you with what's required to be done at that given moment. So while we cannot specifically say we learn A, B, C, D, and we need to improve there and there, there's always a better coordination between the stakeholders, and that would always make the processes much smoother. But like I really put it, we did not have issues with these elections. And the members were on the ground. As we speak, some of the teams are still on the ground, just to make sure that we protected the integrity of the process.
All right. Are there perhaps any specific strategies that the Namibian police perhaps plan on implementing to improve election security in the future?
Well, you can only improve when you realize that there was some gaps. You remember, it's a big region, and the constituencies are far from each other. And we will have the after-action review, of course. And if there are issues that might come out from there, then one can build on it moving forward. But otherwise, we already have got the strategy in place. That's why what we have implemented through during this process. So we have contingency in place in case A does happen. Then we can always rely on B. So we are good to go, I would say.
All right. Were there perhaps any challenges that the Namibian police in the Oshana region faced during this period of elections?
Taken our preparation that came in for quite some time, we I think had a very good preparation moving into the process. One would just really honestly want to show appreciation to the members of the public, how they have generally conducted themselves. The queues were long at some given time, but they stood firm and to make sure that they casted their votes. And also the police officers that were or still are deployed to the elections, they really did their best. You could see how they stood, for example, almost 24 hours on their feet, and trying to make sure that the process is that the people are safe and that there is order at those polling stations. So all in all, really, maybe minimum challenges here and there, but like I said, with maybe with the AAR, that's after action review, we will probably have specifics that we can point out. But at this moment, really, it was a very good process.
All right. Commissioner, what message would you like to send to the public about the role of the Namibian police in safeguarding democracy?
Well, you know, it's the democracy. Some people want to take these things for granted, you know. It is a process that is born out of election, and that is why the elections are very, very important. Therefore, the people should understand that the law and order, peace and security, you need that to ensure that there is democracy after all. So if there is chaos, and we have seen what is happening in other countries, especially after elections, when some people don't want to accept the results and so on, plunging the country into chaos and so on, we should really guard against this, you know, as there might be some people that would want to use the members of public to come out and do ABCD. We should think that this is our country, this is the only country we have, and we must protect the country by all means, assisting our law enforcement agencies to make sure that our democracy is strengthened even further through the process that we just completed.
All right. Commissioner, thank you so much for joining us this morning, and we wish you a great day.
Thank you very much.
All right. Oshana Regional Commander, Commissioner Naftel Sakaria, joining us this morning, just giving us an update on how everything went in terms of policing in the Oshana region during this period of elections, emphasizing very minimal challenges and also just ensuring that the police is there to help the Namibian people and put about law and order. Don't go anywhere. More conversations coming your way. Welcome back. You're still watching the special broadcast of Namibia Votes 2024. We now talk about World AIDS Day commemoration. Namibia joins the rest of the world yesterday in commemorating World AIDS Day. That was the 1st of December. This year's theme takes the right path, prioritizing mental health, highlighting the vital connection between mental health and HIV care. Now, as Namibia grapples with the ongoing challenges of HIV infection rates in certain regions, we also celebrate the strides made in treatment and awareness. Joining us is Walter Kamaya, who is the Control Public Relations Officer in the Ministry of Health and Social Services. Mr. Kamaya, good morning.
Good morning to you too. How are you this morning?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
All right. How is Namibia leveraging World AIDS Day when it comes to strengthening awareness and also engaging communities, particularly in the high-risk regions?
Thank you very much. In preparing the World AIDS Day, the Ministry has engaged all stakeholders to see to it that they get on board. Well, those stakeholders, we are referring to those that are providing HIV response in the country. And then these stakeholders, they are already sensitizing or giving awareness on World AIDS Day. So the ministry also has written press releases that has been published just to boost awareness. Also, radio and TV interviews are ongoing, including this one. It's part of our awareness. So as of next week, because the day has been postponed to the 13th due to other equally important activities that are going on in the ministry, there will be some build-up activities that will be conducted in Rundu just to also to boost the awareness. And then there will be some community workers talking to the community members, inviting the community members to come to the commemoration on the 13th, just for them to come and get the message that has been prepared and also to know how can they live with HIV.
All right. Now, this is happening in the Kavango East region. Why the Kavango East region?
Yes, that's correct. Usually these celebrations, it works on a rotational basis or it's roving. So this year, Kavango East region has been selected to host the day. So in other words, next year it will be another region again. But there are a number of factors that has led to that decision. Some of them is to see to it that which region needs awareness first compared to the other, and which region has hosted the event before, as well as looking at the statistics wise and the data wise as far as HIV transmission is concerned. So Kavango East region will be the host for 2024.
All right. Now, this year's theme emphasizes mental wellness in the fight against HIV. How is the ministry ensuring that mental health services are integrated into the HIV prevention and care programs?
Thank you very much. Everyone faces mental health challenges at some point. So to increase the risks of HIV transmission, the ministry has seen to it that individuals living with HIV are twice as likely to suffer from mental health conditions like depression, anxiety, and substance abuse. These challenges can impact their ability to stick to treatment. So the other issue also, the ministry have seen it that there should be a provision of a high access to services, stigma reduction, support networks, as well as integrated care. So this is what the ministry is doing to see to it that the people that are living with HIV and AIDS should not be stigmatized such that they can run into mental issues. There should be an element of integration whereby we take them to be part and parcel of our society. We should see them as we see ourselves. They are part of, they are wealth people. They are full of life. They are full of energy. They can do as much as we can do or somebody without can do. So in other words, it's a matter of balancing the equality.
Right.
Yes.
We've seen community organizations which basically play a critical role when it comes to HIV response. But just talk to us about some of the steps that are being taken just to empower some of these groups and also enhance their impact when it comes to them being on the ground and also just addressing some of these issues of HIV and AIDS.
Yes, thank you very much. The ministry is trying to offer a support through our tailor-made messages, our staffs on the ground. So the ministry supports the community-led monitoring organization through the approach of community members, in collecting and analyzing data to improve quality and accessibility. And this has gained momentum in recent years to monitor how services are provided and create solutions with key partners. So the local organization also understands, when you work with the community, you should be able to understand the issue of cultural context on how you can work with these people and how you can engage these people. Also specific solutions, and it's also important that civil society takes part into this. Some people, we say that there is nothing for us without us. So it's a matter of trying to engage the community members themselves to own the process, to be able to internalize, to be able to understand the process. When it's led by the community, I would say sometimes it's not everywhere where you can be impactful. When you speak to somebody that when you speak to somebody that have confidence in you, when you speak to somebody that has hope in you, you are able to convince, and then you can be influential. We have seen this during COVID-19. People, when we talk of them, they will just say it was us multiplying COVID. But when you work through somebody who is trusted, who is known, who is influential, people tend to understand, people tend to cooperate, people will be able to internalize and participate in the whole process. So the community-led organization is an initiative whereby community members should own the process themselves and run the system.
All right. How is the ministry addressing some of the socio-economic drivers that make the community more vulnerable to HIV?
Yes, thank you very much. The ministry does not work alone in isolation. It works with the line ministries like Ministry of Poverty Eradication, whereby there is an initiative of supporting community gardening. So these are initiatives which are aimed at mitigating the level of poverty, whereby people should be able to run their own community gardens or community projects whereby food security can be boosted. So these are some of the activities that the ministry is trying to strengthen, that the ministry is trying to push through to the community members, just to see to it that the line of poverty is reduced.
All right. Mr. Kamaya, Namibia has achieved the significant ART coverage, but some regions still lag behind. Can you just talk to us about some of the strategies that are put in place just to close some of these gaps and also just to ensure equitability and access to treatment as well as prevention?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, it could be that, through the decentralization process, the ministry has tried to decentralize its services to regions just for them to be able to have access to services at their doorsteps. So with those regions that are still lagging behind, it's still a process that is unfolding, maturing step by step. Mm-hmm. So the ministry is trying its all level best and try to use everything in its power to see to it or to bring all the regions on par. So the ministry is trying also to capacitate those ones by giving them the support that they need in terms of training, in terms of resources, in terms of human capital, just for them also to rise to the level of other regions in terms of HIV prevention. So the ministry is also doing a lot in terms of training. We train our people so that when they are trained, they are able to engage, they are able to network, they are able to coach, they are able also to pass knowledge on HIV transmission.
All right. Mr. Kamaya, the date has changed to the 13th of December. Can you just talk to us about some of the activities that the community of Kavango East can look forward to on that day?
Yes, the activities, when the date has been pushed to the 13th of December, but still in Rindu, and then that date, it's just to give the ministry, or there were so many businesses or activities going on. So the activities that will be there, when they will be commemorating, there will be messages, supporting messages. There will be, it's part of awareness, it's part of public education that will be given. So our message is to invite the people and the residents of Kavango East region to be on board, not to plan to miss the commemoration, because here they will be told on how to live. They will be coached, they will be supported, they will be given everything that they require. So we take this opportunity to extend an invite even to the surroundings and the neighbor regions like Kavango West as well. They are also welcome to come and attend the day. There will be a lot of activities lined on, like we might have we might start with the march as well, whereby to sensitize the people, and then yes, there will be messages given, and then these will be tailor-made messages.
All right. Mr. Kamaya, thank you so much for joining us this morning on Good Morning Namibia. We basically do look forward to the 13th of December, perhaps after, just so you can give us an update on how everything went in commemoration of World AIDS Day. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. It was a pleasure for having me.
All right. That was Walter Kamaya, who is the Control Public Relations Officer in the Ministry of Health and Social Services, joining us this morning, talking to us about World AIDS Day commemoration. Well, we will be going to ECN right now. The colleagues are finding themselves at the headquarters just to give us an update on how everything is on the ground. Well, good morning, Ilago, and it's over to you and the team.
Thank you so much, Ndapewa, and good morning to all our viewers who are tuning in today. I'm Ilago Shitatala, coming to you live from the ECN headquarters, specifically the CERC, that is the Central Elections Results Center. Here, results are being released when they are received, verified, and certified, that is by the ECN Commission, specifically announced by Dr. Elsie Ngikembwa, who is the chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia. Now, yesterday, we saw a few batch of results being announced, and so far we have 32 out of 121 constituencies for the National Assembly results announced, as well as 31 out of 121 constituencies for the presidential elections results announced, with the top 3 candidates also being shown there on the website of ECN, that is www.elections.na. Right now, this morning, I'm joined by Dr. Kaire Mbwende in studio to help us understand and analyze the results that we have received so far. It is, of course, an average of 26% out of the national total national results that we are still expecting. Doctor, good morning, and thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
Yes, Doctor, with what I have just explained of the results that we have right now, what do you make of them?
Well, as you said, it's early days in terms of the number of constituencies that has been accounted for. But obviously there is a clear trend that this is a 2, and you are very generous to say a 3-horse race, but essentially 2, and one horse run faster than the other, and that is what we see in the trend so far. Right from the election that took place on the 13th up to now, the results have been quite consistent.
Of the 26% of the nationally declared results, specifically for the National Assembly, what we do know now is that there has been a 79.86% of voter turnout so far. I know it's early days, Doctor, but from your own observation during the voting period, what do you make of the voter turnout and given the current numbers?
Well, voter turnout is quite high, which is very encouraging. And voter turnout in large numbers, and they were patient. They were determined to make a difference and through the vote. So I would like to commend and congratulate the electorate for having come out in large numbers. And I believe we are going to hit the 1 million numbers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very well, Doctor. Now, you earlier indicated that I'm being generous for calling it a top three, but you're saying that it's basically a race between two, right? Were there any surprises in the people that we have in the lead now, in the parties that are in the lead?
No, I wouldn't say that there are any surprises. If I listen to the armchair analysts who are promoting the paradigm of the end of liberation movements, you will be surprised. But as somebody who kept my ears on the ground and eyes open and trained researcher, I have been able to observe the support that the various parties have in the various constituencies. And therefore, I'm not really surprised. And going by the number of constituencies counted and the specificity of those constituencies, I think the trend is likely to continue.
All right.
Because if you look at some of the constituencies where the ruling party, for example, did not do well in the last election, they are actually picking up and they have done better than they did in the last election. So that augur well for a continuation. And I think our academics should learn to do research and not just to give opinion based on their political desire and wishes.
When we look at some of the smaller parties that are also in the run, such as your NUDOs, your BCPs, your APPs, what are we seeing with them, and what were perhaps the challenges that didn't make them to the top?
Well, it's not going to the top is a support base. Because the ability to communicate effectively, the confidence that people have in the leadership of those parties, there are a number of factors. And the performance so far, some of the parties have been in parliament for as long as they have been. And the people are passing judgment on their ability to take this country forward.
Looking at going based on what you just said, which is the ability for these parties to take the people forward, Doctor, what would you say are the most prominent issues that have influenced the voters' decision and supporting the parties that we see in the lead at the moment?
I think the 2 or 3 critical issues, and they all come down to one, which is economic growth. But there is the issue of unemployment, and the extent and the manner in which the party are putting forward their program in terms of addressing that issue, I think is a decisive one. The issues of poverty, especially widespread poverty in some of the rural constituencies, the whole issue of social safety nets, to what extent and how those issues will be addressed. And, if you are presenting yourself like a party that is campaigning in Europe and you're talking about tax breaks, when the majority of the people actually are either unemployed or they're not even taxpayers, obviously you will appeal to a particular constituency of the rich. But the rich are the minority in our society. And on the other hand, if you are down to earth and you are talking about real issues of malnutrition, of poverty alleviation, but above all, the issue of, because all these issues can be addressed if we can get our economy right. And I think the approach of of trying to speed up the economy through economic diversification. This is a message that appealed to people, and you hear that as you go around. And then, of course, the personality of the candidates. That also is an important factor. And maybe the gender of the candidate is also an important factor.
Doctor, leading up to these elections, of course, when these parties and candidates were presenting their manifestos and selling to the electorate what they have to offer, were there any campaign strategies that stood out for you? You don't necessarily have to mention the party or the candidate, but perhaps just highlight to us which stood out for you and why.
Yeah, I think, as analysts, you observe the trend. You see a more people-centered campaign with rallies and house-to-house and mini-rallies and so forth. And then you have a social media-driven campaign. And I think this has been the contrast between the difference between the old traditional, even though, of course, you have to come up with in terms of the times we live in where social media is important, but not that being the main, but the main still being people's contact. And I think that in Namibia is still important. And the ability to reach the remotest of places, it's key. And to have a strategy which is based on developing and capacitating local leadership in villages and regions. I think this has been somehow the differences between the different campaigns. Some parties were hardly visible during the campaign. Some were much more dominant in the social media space, and others were more visible through rallies and different kind of public engagements.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for that. Now, looking at the results that have been released so far, and from your analysis, how are they being received by the public as well as the political parties at play?
Well, I think the reception has been fairly good. But again, it's a question of where you are. If you see victory in sight, your reaction will be different. And if you see defeat in sight, your reaction will be different. And that has been very clear. In as much as we know that there have been technical issues with the whole process, and all political party has been at least party to that, or not party, but they have been involved or have been informed and observed. But then if you see defeat in sight, you want to question the whole process differently. And to the extent of saying you not accept the results, because what will be the basis for that at this early stage? To what extent can you say that these processes influence the outcome? And these are normally determination that is made after you have gone through the whole process. But if you see defeat in sight, you already starting to cry, and when you see victory in sight, you start to celebrate. But it's still early days.
Yeah, it's still early days, and meaning that we really can't also speak on whether we do see a shift in the political landscape at the moment, right, Doctor?
No, I don't think so. I see what we have seen in the last elections is always a new player on the block, and then an excitement around that. But they have not really been able to match the prestige, the history, the resources, and all that, of the dominant political party. But there's always been a redistribution of votes among opposition parties, and I think that's what we see, that they share and shift from the one party to the other. At 1989, the DTA was a dominant force. And then after that, COD came about, and actually it virtually became the official opposition. And then RDP came about, and all these new parties, have taken a substantial number of votes from the previous opposition parties. And we are seeing a similar trend so far, IPC entering the election, even though the president was participated in the last election as an independent, and now we see him a new political party, so to speak, and is again doing the same.
Well, Doctor, we've run out of time for our conversation, but just briefly to our viewers that are watching right now, awaiting the results, what message do you have for them?
Well, I think first of all, is that our system is quite intact. There have been hiccups. All political parties are observing the system, and therefore, with all the difficulties, I believe the ECN will be able to deliver a credible election. And therefore, let's give the ECN the space that it needs to complete the work. And the people of Namibia will obviously celebrate whatever the outcome of this. But it's more a victory for democracy. The large participation is important. And therefore, I think we just have to wait for the results.
Thank you so much, Doctor,
Pleasure.
for being here. Well, that was a conversation with Dr. Kaire Mbwende, where we were just analyzing the results that are currently available as provided by the Electoral Commission of Namibia. It's now time to hand back to Studio 2 when Ndapewa is on standby with the 7 o'clock news.
Well, a very good morning. If you're only joining us right now, you are watching the special broadcast of Namibia Votes, and it's time for the news making headlines at this hour, 7 o'clock. Two former employees of the NBC Oshiwambo Radio, now Kati FM, Shatipamba Nangolo and Ferdinand Nashidengo, have died. Nangolo died on the 25th of November at Ongwediva Medipark, while Nashidengo died on the 30th of November at Oshakati Intermediate Hospital. Nangolo worked as a senior sound operator for over 30 years and retired in 2018. Nashidengo held a position of a religious producer at NBC and was on retirement at the time of his death. In other news, road construction work is underway on the Namtoni Road in Tsumeb, Oshikoto region, and is expected to be completed within 6 months. According to Tsumeb Mayor Matthew Hangula, the road was initially set for rehabilitation, but because it has reached its lifespan, it's being stripped for the benefit of a new tar road. The Malta-Hill Village Council is pleased with several developments that have occurred over the past 4 years. Chairperson Hannah Swartboy says this marks a significant milestone as they continue to push for the town status. In other news, the 1st of December is commemorated as World AIDS Day, a day dedicated to raising awareness and supporting those living with HIV and AIDS.
Around the globe, communities came together to commemorate this important day. Events ranged from educational seminars to candlelight vigils, with individuals and organizations uniting in solidarity to honor those who have lost their lives due to AIDS, while also celebrating the progress made in treatment and prevention. In Namibia, local health organizations offer free testing and counseling services on a daily basis, a milestone in the fight against HIV and AIDS. The Ministry of Health and Social Services had noted that this is done to increase awareness and promote regular testing as an essential part of healthcare. According to the latest report, significant strides have been made in prevention and treatment. The number of new HIV diagnoses is declining, thanks in part to education and the availability of antiretroviral therapy, as this gives many living with HIV a chance at a healthy life. In 2022, the estimated prevalence of HIV among people aged 15 to 49 years was 11%, with an estimated death rate of 2,800 the same year. The number of orphans due to AIDS in Namibia is estimated to be 52,000, and over 200,000 Namibians are registered for antiretroviral therapy. Namibia has been awarded bronze tier status by the World Health Organization for its progress on HIV.
In other news, while there is still hope for change to meet the Sustainable Development Goals, the SADC Parliamentary Secretary General Boemo Sehoma says swiftness of action and leadership to eradicate HIV/AIDS are imperative. She made the statement as the world marks World AIDS Day yesterday.
The forum, says Sekoma, fully associates itself with the theme and the slogan of Take the Right Path, My Health, My Right. It added its voice to the critical need for a right-based approach to address HIV/AIDS policy, in particular to ensure the mainstreaming of legal concepts such as the equality of treatment under the law and non-discrimination in view of consolidating the protection of people with HIV. The rights-based approach to HIV/AIDS policy also means that health should be regarded as a fundamental human right, with treatment by the intake of essential medicines such as ARVs being available and affordable to all. The SADC PF Secretary General stated that undeniably, HIV treatment forms part of the core content of the right to health, and it should progressively be regarded as a justifiable right. She said HIV transmission is still rampant in Africa, and at least 8 SADC countries currently are home to over 1 million HIV patients. Many of them, especially key populations such as sex workers, prisoners and members of the LGBTIQ+ community, do not have access to adequate HIV treatment. The SADC PF said it's therefore time for HIV treatment to be considered and enforced as a justifiable right, adding that the forum will continue to advocate for a right-based approach. Segoma stressed that inaction now to provide HIV treatment without discrimination will lead to deaths of millions in the next 2 decades, and policymakers must act now before HIV goes in history as a pandemic which decimates a region, in particular individuals in Southern Africa.
Now on to international news. Nigeria's parliament is set to approve the most significant tax reforms in the country's history. 4 bills before the House aim to streamline tax laws by doubling value-added tax, raising taxes on the wealthy, and imposing levies to fund education and infrastructure. But the most conscientious aspect of the reform is a plan to allocate a larger share of VAT proceeds to wealthier states. Al Jazeera has more.
The Olasun commies arrive at a local market to do their weekly shopping and are met with a familiar problem: rising prices.
The inflation is really high. Like, cooking at home is so expensive. I bring times 3 of what I used to bring to the market.
The government says its reforms will bring relief, particularly to small businesses and lower income people.
They carry far too many tax burdens, different ways from different sources, and also to then make it more progressive, our tax system, so that people who earn a little bit more should also contribute a little bit more.
But one of the proposed changes is causing concern. It will alter the distribution of value-added tax revenue among Nigeria's 36 states. Lagos State is the nation's largest manufacturing hub. It's a business and commercial center, meaning it generates greater VAT revenue. The proposed reform will allow it to keep a larger share of that money.
We are proposing that derivation of VAT revenue should be attributed to the location of consumption, which is really what is done in most countries around the world.
Poorer states object to this, arguing that Lagos, the home state of President Bola Tinubu, is being favored.
Nigeria has more than 80 million employed adults, but only 30% of them pay taxes. And out of 1 million registered companies in this country, less than 200,000 pay tax.
A recent survey found that 83% of the population don't believe they should have to.
If you see what the government is doing with your money and then you are happy with it, you will be willing to pay.
Nigeria's President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has already removed fuel subsidies and floated the currency, saving the government $20 billion since May. But it's caused inflation to shoot up, sparking protests. Analysts say the tax reforms are long overdue.
The high net worth individuals in this country wouldn't want to hear that. The other part of it is that, look, for most of the state governments who do not think about adding value to what comes into their states, will also now need to work a little harder.
But most Nigerians will be waiting and hoping to see the effect of the reforms at the cash register.
It's just gone 22 minutes past the hour of 7. You are still watching the special broadcast of Namibia Votes 2024. My name is Ndapewa Mbambi. Now, for this second hour of the show, as we look back, we will start giving you an update right here at the NBC regarding elections. Now, now NBC's public relations manager, Beulah Boyce, actually voted abroad, and she was part of the special voting. So she will be joining us virtually just to talk to us about that experience. In this hour, we'll also be crossing over to our colleagues at the ECN, as they will be engaging a few journalists on the role of the media, on the role that the media, played in the elections, as well as they'll also be discussing how they covered the elections. Those are some of the engagements you can look forward to in this hour. But for now, let's take a look at this insert on ballots.
We are still here at the Kobabas Coalition Center. It's Namibia Votes 2024. I'm Leslie Shiweda. As you can see, this is the set that we have been using for the past 5 days to try and make sure that we bring you all the information as far as the Maheke region is concerned and the Kobabas constituency. I've interviewed the governor here, I've interviewed the media ombudsman, and I've interviewed the returning officer and also the electoral officer for the region of Maheke. But I also just wanted to really give you the behind the scenes so that you will be able to happen as to what happened to your vote after you've casted it. It comes right here at the Coalition Center, and it's get to be put in all of these boxes, and they are always watched by a police officer, a party agent, or even just the observers themselves. And the reason why they have to do that is because this is very sensitive material. Why is it sensitive? Because sometimes voices or votes can be altered, and people do not want to be able to have things that are happening, like some of the reports that we're getting from other constituencies where people accidentally, I'll have to repeat it, accidentally dropped an envelope into one of these boxes. Nothing of the sort happened here in the Maheke region. Now let's quickly just speak to the returning officer again, Hilde Wanivi. Thank you once again. For the benefits of our viewers, can you please explain to us what is in the blue boxes and what or these ones, and what is in those ones?
The yellow boxes contains the ballot boxes of the National Assembly elections, and the blue ones contains the ballot boxes for presidential elections. So is the ballot boxes also. The blue ones, this is where you cast your presidential votes, and the green one, the yellow one this is where you cast your National Assembly elections.
I wanted to find out, as you can see, some of the boxes, like this one has got these seals, has got more than one for ECN, another white one, a green one, a red one, and so on. But if you look at another box, for example, the one at the top there, you'll see that it's only got two seals, one for IPC and another one. Why is that the case?
Boxes are sealed as per the political parties. For example, at each point or each polling station, you will find different parties' agents. So for the for transparency, each party is allowed to affix their seals on these ballot boxes, either the ballot box or the metal box.
The metal box where the book came in.
Where the book came in. Yes.
So on a box or a ballot box that has been sealed with, say, two seals like this, what does that mean? Does that mean that there were only two political parties available, or why?
It might not be the case. You might have maybe 5 political parties at your polling station, but maybe only 2 has seals. So it depends on who has the seal that is at that polling stations. But for our officials, ECN always has to affix their seals on each box. Yes.
So ECN always make sure that their seal is on the boxes.
Yes.
So for our viewers, so this is what happens to your vote after it has been casted. It gets to be counted at the polling station. After it has been casted and counted at the polling station, that number is then written and pasted at the polling station, and then it is brought here for verification. Let's quickly just go up so that you can show us as to what happens during the auditing process. We will obviously not be coming close to your side of the table. We will be on our side of the table. But what are their duties? What is it that happens here during a verification process?
During verification process at the collation center, we have 3 people that need to verify the votes: the verifier, and the auditor, and then the returning officer. So, and also among us, there are admin. The others that we are also seeing are the presiding officers that were presiding at various polling stations. So, but at this point, verifier verify and then sends to the auditor, and the auditor sends to the returning officer, and then the returning officer sends to CERC.
What does the auditor do?
The auditor also verify to see whether, for instance, just to verify, or they also verify, but just to make sure that what the verifier has verified is correct in terms of the votes allocated and the number of votes casted and all that. So
those numbers, they need to tally up.
Yes.
So
we all do the same things, but for transparency, that's why we have 3 people that verify before we send to Venduk, and then Venduk, CERC also verify. If they see that we made a mistake, they also send to us, and then we rectify and send it back to them.
Okay, so which means there's a double verification process to just make sure that there's nothing that goes wrong here. So once it's done, he clicked the send button and it goes to CERC and Windhoek. And then eventually the Windhoek Center then announced for the whole constituency of the Omaheke region. Okay, so there you have it from myself here at the Coalition Center. You have seen what happens to your vote. It comes here at the Coalition Center. It has been checked and it has been kept occupied by a police officer, not just one police officer. At least there has been, because in Kobabe's constituency, there are 17 polling stations. So those 17 police officers, at the very least, at least one of them have stayed here tonight to make sure that nothing happens to anything of these ballot boxes, which is very important. And we are here in Kobabes, and we will continue to be here as we wait to hear what is the final results are, who the winners are, and let's just hope that Namibia is the winner.
Well, that was Leslie talking to us about the ballots. We now cross over to our colleagues who are at the ECN, and that is Ilago. Ilago, good morning once again. It's over to you.
Thank you so much, Ndapewa. Now, we are here still at the Central Election Results Center, where we are having conversations with various people in as far as the 2024 National Assembly and presidential elections are concerned. Now, print media has come a long way and has a wider audience with the same mandate. That is to inform, to educate, and to entertain their stakeholders. Print media is considered most trustworthy than online and social media, which can be subject to misinformation. Joining me in studio to talk about how print media covered the elections is Esther Mbatera, a journalist at the Windhoek Observer. Good morning, Esther. Thank you so much for being here this morning.
Thank you, Elago.
Yeah. Now, I've always looked at print media, especially in the past, as one that has an emotional connection with its audience, primarily because it can be touched, and it can be physically held. But then came the introduction of digital media. What has been the impact?
Look, when things switched to digital media, people also switched because, and especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, because it was difficult for print media to actually go out there and really print, or people to just go out there and buy newspapers, because you needed special permission to go out to the shops. We couldn't just go to the shops as we please. So everything went digital. So a lot of people preferred then the mode of communication to be on their phones, because as we know that the statistics shows that there's a lot of people now that have smartphones, and people are on their phones most of the time. But there are still those few people that are willing to have the physical paper itself. But the whole thing is that the distribution has also changed. When we look now, I don't know how often you travel, but when you look now, you will come across a service station where you usually would buy the newspaper, but these days you don't get the paper anymore there. Or you, and especially in smaller towns, the distribution has also become very expensive for those that are printing physical paper. The Windhoek Observer, we have changed the setup, because both printing and the logistical part of things has become too expensive, but it's also actually easier for people to just have the paper on their phone. Yeah. So what we do is every morning you have your newspaper by 8 o'clock on your phone, and you can read. And also some of the stories are already uploaded on the website.
How has this affected your stakeholders, especially your readers? Are they receptive to the digital transformation?
Yes, there's the reception to the digital transformation, but we're still struggling to get people to go onto the website. People are still preferring, because now that they don't have the physical paper, they still want to have something that looks like a newspaper. Yes. So we're still doing some PDF papers. So every morning you still get a PDF, and then there are those that are really interested in just going onto the website, see the article on the website and read it there, and then leave it there. But it's because also our people are so much in love in screenshots. So they want to screen grab a story in the paper, in the whole story in the paper, as opposed to share a link, because the link also requires data again. But once you have opened it up on your WhatsApp page one time, you don't need data anymore. You just have to go back and then open it again whenever you want to read it.
Oh, that's amazing. Now let's come back to the matters that brought us here, especially at the CIRC. How has the Windhoek Observer been covering the election coverage?
Look, from the onset, from around April, May, we've already started covering the elections, also doing voter education and so on, but also dealing into issues of the people's issues, looking into policy issues as to how it impacts the people. And that has really worked, because we would go out there and really look at how people are dealing with certain matters and so on, and how government is also dealing with certain matters, but also just to show our people that did government fail, or did government do a good job in certain things. But we know that there is a lot of negative going on, but there's also some positive that's also going on.
Before we talk about the voting period, let's perhaps just step a bit back to the campaign period. What was that like for you specifically?
Look, the challenge that we have currently with the independent media houses is that we are not fully, the finances are not so well. So what we're going through is we needed to really tighten our resources. We needed to find innovative ways on how we're going to cover the elections and cover the rallies and so on, because we couldn't be everywhere. And it's the same with the NBC. You could also not be everywhere and with every event, because remember, there was a time that you will find in one day 3 or 4 political parties have a rally.
Yeah. And then in different parts of the country.
In different parts of the country.
Yeah.
And then you have the days where the other parties that didn't have rallies, that were going door to door, village to village. And then you have Tate Lukato was going mall to mall. And that was difficult to actually follow these people, because they didn't actually even have a schedule for us. But the other thing is that when we look at the media coverage reports, because we were also monitored as media, we were monitored as to how we were covering the different political parties. There was this trend at one point that most of the coverage was going to the SWAPO party, but not necessarily that the media was talking about the SWAPO party a lot, but it was the other parties that were talking about the SWAPO party. And then there was the time when NEFF was really covered a lot, but that's because there was a court case going on, because they were deregistered. But then other parties really did not even feature at all. And I'm here in the ECN and I'm looking around and I'm thinking, this Christian Democratic Party, what did they actually do during their campaigns? So I can't even...
They weren't visible to
They
you
weren't
as a
visible
media
to
personnel.
as a media personnel. They weren't visible to us. It's the same with the NPF. It's the same as the Body of Christ. They weren't really visible. It's you get to see them only now. When we walk around, especially at the ECN, I realize, oh, we actually had 19 parties, but it seems like they weren't really there during campaign. What do they offer to the people? It's the same when we were looking for their manifestos and so on. Like, where do we find their manifesto? But the one thing that we picked up is that most of the political parties didn't even have a strategy as to how they're going to go around their manifesto launches or even their campaign itself. There was no strategy. We had to figure it out. And at one point, as the Windhoek Observer, we approached the political parties. We sent them questions around issues that are pertinent to the community, issues around the decriminalization of sex workers, issues about decriminalization of marijuana, the issues around LGBTQ communities, water infrastructure, because as we know, or as we see these days, every other day there's a town that has no water, but not because there is drought, but basically because there's infrastructure that has not been maintained and that is breaking down. So we've got even the issue around our mineral resources, the oil and gas, as well, just the general minerals, because now you have lithium also coming into play. So there was a time that we just didn't know what's going on, because manifestos only got launched in September, and that was a bit late because that time we needed to educate the people as to, look, this party is doing this party is offering this. Then all of a sudden, when the census came out, when everybody was going on about the labor force survey that wasn't published, it's only the time that everybody's now talking about unemployment. But the whole time, the whole year, campaigns were going, the political parties were talking, but at that time they were first just recruiting people to vote for them more, but not saying exactly why should they be voted into power.
Which left you with the challenge of having limited time to then spread the information about their manifestos to your readers, I guess. All right. Then we came into the voting period. How was the coverage for that?
Look, the voting period, like for us, because we are a very small team, we are a team of about 6 journalists. And we've been doing I must say, we've been doing some wonders. We are stationed in Windhoek, however, we were able to cover articles based on other towns and villages and so on. Okay. Because what we also have, we have built up relationship with other radio stations, where, like with Shippy FM, where every Friday we give a review and we explain what we're doing, and then in that sense, then the community or the people in other regions can then bring their issues up, and then we can look into their issues. Yeah. Like the Ngodi constituency around their water issues, because Ngodi constituency is one of the constituencies that's really struggling with water. They have a lot of salinite water, and the animals are dying. People have to travel distances to get water. So that the people really brought it up to us. It's the same as the issues in the Zambezi region, also water-related issues. The people brought it up to us. Marienthal also, a lot of those. And on top of it, a lot of issues, because we also dwelt a lot into the local authority issues, because elections, the national elections is not just about what the government can offer, but it's also about service delivery. We don't have to wait for the local and regional authority elections. We need to do it now as well, because whoever is going to be Minister of Urbanization has to deal with those issues as well. Yeah. So we looked into that, and the people were really receptive, but also because with digital issues, because we have a whole WhatsApp channel where people can follow us. So it gave us that platform where people can then see, where do we go if we have an issue? Yeah. So now they can access us easily.
Yeah. I know we didn't answer the first question, but I just want to follow up here. Oftentimes, media is also criticized for always focusing on issues and challenges within society and not highlighting the positive stories. How does Windhoek Observer balance the positive versus the negative in society?
Yes, we do a lot of that, because what we do is also we're looking into what we call developmental journalism, also journalism to correct issues, because we can't just be looking into the negatives. So we also celebrate what we do. We celebrate what is good, what is happening out there. We celebrate also our own people. So when a person actually does good, we also do celebrate those. And even when government does good, we do celebrate that. But then sometimes if government is misleading people, we have to bring it up. I mean, look at the issue of the Windhoek District Hospital. Everybody was happy to see there's a groundbreaking ceremony, but we picked it up and we said, but there was a groundbreaking ceremony of this hospital 3 times already. What has changed this time around? But then it was a corrective measure that we also assisted, and it was not in a negative light, but it's to assist our leaders. Yeah.
Now let's get back to your observations during the voting period and how that coverage went.
We did coverage in Omuthia. We had one journalist station in Omuthia. Then we had the rest of the team in Windhoek, one in the outskirts of Windhoek in the Havanas and Korean Hub. And then there was a group that was in town for a little bit, but then we went out to Aris, we went to Groot Open, we went up to Rehoboth, and we saw the differences on how the setups were. But what we also picked up is that there was a lot of, apart from the long queues and so on, we must actually commend the returning officers, because they allowed us into the space, into their space. They were open to the media. They were open to speaking to us. Also the voters, they were open to speaking to us. We had a few calls here and there, like in Korihas where the ballot papers came late. We have a few calls for people that were complaining that it was too hot. But we also commend the police. The police really was working hard because we were able to have peaceful elections. In Groot Open, when we got there, people were actually, there was a funny thing. The polling station was literally next to trees, but not under the trees. So the queue was outside, just outside the trees, and the people were burning. And the police came in, and the one police officer just said, guys, this doesn't make sense. How do you have trees next to you and you have people standing in the sun? Can we move the queue into the shade? And that was really good policing. Yeah, and then they also diffused a situation where there was suspicions that one of the officials was being bribed to have people to jump the queue. And the police actually listened to the people, and that situation got diffused without any other issues. Yeah, but generally what we also picked up, it was from us as people, the voters were really doing the weirdest things. Like we met people that have been driving around the city looking for a short queue because they just didn't want to stand at one queue.
We had observers here, part of the African election observer missions, and they also brought that up as an observation, saying that they observe people shopping for places to go and vote.
Yes, we picked it up because what we were getting also is people will be speaking to each other on the phones, and you will hear, no, come to Aris. Oh no, I just came from Dordabes. No, I think I must go to Rehoboth. And you ask, so how often, where else have you been? No, I started in Windhoek West, the queue was too long. I went to the airport, I went to Dordabes, now I'm at Aris. I mean, why would you do this? And now at Aris, it was a mobile station, and they couldn't move because the mobile team was at Harmony Center, and at Harmony Center the mobile team was actually hijacked by the voters because all of a sudden there was too many people when they actually planned to probably just service about 100 people. Now you have to service 300 people, so that also delayed the whole process. Yeah.
All right. Now, looking at all of this, what would you say was really different? Because you've been covering elections for so many years. Was different from these elections compared to that of 2019 and the year before, perhaps it was 2014?
Look, 2014 and 2019 had the EVM machines. But then when and even 2019, when the EVM machines were there, the queues were still long, but the counting process was a bit shorter. But what we picked up this time around is we are actually now, it's an issue of, do we actually want to embrace technology or not? Because now we are comparing, you have people comparing us to say, okay, in America, they could count their votes within a day already. Or even comparing us to Botswana and to Mauritius, who has the same population as us. And everything else worked smoothly in that country. What can we learn from that? But the one thing that was different this time around is communication. Communication was the biggest issue for all of us. I mean, if you look at the processes now, we don't even have a hotline where anybody can send their issues to. Now, if a voter or if public has problems, because like now the public was told, if you see anything unbecoming out there, report it. Now, where do I report it? So like yesterday, we were testing out just the landline of the ECN, and we couldn't get through to it. It was ringing the whole time and nobody's picking up. Then we were contemplating, do we send an email to this info.ecn.com.na? And we just thought it's not going to be answered. And we have also seen how they were communicating, even when they have media briefings. Everything was, you ask a question, oh, that should suffice, or we will deal with it as it comes. But there is no concrete answers coming, especially when we look at the extension of the elections that was given. There were regions that were complaining that they also didn't get a chance to vote. And when we ask the explanation that was given, it was still like, oh, no, we just chose because we were listening to our people on the ground. But did you discuss this whole issue also with the political parties? Because that was also the other question that until now, because the communication broke down between the ECN and the political parties. It's like nobody's talking to each other anymore. And everybody now can only speak through the media. So if communication was really different, that would have been made a major difference, because information would be flowing freely. But the only thing right now, to be honest, has been communication breakdown. The other thing is just the general way on how the media was treated, especially the independent media and the international media. If we look around, there was no space for the rest of the media being made available, because I understand there's an agreement between the NBC and the ECN. But what about the rest of the media houses? Journalists literally had to sit with their laptops, some of them outside in the tents and so on. But if there was a media room where all the journalists could sit and do their work, things would have worked out very easily. And the international journalists needed to travel between the ECN and go to their hotel room to do their work, whereas it would have been made easier if there was just one big hall here where journalists could sit, do their work, and then wait for media briefings to happen. Because the media briefings, we got messages that it's going to happen soon, and you sit here for 3 hours and nothing happens, and only after 3 hours something happens. But in the 3 hours, you could have done something.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I really just want to go back to the coverage of the voting period. You've talked about what worked and what didn't work. What worked was how you were received by some of the ECN officials that were at the polling stations, and of course the communication being some of those challenges. Now, looking at the electorate, the people that turned up to vote, of course we've heard that the numbers were huge. People were eager to vote regardless of the long queues. What stood out for you, especially when we look at some of the demographics, like the young people, first-time voters even, for that matter?
Look, there's this notion that young people were going to go out and vote. I didn't really experience much of that. I saw much more of an older generation, or unless if we can say people 30 and above are young people.
Okay.
Yeah, because probably in the previous elections, their minds weren't made up. They didn't understand the whole process. But now that they are mature, they went out to vote. Because we went around to just look for young people. For instance, we were in Rehoboth, and literally, I would ask, did you vote? We've even found young people that are telling us, no, I didn't even get to register because I was busy with something. There was a 30-day, 3-month period to register to vote.
Yeah. Before we actually continue with this, I want to clarify, from your understanding, what age group were you looking for in terms of young people?
We were looking for 24, 25, 26, 28.
Okay.
Yeah, we were looking for those.
That
we really couldn't find much. Because, look, and that is where we are coming in. At that age, probably they are still not yet mature or open up, wise enough to understand the importance of elections. Because remember, there is that group that will ask you, why should I vote if it's just been recycled? It's just the same people. But then now there is that group that is now 30 years old. They're actually coming to realize, because it's them that are looking for jobs. It's them that needs now to understand what is the role of a constituency office. Because a lot of people don't even understand why you have a constituency office. You will ask them, which constituency are you from? They wouldn't know, because it's things that hasn't mattered to them before. But now with the drought relief food happening, the grants changing, people now having to register for grants, now all of a sudden people know where the constituency office is. In the past, it was more the elderly people who knew where those offices are, and it would also be some SMEs, because there are those SMEs that got equipment grants through their constituency offices. But a lot of young people don't even know the purpose of that. They wouldn't even know what the importance of having a governor in your region means.
Yeah.
They just
Those
think
under
it's
30. Because in Namibia, a young person is considered to be at least under 35.
Yeah, but the under 30s, to be honest, a lot of them find it difficult to really understand, because remember also these people were born before the liberation struggle or before independence, after independence. Yeah, now they need to, their cause is different, because the previous generation's cause was freedom, and then came economic freedom, and now this new generation needs to find their own cause, and they now need to find a way of, because the politicians aren't speaking to what their cause is, and they need to bring their issues up. So even if you say employment, it's also an issue. You will speak to a lot of employers. They will tell you, young people now don't want to wait for 30 days to get the salary. They want their salary on the day, or at least every second week. I mean, 30 days is a long time. It's not everybody that can do that 30 days, because already even those that have been in the system for long, by 7 days after your salary has come in, things changes, and you start calling people already, because now you have run out of money. You don't even have taxi money. I just don't know how we deal with our finances. But when it comes to voting, the young people that we expected to be out there, to be honest, it was a very few of them. And even the people that were complaining about the long queues or looking for places to vote were the elderly people, were the 35s and above. They were driving around and looking for, the ones that were shopping for polling station, basically. They were older generations.
What were some of their sentiments on voting day, apart from the complaints of the challenges that were being experienced, of course? What are they looking for in the new government?
Look, most of those are employed people, but they were looking for something different. They were looking for economic freedom, because, look, the one thing that people are going through now is the economic hardship. Your salary can look good on paper, but you literally, even if I was to earn 10,000, by the time I get to Vernil Park, 10,000 is finished. Because halfway I would have sent how much money for black tax already, and then the other part goes to my expenses, to my upkeep. By the time I get to Pick and Pay, it's done. So the whole issue right now, what people are looking for, it's just economics. And also, some of them were talking about tax reliefs. Again, I know we had tax reliefs recently, but they're looking for more tax reliefs so that they can just do things. If you look at also education, it's becoming expensive. Even if we say education is free, it's becoming expensive. And you will notice now, young people, a lot of people are also holding back to give birth, because it's a whole thing. If I have now 2 children, what do I give these 2 kids? We saw now with the registration of grade 8s, there aren't enough schools. Windhoek alone doesn't have enough high schools, so we have to try and see if we can push these kids to other regions. And even if you want to go to Hardap region, which is the nearest, how many schools are in Rehoboth? How many high schools are in Marienthal?
Thank you, Esther. As we conclude our conversation, we are of course awaiting the final results. They have been coming in batches. What does your duty entail during this period?
Look, during this period as journalists, apart from now looking into the numbers and so on, we have a lot of work around disinformation and information. There's a lot of fake news that has been spread out there. This morning I just woke up to another fake news where there's now a whole conspiracy going on around voter rigging, whereas at every polling station there was party agents, and they had seals to seal the ballot boxes and so on.
What role do you play then to combat the misinformation and disinformation as Windhoek Observer?
But that is what we have a relationship with Fact Check Namibia. Okay. So what we do is we pick up some of this information. We also share it with Fact Check, but apart from ourselves, it's also to verify this information and then put out the correct information. So if people are like a letter's been circulated around, we literally check with the sources and say, okay, fine, Swapo Party, there is this, the latest one was the Swapo Party letter that was circulating. We shared it with the Swapo Party and asked, is this coming from your office? And then eventually they said, no, it's not coming from our office, and thank you for informing us. So then we have to put it out and say, this letter is actually fake.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you so much for being here, and I wish you all the best with the rest of your duties.
No, thank you very much, and all the best with your work as well.
Thank you, Esther.
Yeah.
Well, that was a conversation with Esther Mbatera, who is a journalist at the Windhoek Observer, just taking us through her job as a journalist, especially during the coverage of the 2024 presidential and National Assembly elections as Namibia awaits the official results. It's back to you in studio, Ndapewa. Welcome back. We are still coming to you live from the Central Elections Results Center, and we are continuing our conversations about the 2024 presidential and National Assembly elections. Namibia took to the polls on the 27th of November and saw an extension of voting which ended on the 30th of November. We are continuing the conversation around the coverage of these elections, and this time around it is with the NBC radio manager. Now, NBC Radio serves all Namibian communities in all areas of the country and beyond with quality programs on FM. NBC Radio has 11 stations and offers a variety of interactive programs to its audiences. Sinde Limbo, NBC Manager of Radio Administration, joins us to discuss how they covered the elections, or should I say us, but the radio part. Good morning, Sinde. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, Ilago. It's always a pleasure to be here. Yeah.
I want us to go back to the preparation period first before we talk about the coverage. So how did your NBC Radio prepare to cover this year's elections?
Well, as you know, we always start very early in terms of preparation. So we started with engagements with communities. From the beginning of November, we had ECN activation campaigns where the NBC Radio in particular partnered with the ECN, where we went into communities to create awareness in terms of the importance of voting, how communities need to also be informed and sensitized to be able to take part in the upcoming elections. So that was some kind of build up to our coverage to elections. We went countrywide with the ECN, did it across all our 11 language services, and we visited communities, we shared information in the languages. Also, in addition to that, because as radio, we have also seen that because the young person might not have, you and I might not have time to listen to the frequency mode. So what we did with the activation campaigns was that we also had the element of social media, digital platforms, where if the radio station goes to Omaheke, for example, they will then have an element of social media where they also create awareness on the platforms. In the build-up to the event, they would say from the 29th of November, we will be in the Omaheke region. So please join us as we inform you or create awareness for you to be able to exercise your right to go and vote. So at the time when we went in, when Namibia went to the polls, communities had been sensitized, people had become aware of their rights, and somehow it contributed to the high turnout that we saw on polling day.
All right. Then you had to cover the campaigns, all right? Of course, NBC provided an equal coverage platform for all political parties, and this was across all its platforms on television and radio as well. How did that go for you in terms of covering the campaigns?
In terms of coverage, as you know, in the NBC, editorial control is centralized. It's in the newsroom. So what we did was to dovetail whatever happened in the newsroom. So the editorial control was retained by the newsroom, and whatever happened, radio would then dovetail what news did. So campaigns, manifesto launches, of course, those we took live, but issues on star rallies, coverage of political party meetings, that we left to the newsroom. However, we had the element of paid airtime, which the Director General came on board and invited all political parties and offered this airtime to them. So in terms of radio, that element was given to them in the languages they were comfortable with. So if I'm from UDF or I'm from SWAPO or SWANU and I have people that speak all the 11 languages, they were given a platform to come on radio, to give 5 minutes messages in their languages to speak to their communities. So these are some of the things that we did in terms of campaigns, in terms of giving political parties an opportunity to speak to their electorates in terms of their preparedness, what they had to offer. Also, we had manifesto launches that we covered live together with television. So radio also covered those live in the languages. So at the end of each manifesto, then the people in the studio would explain, or not really explain, but summarize what happened as the people were speaking. The person in studio would also do a simultaneous interpretation, just to give the communities an appreciation of the message in their language.
Okay. Then, of course, the Communication Regulatory Authority of Namibia enforces a 48-hour blackout before polling day. How was this explained to your listeners, and how did your staff make sure that this was adhered to?
From the beginning, when we started with campaign messages, we knew that it was supposed to happen. So as we entered the period where we were nearing the blackout, we started explaining and also alerting the listeners that from this period to this period, we would not run campaign messages. That was also complementing disclaimers that we have in place in terms of the coverage, in terms of what we allow and what not to allow. Because of the sensitivity of radio, we do have existing disclaimers and editorial guidelines and do's and don'ts that guide the conduct. So it became easier for us to explain and enforce that 48-hour deadline, because our listeners are so used to having policies that guide the conduct of you coming onto our platforms. So when we went into that period, there was no expectation from the listeners to think we want to go into here, because prior to that we had done justice. We had done extensive coverage. We had gone out and they were coming to the studios to record their messages, and listeners were also given an opportunity to be part of the ECN activation campaigns. So there was extensive coverage. There was enough information shared to the point where when we went into a blackout, there was really no reason for people to feel like information was not given.
All right. The NBC's mandate in Sinde is, of course, to inform, educate and entertain its viewers and listeners alike. However, there are sometimes stories that are controversial, or stories that are with a sense of misinformation and disinformation. How did you handle this?
Yes, we as the NBC, we pride ourselves in editorial control. We have strong editorial policies that always guide the conduct of our presenters on air, the content that we put on air. For the news element, that is taken care of in the newsroom, like I indicated. But in terms of our programs, like phone-in programs, interviews, panels, or panel discussions that we have, some phone-in programs have a disclaimer that warns the listeners against certain type of information, the use of derogatory language, the use of divisive language, that we will not allow on our platforms. And in times of elections, when information is sensitive, when people are also on the edge, we actually amplify these messages before and throughout a phone-in program. For example, we would have disclaimers that warn people not to come onto our platforms with this and this. Yes, we will give you the platform, but that platform must be guided by our editorial guidelines. It must be done within the confines of the principles of nation building, because we do stand for nation building, constructive debates. We will support constructive debates. We will give you a voice to air what you think needs to build your community, because we do not want to be part of conversations that seek to divide. So we have those structures in place. We have strong editorial control and monitoring at the station level itself, because the media planner and the manager would understand the language and they resonate with the communities that they represent. So it's easier for them to exercise that editorial control. It's easier for them to pass on that message in the language to sensitize communities that you can come to the platforms, but you have to follow A, B, C, D, E, and C, because these are our guidelines.
Yeah. And how was the coverage of NBC Radio during polling days? Of course, it was just not the 27th, it was extended. And of course, sensitizing the nation about the extension and ensuring that you are covering the voting on these extended days as well.
Our coverage had been ongoing, like I indicated, but on polling day especially, we started early off. Field producers had gone out into the field. We had rolling coverage throughout the day from 5 in the morning to the time when the stations opened. The field producers were at the polling stations as the issues began to arise of the shortage of ballot papers, the freezing of tablets, long queues that were observed at the polling stations. The field producers were on the ground. They had been updating the stations live. They had done crossovers. They also went onto their socials. We posted the content that they got from there, because what we normally do, they have WhatsApp channels. All the radio stations have WhatsApp channels, because we realize that sometimes frequency mode doesn't serve much of our society, of our communities. So we do sometimes when we are in the field, then we put content on the WhatsApp channels, but that content is not to say it's the full story or the full package. We just direct traffic back to the frequency mode to say that our reporters are out in the field. For more on these conversations or on these interviews or views, please tune into National FM at 92.6 or tune into Tirelo Yasichaba and so on. So we sensitize the people on the WhatsApp channels, but we had rolling coverage throughout, and we had people here stationed at ECN that were also giving updates, giving information on what is happening, because from time to time we would have press conferences here. So those ones, we also had people in the studios that would connect to the colleagues here at the ECN Center, and we did simultaneous interpretation. So as the message was being said by the chairperson, as the CEO shared the message, the people here also did a simultaneous interpretation, because we stand for the language aspect, we stand for the communities, and we believe that for the message to actually resonate with you, you must be able to hear it in the language, and it must be interpreted to you in that language. Additionally, when we went into the Thursday when nothing was really going on, when we had the uncertainty whether or not the polling stations would reopen, we had analysts coming to the platforms to analyze the voting, to give perspective to what had happened, and just explain to the listeners how the process was just unfolding and so on, just to give a different angle to what was happening, because there was nothing happening on the Thursday. But then we filled that space with content from political analysts, interviews from observers, people from various walks of life, and not just the ECN officials.
All right, very well. Now, looking at the fact that the first batch of results were released on the 30th of November, and we have seen more results released yesterday, and of course we are expecting more results to be announced as the day progresses, and hopefully receive the final results soon. What is NBC Radio's strategy when it comes to the announcement and the release of these results?
We have been announcing the results as of Saturday when they arrived. As they come, we also announce them as they come. What we have done is we announce them in 30-minute intervals. So at every 30 minutes, we would go onto the stations, but the announcements are done here because we have set up camp here. We have a hub where all the radio stations are represented. They have producers in all the languages, and they also have people in the studio. So what we are doing is to cross with the studio back to ECN. If we do the announcements here, then the person in studio will then also take over just to alert the listeners to say that we now cross to ECN, where my colleague is on standby, and then they will do the announcements and explain to the people that these are just preliminary results that are coming. So as they come, we will continue to give you the results as they come, as they are. So the listeners also know that the results will be coming in batches. So yesterday we did 10. And we did 10 in the morning, in the afternoon, and then last night we also did 10 after the ECN chairperson announced. So we are also just doing it as it happens, just to keep the communities alert and always let them know that the results will keep on coming, so that they are glued onto their radio sets.
Very well, Sinde. Going forward, how is radio continuing to collaborate with all its stakeholders to ensure that they are all informed with credible and relevant as well as reliable factual information?
Radio has always been the go-to platform, especially in times of elections, in times of distress. People tend to lean more to radio because of its versatility, its easy to access fashion. But the danger in that is that we have to be well informed. We have to always have facts and have information that is well researched and speak to experts for us to be able to give that message. So we have relationships with stakeholders, political analysts, commentators, social media experts, and people that can actually help us break down the messages. So what we do is we have content that we package on our own, but mostly that content would also be amplified by people coming to break it down, getting experts and professionals that are in the field to come and actually break it down to our listeners. We have also amplified and complemented our platforms with a digital aspect, where we go to social media, we post questions on our radio stations to say that if you have this and this feedback, please contact us on our social media or get in touch with us, and also check our WhatsApp channel, go to our social media page of Omorari at Facebook or whatever Twitter page they have. So we are trying to be inclusive as much as we can to reach out to all stakeholders across all platforms, because normally radio was associated only with people coming to studio, but we want to do away with the element of just being studio based. We want to do away with only having telephone lines and people calling in. We actually also want to intensify community outreach, going out into the communities, taking radio to the people, also taking the radio platform from the conventional aspect to bringing it to the digital platforms, intensifying online presence so that the young people, the teenagers, the people can also resonate with what we do and also want to have a stake in bringing back that traffic to the frequency mode.
Well, thank you so much, Sinde Limbo. In conclusion, what message do you have for the listeners that are watching this morning as far as NBC Radio's coverage is concerned, leading up to the official final results announcement?
We will still be here at the ECN. We will continue to give the results as and when they come in, but we will also have people in the studios that will continue to give that interaction to just create more diverse approaches in terms of us delivering the results. So they must just listen to our platforms, and we pride ourselves in always only giving factual results. So whatever the ECN does when the announcements are made, that's when we will also come in there to just break down those results, give them to the listeners in the languages they appreciate. So we will be doing that every 30 minutes across all the 11 language services. So when the ECN announces the results at the top of the hour, we will then take them as they come. We'll take it live, but at the end of the press briefing, then we will continue to announce the same results, just so that we create that information awareness and allow people to also just consume the content as it comes. So we will be here until the end of the official results announcement.
Well, thank you so much for being here, and all the best with the work that you have ahead of you.
Thank you. All the best to you guys as well.
Thank you so much. Well, that was Sinde Limbo, who is the NBC manager for radio administration, talking to us about NBC's coverage for these elections, specifically from the radio perspective. Of course, we are expecting more results to come in and to be announced here by the chairperson of the ECN, that is Dr. Elsing Ekembwa. But before that, NBC continues to keep you updated about what's happening in the country and bring you conversations around the election matters. Of course, right now, the results that we do have are just an average of 26% nationally declared results that have been released, with about 32 out of 121 National Assembly constituencies counted. That with the results that have been announced, are only 32 out of 121 constituencies for the National Assembly. And for presidential elections, we do know that 31 constituencies out of 121 so far have been released. So we're still expecting more and more results to come in as the day progresses. Remember, you can follow the results on ECN's pages on their website. That is www.elections.na, as well as on their mobile app. That is ECN mobile app on all your devices. Follow all election-related matters on NBC's digital platforms. That is NBC Digital News. Well, it's over to you, Ndapewa, to show us what you have on that end.
Welcome back. Thank you so much, Ilago. Now, Namibians living abroad play a very important role in shaping the future of the country, but many face unique challenges when it comes to participating in national elections. This morning, we're joined by NBC's Public Relations Manager on the intricacies of Namibians voting abroad when basically it comes to the whole process. And she'll also talk about, the registration requirements, the voting procedures, the challenges, and the broader impact of these practice on everybody or the Namibians that are living abroad and the country's overall election integrity as she cast her vote this year in Malaysia. Beulah Boyce, good morning and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. It's an absolute pleasure and also to be back in the country.
All right. Beulah, we all know that you did not cast your vote here in Namibia. You participated on the 13th of November during special voting because you were not in the country. Can you just talk to us about where you were and also how the entire process went for you?
Originally, I was away on official business under the Miss Namibia organization. I accompanied Miss Namibia CEO Umbikarawaya Ubi to the Miss Earth International pageant. Thereafter, I then went to Malaysia, where I had the opportunity to visit my two younger siblings, my sisters, Beauty Boyce, who works in Malaysia, and Beyonce Boyce, who was a first-time voter who is studying in Malaysia.
All right. How was the entire voting process in Malaysia?
Pardon?
How was the entire voting process in Malaysia? How did it go?
Honestly, it was extremely seamless. The process was fast. I think we took more time getting to the Kuala Lumpur city centre from Aradamansara, where we were living. So that took us about 30 minutes to get there. The process in itself was, as I said, very seamless. Upon arrival, the presiding officer, Ms. Swama Nangombe Musilika, then walked us through the process and explained what was supposed to happen. This was equally important for my sister, who was a first-time voter, just to understand what. So as soon as we got there, then they did the verification process. I had to hand over my voter's registration card. I had registered here in Namibia. Before I actually went to the embassy, I called ahead and then I just made sure, yes, I am here on holiday, but I would also like to, cast my vote here. And they said that, no, that's not a problem because, as you know, we could vote anywhere. And following that, I also was able to carry out not only my civic duty, but also to report on the voting process while I was there. I had the media accreditation before I left for the Miss Earth Namibia, Miss Earth International pageant, as well as then going through to Malaysia. So I was then able to exercise also contributing towards the election coverage that NBC had going on. It was a little bit tricky because of the time difference. I think it's about 6 hours, but I managed to communicate with the colleagues here on the ground, and as soon as the results were available, to also share that with them.
Now, Beulah, I understand that you had your voter's card with you here in Namibia, during our voting process. We only needed our voter's card. But are there perhaps any other key requirements that are needed for Namibians that are staying abroad that they need to take with when they're trying to cast their vote?
No, you also just needed your voter's card. You didn't need to take along your passport, nothing like that. The same process that Namibians went through here on the 27th of November is exactly what happened on the 13th of November in the diaspora.
All right. Kindly just talk to us about perhaps some of the measures put in place by the ECN when engaging Namibians living abroad, when trying to perhaps educate them about the entire process.
So the ECN already had a very extensive voters education campaign, which the NBC also formed part of, across our 11 radio stations, as well as on our, day-to-day, our regular flagship programming. The voters education went on. So what had happened in Malaysia is they have a WhatsApp group for Namibians living in Malaysia where they would communicate, okay, now it's time to register, now it's time to come and vote, these are the voting times, this is the time that the polling station will be closing. So there was a general ongoing continuous communication between the officials that were in Malaysia and the Namibians living in Malaysia as well. I think it was pretty seamless, and the way that the communication, they were very open and you could talk to them. It was just a nice two-way communication that went on.
Took your journalism hat with, did you perhaps come across any challenges that some of the Namibians in the diaspora perhaps faced?
Absolutely not. When we actually got to the polling station, there was no lines because of the distances that some of the people live. Like I said, it took us about 30 minutes to get from Aratamansara to the city center. So there were various Namibians coming in at different times. So there wasn't really any issues at all. I think everything went really, really well. I had no complaints.
All right. Beulah, for the future, how can the NBC and other stakeholders perhaps better support Namibians abroad in staying engaged in the national matters, perhaps specifically when it comes to elections?
I think NBC has been doing incredibly well, especially with the introduction of our mobile application. So we have NBC Plus, which means that no Namibian is left out. Everybody has access to information at their fingertips, whether it's your cell phone, your laptop, whichever device you're using. And then, of course, our digital platforms. We've been running the campaign since the registration, working very closely with the ECN officials. So I believe that the NBC has been doing pretty well in terms of, communicating and keeping the public informed. We have our reach within Namibia. It's massive, from radio to social media to television. I don't think there's anything I could fault NBC on during these election campaigns.
Well, Beulah, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We love the fact that you actually got to cast your votes internationally while on, while on working duties. But thank you so much for talking to us and for engaging us. And we love to hear that you did not face any challenges and the process was smooth.
Thank you so much for having me. And, just again, well done to all of my colleagues on the ground, everybody that has been working around the clock. It's been long hours, but the NBC, we make sure, we following the editorial control, making sure that the information that we are sharing with the Namibians, as we have always been, we just continue to strive on that greatness and continue to bring Namibians news that is accurate and on time.
All right. Well, Beulah, thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you.
All right. Beulah Boyce-Beekes, who is NBC's public relations manager, joining us this morning, just giving us her experience, seeing that she voted abroad. Don't go anywhere. We'll be engaging more NBC employees who basically covered the elections and also just talk to us about their experience in the regions. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. As we continue to engage our colleagues, we will now be engaging John Ikonja, who was based in the Oshana region, just to give us an update on how everything went there. John Ikonja, good morning.
Very good morning to you, Ndapura. Thank you so much for having me this morning.
Thank you so much for talking to us. Welcome back to the capital city.
Good to be back. It's been a very long week, very busy indeed. But yeah, we had a very good experience, of course, covering the National Assembly and presidential elections. Yeah.
Right. Now, you were based in the Oshana region, specifically in Oshakati. Can you just give us an overview on how the election went?
Well, I think overall, we had experienced a very enthusiastic, turnout from the voters, first and foremost. We've seen voters, we were stationed especially in East and West constituency, where we were observing the polling stations, the turnout of the polling stations. But to be specific, we were, started observing the elections at the Pumbu Senior Secondary School in Oshakati West constituency, where we've seen, random people from all walks of life coming as early as 5 a.m. in the morning just to come and, make sure that they cast their votes as early as possible. But we've seen a lot of people, that's why that very polling station that very day ended up closing at around 4 a.m. in the morning the next day, just to accommodate those that were still in the queues to make sure that they cast their vote. But, all in all, 27th, there was a huge turnout. Although in other areas of Oshakati, there were a lot of challenges also experienced at those polling stations. But I think the enthusiasm among voters in Oshakati was really palpable. With polling stations like the Henye Primary School and Neshila Community Hall reporting steady turnout of voters throughout the day, and in particular youth from Oshakati East constituency and West as well displayed heightened motivation, making sure that there were a lot of them that we saw. Even first-time voters, we had a very big number of first-time voters that also turned out at the polling stations, and we also saw a lot of old age people as well who also but they were even given a privilege to even have their own queue when they are actually going to cast their vote. So they had that privilege. But all in all, it was a very smooth process. There were challenges only experienced from the ECN side, to be exact, but the residents of Oshakati, of the Oshana region, really were turned out in numbers to make sure that they cast their vote. Looking at the following days that followed, it was not much of a number as we saw on the 27th, because we obviously know of those that were not patient enough to be in the queues, gave up, and then they said, no, I'm just going to go home. The queue doesn't seem to be moving. And just when they found out that they can still go and cast their vote for the following 2 days, that's when, they also got that chance again, and they even got an even smoother process. But here's a challenge that came now from the ECN side, when we saw, people now preparing themselves to go to the polls as early as 7 o'clock, because we all know that it was at 7 o'clock that the polling stations were opening and then closing at 9 o'clock in the evening. So people came and then they showed up at the polling stations. At one polling station, to be exact, where we reported from, we were at Okanjegedi polling station, where we saw people come as early as 6 and 7 o'clock. But then because of the electoral material or the polling material that was not delivered on time at the polling station, people had to wait for as long until 12 o'clock. And that's when they officially started operating. So it was a bit of a daunting process for those that came out early, also not really being informed properly of why the material was brought late. But overall, I think smooth process is all how we can describe the elections in Oshana region, or rather Oshakati and Oshakati East and West constituencies, where it's been based there.
Right. John, from your observation, can you just talk to us about any notable differences in the engagement among the various demographic groups? Did the youth show up and show out?
No, indeed, the youth really did show out, and the best part of noticing them showing out was how patient they were taught to be in those long queues, because we all know how young people are nowadays, especially being impatient, being in those very long queues. Because I spoke to a couple of young people as well who went to cast their vote for the first time as PM. I don't know if you remember. We spoke to a gentleman whose name is John and Joel, but then he was just saying that the purpose of being here is much bigger than being in the queue for a certain long amount of time. We saw young people being in the queues, engaging one another, having fun. So we were even able to eavesdrop and also listen to the conversation they were having. So they were, quite excited to be there. And also be there to really cast their vote. So a huge number of people that we saw in those queues were really, young people. We also saw a lot of women, especially also turning out, especially on in the young, from the young people's perspective. And then we also saw a lot of young people who are first-time voters now, like I mentioned. So young people really did show up and show out, and we can clearly see in some of the results that we already have received that I think it's clear to say that young people were really properly engaged and educated on this very important task that they had at hand. So yeah, we quite saw a large number of young people at the polling stations, and they also were very patient, just to be there and also practice their democratic right. And also, but just the interesting part is knowing why they were there. Apart from many having had that pressure that they perhaps got from their parents to just go out and vote, but having the understanding of how important it is to be involved in the political arena, and also just for them to have the understanding of how this process actually benefits them in the future. So I think political parties in the next 4 years should really be very mindful of what they need to do now, especially for the young people, because we are going to be seeing a lot of young people still perhaps not being interested in voting anymore. And I think one of the reasons why I'm saying this is because we saw some of the challenges that have been experienced in different constituencies, especially challenges such as the delay of ballot papers or the delay of electoral material. Young people who really like to follow trends, and also we saw all over social media how dismayed they were about not having seen these things come together and not seeing everything being organized properly. So I think in the future the ECN also has a very big responsibility to also still entice young people to make sure that they are also going to be still engaged. So perhaps I'm seeing another increase in voters registration come in 4 years from now. Yeah.
John, wearing both hats of reporter and presenter in the field can actually be a lot of work. But can you just talk to us about some of the most memorable moments for you reporting from the Oshana region for this year's elections?
No, indeed, it really is. But I think I had the very good. I had a very good team, and Leah Thomas, who was of course behind all the great things that we did. Really made sure that we also present out. We also put out some really good content, apart from good content, but also report fair and objective material in terms of the elections that we're trying to put out. So we tried to also just find the unique stories out of the whole Oshakati West and East constituency, just to find unique stories about why people actually want to go vote. What are the reasons why they actually want to go and vote? And of course, it's not new that we know that unemployment, is one of the biggest reasons why people really want to go and vote, to actually change this fear of being unemployed. They want to go and vote so that the parties they voted for, or the presidential candidates that they voted for, that hoping that of course this can be one factor that can be challenged. But there was very interesting stories that we actually got to see. We got to identify a former leader, a former politician, a former parliamentarian who was actually part of the 1989 elections back in when the country actually had its first elections. And I'm talking about Pashukeni Shombe. She was in parliament and now turning 90 in a couple of days, if we are told. So yeah, she she actually painted us a picture of how different it was when back in the days when the country was going to the vote to cast their vote, because it was more than just the elections back then were just more than a vote, because it was a symbol of hope and a step towards a brighter future for the entire nation. So it was not as even the turnout of young people at the time, she mentioned, that was not even as huge. Education on elections was also not as broad. It was not as accessible on many platforms like social media, which is one of the biggest. So I think apart from really just carrying the role of being presenter and reporter and of course producer during our stay in Oshakati, we really got to learn about the importance of the media having to disseminate this information, and how many people in fact also dependent on it, because we also know of areas in the region where residents actually were not aware of the areas where they were actually going to vote. They didn't know of those places that had polling stations. So they depended on us. They also depended on the media. Oshakati being a very highly populated area with the Oshiwambo speaking people. Our Oshiwambo radio station, Kati FM, was also one of the very biggest platform where people could get this knowledge, also learn about the places where they could vote from. So we really, had a lot of learning experiences.
John? We do apologize for that. Looks like we just lost John there, but he was conversing with us just about his experience in the Oshana region. John, I get that you're back.
Yeah, apologies for that. I think the internet failed me a bit. I hope you can hear me now.
A call to wrap up the conversation, but John, it looks like you're ready to go back to Oshakati and cover the next elections in the next 5 years.
Apologies, can you just perhaps...
John, I mentioned you were perhaps ready to go back to Oshakati in the next 5 years for the next elections?
Certainly. It will be, I think, a very, very good place to work at. Apart from the heat, though, it wouldn't be, I think, the best place in that area. But I think it will be very great as well to, just get to learn the different cultures in different areas of the country, just to understand how they encounter or how they approach, politics, how they approach elections, all in all, and how they actually, approach making sure that they practice the right of democracy. So indeed, it will be good to learn about different areas.
Well, John, thank you so much for talking to us this morning, and thank you so much for bringing us an update all the way from the Oshana region. You and the team honestly outdid yourself, and yeah, thank you so much.
Absolute pleasure, Dr. Ryan, of course, and congratulations to the team in the capital as well. I think you fairly did a good job in making sure that all our viewers and listeners, of course, were engaged about this. So thank you so much, and of course, congratulations to you and the team as well.
Thank you so much, John. Well, Johnny Konja, NBC presenter and producer, joining us this morning, talking to us about his experience reporting for the elections all the way in the Oshana region. Well, he mentioned the heat in the Oshana region, but we will be joined by Ndishishi to talk to us about the heat in Katima Mulilo. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. You're still watching this special broadcast of Namibia Votes 2024. I mentioned earlier that we'll be joined in studio by Ndishishi Amufungu, and he is here to talk to us. Ndishishi.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. I'm glad you are not planted in the Zambezi region so you can germinate that side.
Let me tell you a secret. This is not the actual Ndishishi.
Oh,
this is one of the germinated versions of Ndishishi.
But I love it. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure being on any of the NBC platforms. Yeah.
When did you get back?
This morning.
This morning?
Yeah, just a little past midnight.
Okay.
The long 12-hour journey of, between Windhoek and Katima Mulilo.
Yeah.
We used to say Katima Mulilo is far, but nowadays we say Windhoek is far. It's all about perspective.
It's all about perspective. Yeah. I love it. Ndishishi, you've been, deported to Katima, so many times. I feel like it's home for you there. But this time around, you're covering.
I deserve a plot there.
You deserve a plot. Honestly, we need to talk to the governor. But Ndishishi, how was the overall coverage of the elections? How would you sum it up?
I think firstly it was a huge success in Ndapelwa. But before I speak about Katima Mulilo, I must commend you guys for the phenomenal work that you guys are doing here in Windhoek and of course across the country, the regional stations that we've had, but also the reporters who've been on the grounds really bringing the stories to the people. I think the NBC has done really well in covering these elections and really bringing the stories to the people, be it via television, social media or radio. Kudos to you guys. I think kudos to all of us first and foremost.
Truly.
As for Katima Mulilo, I think we had a very good production, Ndapewa, in as much as, we of course faced the similar challenges as other parts of the country did as far as the actual electoral process. But as far as coverage of stories emanating from Katima Mulilo, hearing about perspectives from Katima Mulilo, views, challenges, experiences, etc., it has been very interesting. And, it also really takes one back and really gives you a wholesome perspective, of what exactly transpires in that part of the country. I think, we've always done really well in terms of covering developments in that country, in that part of the country. Oh, it's been a long journey in that part of the country. Yeah. But, when you go down on the ground, it's an entirely different story. We've, of course, engaged, the regional leadership. We've engaged youth, fora present there in that part of the country. We've been unpacking not only, election-related matters, but also, of course, developmental challenges within the region and what people would like to see as far as developments are concerned. Ndapewa, I must say that it was a hugely successful production for us. Of course, we had a very great team as well, led by Dennis Manuel. Of course, it was also nice to just sit back for once and just, let somebody else run with the show. So that was really nice, and I must commend the team as well for their dedication, for their commitment towards this production, and kudos to us here.
Amazing. How would you describe the voters turnout in Ndishishi? We've seen you engaging with some of the members of the public who have been standing in the long queues at the different polling stations.
Yes.
But from your observation, how would you say the voters turnout was?
Ndapewa, there was a huge appetite for these elections, just a similar situation as across the other parts of the country. I think Namibians really understand the importance of participating in this democratic exercise. For long, we've had issues of voter apathy and really trying to bring that understanding to the people. But there is that understanding right now.
Yeah.
When we were in Katima Mulilo, when we were in the Zambezi region, we saw a huge turnout from voters to elders, from young voters to elders, etc. And even when the polls closed on Wednesday, the 27th at 9 p.m., we, for instance, visited one of the polling stations at the Choto community, and there were still queues in the Ndapewa at 9 p.m. You know. And some people, of course, we know the challenges that were there as far as ballot issues were concerned, verification issues, etc. But I must commend the people of the Zambezi region in, seeing through these challenges and withstanding these challenges and really understanding that, look, despite these challenges, I'm going to commit myself and, of course, ensure that I cast my vote. And that's what we saw. And across all 8 constituencies, we had reporters in other parts of the region. Juliet Siveso was in Divundu. I was keeping up with her as well. We had Rosemary Nalisa, who was traversing, the entire urban and rural area. She was in other constituencies as well, Inyati, Sibinda, you name it, Kave North, Kave South. And all across the region, there was an appetite for people to vote. And certainly, I think, from the 52,000 registered voters in that part of the country, I think we can expect a huge turnout. I'm excited to see those figures once everything has been finalized. Even just looking at the preliminary figures right now in the PEWA, of course, 10 constituencies have been covered so far. Out of the 121 constituencies, we still have quite a journey to go. But when you look at those figures, as far as voter turnout is concerned, you're talking about 68% for the presidential. You're talking about 78% for the National Assembly. And my hope is that those numbers remain consistent, as the results are released. I think also perhaps an issue right now that I also picked up, looking at the election results right now, is of course the number of spoiled ballots, which is quite significant, over 2,000 for the presidential, over 3,000 for the National Assembly. So that perhaps takes us back a bit and says, look, perhaps we should intensify voter education as far as what you should actually cross in the box, and not over the lines or draw any other character, etc. But all in all, in the PEWA, I think, the people of Katima Mulilo certainly understood the assignment, as young people would say, and they carried out that assignment very well.
Amazing. Now, Ndishishi, the conversation has been about the youth. I think the key word for these elections, was the youth, seeing that they fall part of the higher number of the registered voter. Did the youth in Katima Mulilo turn up?
They turned up.
Okay.
They turned up. They really did in the PEWA.
Yeah.
And, even just engaging some of them, the needs are there in the PEWA. Obviously, we know the high youth unemployment rate right now. We know the gap between the rich and the poor is ever widening. We know issues of poverty, etc. Now, especially when you look at the Zambezi region. And I think the Zambezi region presents a very difficult challenge as far as, bringing development to that part of the country. Because you're looking at, it's not the largest region, it's only 14,000 square meters, but the terrain, it's such a difficult place to say as far as accessing some of the areas, The roads need upgrading, etc. Healthcare, etc. People are still being referred to from Katima Mulilo to Oshakati or to here in Windhoek. So the youth understand the needs and what they need. And I think, a large part, because of those challenges, that has driven a lot of them to the polls and, of course, to go and participate and to go and cast their votes. I think we must commend ourselves as youth for really showing up. For the first time, Namibian youth have really shown their keen interest, and proactively so, in these elections. Even if you look at the general discourse on social media right now, youth are interested in these elections. It is a pity that, of course, what transpired, but I think I also like to say in the PEWA, in the midst of everything, we should not lose sight of this country and just how far we've come as a country. I think we should still protect what we have. I also see a lot of divisive commentary on social media. When you look at our platform, for instance, our platforms on YouTube, etc., a lot of divisive elements, people spreading misinformation, disinformation, and negativity all around. I think that can only make the situation worse. I think we should practice patience as a country. Let the situation resolve or unfold on its own. Of course, if anybody has any issues with these elections, the systems, the processes are there to follow up. But I think it's very important that we, as a nation, as a youth particularly, continue to practice patience. I also think that youth should not be discouraged by these challenges that we saw. We still have another election coming up next year, of course, on a regional and local level. It is important that we continue to participate in these elections, but I can say the youth of Katima certainly turned up and showed up at the polls here.
All right. Ndishishi, were there perhaps any challenges you faced being in the field?
Not per se. What I find interesting about covering the Zambezi region is that, first and foremost, it's so rich in content. The people, the environment, there's always something happening. And there's always an eagerness to speak to us. Whenever you reach out to any potential guest or source, they jump on it, you can, for instance, Vox Pops, or what we call public opinions, they're never shy of it. You come with the mic, yes, NBC, let's talk,
Yes.
I love that. I think challenges, no. Apart from, of course, the challenges that occurred during the actual election process, that of course has also had a ripple effect, towards the rest of us. I think all of us expected to conclude the elections by Saturday the 30th.
Right.
And the PEWA is still here in studio, still going strong.
Yeah.
But I would not pinpoint any particular challenges in the Pewa. I think we did fairly well. We had a fairly good production, apart from the heat and the humidity. I think, that might have been the only challenge we experienced, and of course the mosquitoes.
Right, Ndishishi. We've seen you having so many conversations, with so many members of the Katima Mulilo community. Can you just talk to us about some of the most common issues that they highlighted?
Yeah. Once again, unemployment.
Yeah.
That particularly is a huge issue. And of course, there's also a lot of underscoring of the agriculture sector. And the Pewa, you've been to Katima Mulilo. When you see that place, the greenery, the fertile lands, it's amazing that, we are not feeding this country from that region. So there's a strong sentiments around that to really uplift the agriculture sector in that part of the country. Diversification of the economy. Katima Mulilo is the only urban setting, so to say, or the largest urban setting in the Zambezi region. Of course, other parts are coming up, and when you look at places like Divundu, etc., but we can do more. There's issues around healthcare, issues around access to education. There's strong sentiments around that, to say that, look, a lot of children still have to walk long distances to schools. A lot of girls are still forced to stay out of school due to their menstrual cycle, etc. I think there's a lot on a social level that needs to happen in the Zambezi region, and it breaks my heart sometimes. I know we're not supposed to be journalists, etc., but at the end of the day, we're only human beings. True. We're Namibians, and patriotic Namibians at that. And hearing the plights of the people of the Zambezi region, sort of just makes you really realize how important these elections are, and how important it is that people participate in these elections, because that is the only way that we can, of course, contribute and give our voice, in terms of what you'd like to see, and hold people accountable for that. I think there are a lot of issues in the Zambezi region, issues around cross-border crime, etc. I think there's a lot that needs to be done, but there's also a lot that people are grateful for, in as far as how far the region has come since 1990. A lot of developments, of course. The Zambezi region remains a major entry point for many countries, be it from the DRC, Mozambique, Malawi, etc. Many trucks moving through there as well. Yeah. I think it's only a matter of how do we diversify some of these economic activities to actually benefit the people of the region there.
Yeah. Any memorable moments that stood out for you in Katima Ndishishi?
Germinate.
I know, right?
I know.
We saw that clip trending, on social media.
Trending for the wrong reasons.
Right.
But, and he underscores such an important point. And yes, it was, a joke, so to say that, look, even you, if we plant you, you will germinate, Yeah. But it goes to show that, Katima Mulilo has so much potential. The fertile lands, the Zambezi region, pardon me, has so much potential, the fertile lands, the perennial river flowing through there, the locality, geographical location, of it. I think, with real commitment, real dedication, it is a region that, can really be right up there, and as far as the commerce regions, etc., Irongo, etc. I think, there is a hunger for development in that part of the country, in the Pewa. And, as you heard through those panel discussions, etc., there's also a lot of commitment from young people, from the leadership in that part of the country. And my hope really, I love the Zambezi region. I love, the people of the Zambezi region. And my hope is really that they see the necessary prosperity that they deserve.
Yeah, well, Ndishishi, thank you so much for talking to us this morning. We're glad you had so much fun, in Katima. We're definitely deporting you back to Katima in the next 5 years because you had so much fun there.
I told you, this is not me.
This is not you.
Another version
so
of
we've
me.
lost you, basically.
No, the real me is in Katima Mulilo.
Oh, wow. We've been hearing things.
Thank you so much for having me. I must really commend you, Jonas, Denver, Elago. You guys have done phenomenal work. When we are not on air, we're watching you guys.
Yeah.
You guys have done exceptional. I must commend the NBC. I'm sitting in the studio right now. I'm just like, wow.
Right. How does it feel to be on the other side of the chair?
Nerve-wracking.
But you did so well, Ndishishi. But thank you so much. You and the team honestly outdid yourselves. And thank you so much for talking to us this morning.
Thank you.
All right. As much as Ndishishi is commending us right here in studio, this will definitely not be possible without our team leader and also senior producer, Devorah Shanek, who has been holding our hand throughout this entire production. Well, we now head over to the colleagues at the ECN. Ilago, it's back to you.
Thank you so much. We are still here at the ECN headquarters, ensuring that we are bringing you all conversations related to the presidential and National Assembly elections for the year 2024. Now it's time to look at security matters with Namibia's 2024 elections for the President and National Assembly have been a crucial moment for the nation, of course, as we await for the official announcement of the results. The role of the police in maintaining peace and security during this period is of great importance. Today we are joined by Inspector General of the Namibian Police, that is Lieutenant General Joseph Shikongo, to discuss their role during the elections and their preparations for the release of the final results and how they plan to handle any potential challenges that may arise. Good morning, General, and thank you so much for being here.
Yes, good morning, Kelao, and good morning, NBC. Good morning, Namibians.
General, we last spoke on the day before the polls. Now, of course, it's post-voting, but we're still expecting the results to be announced. What was the role of the police during the voting period that ended up being extended, and how was it?
Yes, the role of the Namibian police obviously remained the same, and obviously that is premised from our mandate, which of course preservation of internal security of Namibia, maintenance of law and order, investigation of offense or an alleged offense, prevention of crime and protection of life and property. So that's where our mandate is driven from, and that's the mandate that we are doing. So far we started from the very day number on the 26th we deployed, and I think since that deployment the changes of extension obviously has emanated into further deployment of our officers to remain in their positions.
All right. General, were there any challenges that the police faced or major issues that were picked up during this period of voting?
So far we have not encountered such major challenges. Of course, we are getting some information from different regions that yes, the members are staying in the hall throughout the night, but then obviously we are saying that's our responsibility. This is just a short period of time. We should just endure the challenge that are experienced on the ground. But otherwise, so far we have not experienced any issues, or there are no reports that really warranting any organization to be worried of.
How is the police now preparing for the official announcement of the results that we are yet to receive?
Well, the Namibian police force is ready, and primarily as I indicated that our responsibility is to maintain law and order, and also to ensure that we provide public safety and public security to our people. That's the most important thing. When you enter the building here, the headquarters, you can see the deployment. And not only here, also if you go deeper there in the community, you see our presence, just to ensure that we are prepared for any eventuality. I know there are some people who are threatening of boycotting, threatening of this and that. Those are electoral issues. We don't want to get into that. But I can just maintain that the law enforcement of our republic is ready to engage our community, to deal with the conflict resolutions, and also to make sure that our people, they exercise their democratic right in a very respectful manner. So, but should we go to a scenario where the law enforcement are forced to act otherwise? So we have all the scenarios on the tables.
There were about 5,000 police personnel that were deployed all over the country. What is the status of this deployment right now?
So the status of deployment remains the same. So they are still deployed, okay, and they will only stand it down when we certainly sure that the process went smoothly, and that there are no issues, is when we will reduce the level of deployment. But so far the level of security, we are still at the same phase of security level. So we have not elevated it, because we do not see any indication of anything that's actually worrying us.
All right. So will these officers remain deployed until the announcement of the results?
Certainly the officers will remain deployed, And most probably, I'm also considering of having these officers throughout, probably up to January, February, because we're also approaching the festive season. I have already signed the operation order for the festive season, and therefore I don't really see members completely withdraw, because we want them to continue to ensure that our people enjoy the Christmas and Christmas and New Year festive in a very fashionable manner.
All right. Were there any prominent crimes that were reported not related to elections during this period?
Well, obviously, you know, criminals are always there, try to either housebreaking or cell phone grabbing. Okay, those cases are dealt with in a normal manner, but our focus more particularly now is really to look into the issues that are related to elections. So far, we have not registered so many cases, except one case which is registered in Kunene, where individuals have reportedly banned a flag of a particular political party, and that matter has been handled at the regional level. So far we are very comfortable. We have not received the cases or reports that really disturbing in terms of the election security.
For viewers that might not understand why an individual who was just burning a flag, they would term it, was arrested, please help the nation understand, Inspector General.
Well, when you talk of damage of a flag, it is a property, belongs to somebody. Then obviously somebody who burn a flag of a particular political party or belongs to somebody, in terms of the law, is a malicious damage to property, and therefore the owner deserves the right to open a case against such person. And in terms of investigation, we are going to investigate the case, because what we are saying, we don't kick a person. We said when we are doing that, kick a ball, not a person. So we are looking at the merit of the case, and therefore the case is being held as such.
All right. Inspector General, what message do you have for the public as they await the final results announcement?
My message as Inspector General of Police is to assure our public that we are ready to provide security to every person that lives in Namibia, including our observers that are here. So please, our people should exercise their democratic right in a very responsible manner. So some of us have been there, been around. I participated in election security in so many countries, such as Sudan. We supervised the referendum in South Sudan. I was in East Timor. So on. So when you talk of election security, it's always complicated. But I think what I'm asking, the success of any elections or the success of any security, it depended on the behavior of our people. So therefore, I commend the Namibians, first of all, in a manner they conduct themselves through campaign, coming to the voting day, and up to date. So please, I'm encouraging them to continue the same manner. I'm always telling our people out there, you might start causing problems and division amongst yourselves, but the political leaders that are here in Venduko, in different towns, they are sitting together, having coffee together. If there are issues of probably legal recourse, they will sit down and sit around it. But you people, you will end up throwing stones, dividing families, dividing communities for unnecessary causes. So therefore, our people should remain calm. The law enforcement is there to provide security to our republic.
Well, thank you so much, Inspector General, for updating the nation this morning.
It is my pleasure. Thank you very much, and all the best.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, that was the Inspector General of the Namibian Police, Lieutenant General Joseph Shikongo, giving us an update on how law and order was maintained during the voting period and how it will continue being maintained as Namibians await the final results. This is Namibia Votes 2024. It's back to studio.
Teller there that is engaging the Inspector General of the Namibian Police, Lieutenant General Joseph Shikongo. Well, for now, we take a break, but during this break, we will be talking about we will be taking a look that is at yesterday's press briefing, seeing that so much is happening, results are slowly but surely trickling in. About 30 constituencies have been covered so far. We still have a long way to go. Let me say about 90, if not 80 constituencies results. Those are the results that we are waiting for this year's 8th presidential as well as National Assembly elections. Don't go anywhere. Let's take a look at this briefing.
While rallies and door-to-door campaigns still play a crucial role, social media has emerged as a powerful force shaping political discourse. In this new era, platforms like Facebook, X, formerly known as Twitter, TikTok, and Instagram are not only empowering politicians to reach voters, but also giving young Namibians a voice in the political landscape. Hello, Namibia, and welcome to this edition of Namibia Votes 2024 with me, Jessica Kaimu. Now, in this edition, we'll explore how social media is transforming political campaigns, enhancing transparency, and driving engagement in Namibia's electoral landscape. Namibia's electoral landscape is witnessing a transformative shift as social media assumes an increasingly pivotal role, reflecting global trends. With the upcoming presidential and National Assembly elections, the nation finds itself on the brink of a political evolution where digital platforms are reshaping voter engagement and campaign strategies. Head of the Media Technology Department at the Namibia University of Science and Technology, Dr. Philip Santos, shares insights on this shift.
So social media in Namibia, as with the case with the rest of the world, is a very popular medium of communication for, in particular, young people. In fact, it's more than just a communication platform. It has become a space of sociality. I mean, in other words, young people live a significant portion of their life in the digital space. That's where their friends are. That's where they share their experiences. That's where they express themselves to others and to themselves. And so on. That's how important social media is. And in Namibia, it's quite I think a huge space for social interaction.
Digital development strategist and AI expert at Facilitate Namibia, Rupesh Soni, provides further perspective.
So 5 years ago, we didn't have as much impact of social media, even though we had social media out there. But currently, considering that a lot more youth is now eligible to vote, there are a lot more social media users now in the youth voters. And that's something to consider and look at when it comes to being on social media.
Sony explains that social media enhances transparency and keeps voters informed about campaign activities, rallies, and key political issues.
Currently, considering that a lot more youth is now eligible to vote, there are a lot more social media users now in the youth voters. And that's something to consider and look at when it comes to being on social media.
With over 90% of Namibia's population active on platforms such as Facebook, X, formerly known as Twitter, Instagram, WhatsApp, and TikTok, social media has become the heartbeat of political engagement in the country. Dr. Philip Santos highlights how digital revolution has captivated both young voters and political parties. Dr. Santos notes that social media consumption is exceptionally high among younger demographics, a group political parties consider crucial as they represent the future of the electorate.
If you consider the fact that almost 2/3 of the registered electorate are young people, we are talking about close to or just around 1 million voters are young people. And this is the same demographic that spends much of its time on social media. What it means is that any serious political actor, here we're talking about political parties, politicians themselves, and so on, cannot really articulate their message without considering how their presence on social media is going to work in terms of them reaching the electorate. So it plays a very huge role. Also, there has been a significant shift in the way audiences access and read news. We have a shrinking audience that goes to traditional media directly. Like for instance, tuning into NBC to watch a news bulletin, buying a copy of the Namibian to read, and so on and so on. What we are seeing is a trend where audiences...
SWAPO 7,883, Shumbwa ADM 13, Swartboy LPM 74, Thomas BCP 9, Venani PDM 638. We now move on to the National Assembly, starting with Keetmanshoop Rural in the Karas region. 77 ballot papers have been rejected. 5,394 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. ADM 11, AR 189, APP 22, BCP 6, CDV 0, COD 1, IPC 482, LPM 2101, NEFF 23, NDP 21, NEFC 3, NPF 6, NUDO 13, PDM 429, RDP 8, RP 103, SWANU 13, SWAPO 1936, UDF 6, UNP 5, UPM 16. Ndonga Linena Constituency, Kavango East Region. 82 ballot papers have been rejected. 4,123 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. ADM 15, AR 61, APP 336, BCP 8, CDV 3, COD 11, IPC 594, LPM 22, NEFF 20, NDP 7, NEFC 3, NPF 6, NUDO 4, PDM 360, RDP 8, RP 11, SWANU 11, SWAPO 2,586, UDF 13, UNP 35, UPM 9. Oshikango Constituency, Ohangwena Region. 224 ballot papers have been rejected. 13,082 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. ADM 14, AR 490, APP 5, BCP 193, CDV 65, COD 18, IPC 2,252, LPM 27, NEFF 77, NDP 8, NEFC 49, NPF 5, NUDO 14, PDM 206, RDP 33, RP 7, SWANU 32, SWAPO 9,553, UDF 20, UNP 8, UPM 6. Onyanya Constituency, Oshikoto Region. 148 ballot papers have been rejected. 9,657 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. ADM 12, AR 424, APP 4, BCP 78, CDV 7, COD 14, IPC 2,178, LPM 17, NEFF 79, NDP 6, NEFC 41, NPF 5, NUDO 7, PDM 41, RDP 8, RP 1, SWANU 21, SWAPO 6,689, UDF 19, UNP 5, UPM 1. Otamansi constituency, Umsati region. 98 ballot papers have been rejected. 6,553 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. ADM 1, AR 177, APP 4, BCP 14, CDV 0, COD 3, IPC 641, LPM 6, NEFF 36, NDP 3, NEFC 11, NPF 2, NUDO 3, PDM 30, RDP 3, RP 3, SWANU 12, SWAPO 5,586, UDF 17, UNP 1, UPM 0. Katima Mulilo Urban Constituency, Zambezi region. 118 ballot papers have been rejected. 11,971 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. ADM 15, AR 653, APP 86, BCP 20, CDV 12, COD 24, IPC 2,157, LPM 96, NEFF 61, NDP 1,371, NEFC 7, NPF 71, NUDO 18, PDM 638, RDP 40, RP 17, SWANU 24, SWAPO 6,593, UDF 24, UNP 18, UPM 26. Judea, Jamboloma, Zambezi region, 43 ballot papers have been rejected. 2,526 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. ADM 2, AR 119, APP 2, BCP 3, CDV 3, COD 1, IPC 497, LPM 27, NEFF 3, NDP 159, NEFC 1, NPF 13, NUDO 2, PDM 132, RDP 7, RP 24, SWANU 5, SWAPO 1,495, UDF 23, UNP 4, UPM 4. And the last results for the National Assembly this evening is Kabwe North, Zambezi region. 51 ballot papers have been rejected. 3,161 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. ADM 2, AR 81, APP 10, BCP 9, CDV 2, COD 4, IPC 603, LPM 25, NEFF 8, NDP 147, NEFC 5, NPF 12, NUDO 14, PDM 163, RDP 19, RP 3, SWANU 4, SWAPO 2021, UDF 5, UNP 1, UPM 23. That was the last result for the evening. Are there any questions? Yes, please.
Can I go? Good evening. Just a few questions, John.
No, please. She was first.
Okay, sorry.
Yes.
Hi, sorry. Irene, representing the Republican newspaper. There were a number of opposition parties who today announced that they would be taking these elections to court. Given that the ECN has already used millions in funds to run an election and then needed more funds to extend the election, how does the ECN foresee that it could afford rerunning the election should it come to that?
Hi, John Collin here from the Namibian and Desert Radio. Just a few questions. The first, how did the ECN interpret the law to extend the elections to November 29th and November 30th? The second is, how did the ECN interpret the law?
No, you need to slow down, hey? We're
right.
noting down your questions. Repeat the first question.
I'll repeat it again. How did the ECN interpret the law to extend the elections to November 29th and November 30th?
Go on.
How did the ECN interpret the law that brought about the directive by Mr. Sharma to keep the polling stations open on November 27th? Can I go on?
I'll tell you when to go on.
The third one, does the ECN have an idea on when you will complete the counting of results? I'm asking that question on the assumption that you've studied the time periods as to how results flow in.
Okay.
And then the fourth one, how are you keeping up with energy levels? I've seen myself and my colleagues dozing off from time to time. Advice would be great. Thanks.
Okay. You want me to take two more? Okay. Yes. Her hand was up first, ne? Gentlemen, always ladies first.
Thank you very much. Today I'm more energetic, Miss Elsie. Yes. My name is Justicia. I'm from Eagle FM. And I just wanted to find out whether the ECN will be able to confirm the number of unused ballot papers throughout these elections. And throughout the results, you have been mentioning a number of rejected ballots. Is there any reasoning to these ballots? What were some of the reasons to why they were rejected? Can you just provide those reasons to us, if possible?
Okay, then you may take the floor.
Yeah, good evening, Doctor. Good evening, panel. I just wanted to ask, I've been scrolling through the website as well, and with the results, at what point will we get a demographic of the voters, as well as if the website has provision for that as well? Because I've been scrolling through the website and I don't see a provision for that. Maybe you can direct me to that. And I realize I didn't introduce myself. My name is Donald Tarisef from NBC Radio.
Donald, are you asking demographic in terms of gender?
Gender, youth, and any type
gender,
of...
youth, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Right, let us start with the first question. You're asking about the possible costs of rerunning the elections. We are not announcing the results with a plan of rerunning the elections. And therefore our minds are not at all calculating any costs. The two questions that relate to the proclamation, I will hand over to Commissioner Ikwambi, but I'll answer some of the questions. When the counting of the results will be done, I really just want to explain that this is a very tedious process. The issue is not how fast you can release the results. What is important is that you must make sure that you do it properly. You must be accurate. A 1 must be a 1 because it is a vote that was cast. We're making good progress, and we're really hoping that very soon we'll be able to announce the final results. I see everybody nodding. How soon is soon? Soon is when we are done. Keeping the energy levels. We have to keep going. Sometimes you leave here at 5 a.m., you must be back at work 8 o'clock. You cannot be sleeping when the nation is waiting. Well, there are energy drinks, coffee, taking a walk, coming back. That is what we're doing. But it's not easy. It's really not easy. There's only so much that the mind can take. But we have to keep going. To confirm the unused ballot papers, it's a bit too soon, in the sense that when we are done, completely done with the election, we then reconcile all the materials, and we're really far from that. So I do not have the answer to that question now. It will come at a later stage. In terms of demographics, yes, the system has that capability, but it will only be done after we have all the results and we have finalized. Then we can process the data and disaggregate it in terms of gender, youth, and other demographics. But that information will be available when we are done. I want to, oh yes, you were asking the number of rejected ballots. No, your question was, what leads to that? I want to give that question over to Commissioner Ikwambi. He's going to deal with how we interpreted the extension of the voting period, and also the directive to keep the polling stations open. Maybe I can deal with that. Our directive was to say everybody who is in the queue by 2100 hours must be given the opportunity to vote, right? And therefore, we were saying to our polling officials, with the difficulties that we've experienced, you might have 4,000, 5,000 people still in the queue. Hypothetically, you need to attend to them. You cannot close the polling station. This question was asked before. And I think the confusion that people are bringing in is to say, did you allow people into the polling stations after the cutoff period? No, that was not the directive. The directive was to say everybody who is in the queue by 2100 hours must be afforded the opportunity to vote. Commissioner Ikwambi.
Thank you, Chair. Just to amplify on what the chairperson is saying, the directive by the CEO was issued in accordance with Section 93 sub 3 of the Electoral Act. So any interpretation, in other words, the interpretation of that directive must be made in terms of that section. So it was a reminder to our presiding officers. It was not a deviation from what the law prescribes. And I think we have said that on a number of occasions. So it is a reminder, and it is a directive which must be interpreted in accordance with Section 93 sub 3. It cannot be a directive that must be interpreted in a manner that seems to obviously disregard what the law provides. In terms of our interpretation in respect of the extension to the polls, our position is that the extension is permissible, and that remains the Commission's position. It is permissible within the Namibian legislative framework be it the electoral law, the constitution, and all other legal instruments are applicable, considered together. So that remains the Commission's position until declared otherwise. In respect of the rejected ballots, the reasons. So the law requires, obviously, that as a voter, when you are casting your vote, you make a mark. Yeah? So the polling official must be able to ascertain your intention from that mark that you have made, be it a tick, a cross, or whatever mark. But in the event that what is presented on the ballot paper is not susceptible to being interpreted by the polling official, it therefore then follows with a consequence that that ballot paper must be rejected on that ground.
Thank you, Commissioner Ikwambi. Further questions? Yes, please.
Just a follow-up, if I can. I'll try to be slow this time. Commissioner Kwambi, you gave an explanation on the directive and you took us to section 93, subsection 3. Can you perhaps do the same with the extension of the voting to the 29th and the 30th, just in terms of where exactly you went into the law, whether it was a constitution, the Electoral Act, just so that we can understand, because I personally am not a legal mind. I've tried to interpret the way that I can, but obviously I'm failing, so I'd appreciate if you could assist us in that regard. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So if you go to the Gazette on the extension, it makes reference to a law in terms of which that proclamation was made. But obviously, the publication of the Gazette is in terms of a specific law, but the interpretation of the Gazette can be relied to more than one source of law, even if it's not specifically mentioned on that Gazette. So obviously, you can take the Constitution if you like, you can take the interpretation of law's proclamation if you like, to interpret or to give full effect to what the intention of that proclamation is.
On which part did the ECN rely on to make that decision?
So maybe let me just explain it this way. The ECN does not issue the proclamation, yeah? So it is the president that issues the proclamation. All that the ECN does or did was to recommend to the president to exercise powers that he has in terms of whatever legal instrument of the Republic that exists. So for the ECN, we have obviously considered the legislative framework and deemed it fit to recommend to the president to consider the exercise of his powers as they are vested into him in respect of all the laws of the Republic.
I don't think we're understanding each other yet.
I wouldn't encourage a dialogue, right? Have you seen what was gazetted?
Yes, and I'm just trying to understand on what inspired, what did the ECN rely on to even give that recommendation to the president? On which law did you go to, which part of the law did you go to give that recommendation to the president? That's all I'm trying to understand.
Okay. So the ECN administers the Electoral Act. Yeah? But the Act doesn't exist in a vacuum. The Act exists within a legal framework of all other laws. So when you read a law, you don't just read that specific section. You might read a specific section and there's a gap. Yeah? And in law, we have canons of interpretation. If there's a gap, you then have other instruments that you need to consider to fill that gap. So the primary consideration for the ECN is the Electoral Act, which it is responsible for administering. Yeah? Are we clear? The ECN cannot consider any other thing other than the Electoral Act, because that is what we are.
Where then in the Electoral Act did you go to make this recommendation?
Did you see the Gazette, sir?
Where in the Electoral Act?
No. Answer the question.
Where
sir.
in the Electoral Act did you go to?
Answer the question, sir. Then I'll follow up. Did you see the Gazette?
I haven't read the Gazette.
You haven't read it?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's what I'm asking. Where in the Electoral Act did you go to?
So when the proclamation was made, it makes reference to the Electoral Act as well. Yeah? So that reference of the Electoral Act and its section 64, it's on the Gazette. What I'm therefore then saying, if there is any ambiguity in then reading the proclamation and the Electoral Act, you must then have regard to other sources of interpreting laws, not limited to just the Electoral Act. But in terms of the proclamation, you will see that there's a reference to the Electoral Act, section 64.
One more question, if I may. And maybe this is where you can assist the nation in understanding. Because when we reached out to certain legal minds and asked for interpretation as well, section 64 says that there must be 15 days, or once a Gazette is published, it must be 15 days before the actual polling day. The other interpretation was that the ECN relied on that particular Gazette being amended 15 days already before November 27th. So I just want to understand where you leaned on to.
Just give me a second so I can give you the answer. So, again, I say, the 15 days that you refer to were in terms of the initial proclamation. Yeah? That proclamation was made by the president. Yeah? Now, if you go to the Interpretation of Laws Proclamation 37 of 1920, Section 9, Sub 3, it states the following. Where a law confers a power to make rules, regulations, or bylaws, the power shall, unless the contrary intention appears, be construed as including a power exercisable in like manner and subject to the consent and conditions, if any, to rescind, amend, or vary the rules, regulations, or bylaws. So the president exercised his powers in terms of that section to amend an earlier proclamation that he had made. And that is why I said the proclamation, the initial proclamation, was made in terms of section 64. Yeah? This same proclamation to extend the poll was made in terms of the same section, 64. But now this time read together with the proclamation which empowers that same person to amend. Is it clear now, sir?
Now it's clear. Just to get it right, so the original proclamation was just amended, essentially.
That's correct.
There we go. Thank you.
We got that sorted. Any other questions? Yes, please.
Yes, good evening, and Valde from One Africa. Maybe just a little bit of clarification. First, when we were talking about the extension, we said it's a continuation, but now I'm hearing the commissioner is saying extended. Maybe just to give us a bit of clarity there.
Just repeat that, please.
When we first said, or when we continued with the voting, we said it's a continuation, but now I'm hearing extension. Just to get a bit of clarity there, because they were saying it's two different things. Is it still the Commission's stance?
Okay. And Valde? if you extend, take a process, if you extend a process, what is the consequence of that extension? No, let's engage. Take a process, and you extend it. What is the effect of the extension? It's a continuation, isn't it?
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, the sessions are meant to announce the results, right? But we are extending them now, digging into technical issues. I'm not too sure that that is the way that we should do things. Let us focus on the results, we get them out of the way, and then we can engage. It's just an appeal. It's just an appeal, because now it's like a session where you are, I don't know, we come to announce the results, but then we are extending it with all kinds of issues. Not too sure that is the right way to go about it. If we can just focus on the results, that will be good. Okay, so that is what we had for you this evening. Tomorrow morning we'll continue and see how many more constituencies we can announce. Thank you and have a blessed evening.
That was the chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia, Dr. Elsie Nyikembwe, announcing 10 more constituencies for the presidential race and 8 more for National Assembly, which now brings the number of constituencies for the presidential race to 32. The same number goes for National Assembly out of 121 in total. From us here at the Electoral Commission of Namibia's head office, specifically the Central Election Results Center, it's good night and over to Studio 2 at the NBC headquarters. Good night.
Thank you so much, Denver, and also the entire team for bringing us that latest update from the ECN. With that said, from ourselves also here at NBC headquarters and the entire team, it's cheers for now.
Welcome back. You are still watching the special broadcast of Namibia Votes 2024. We're back in studio as we continue engaging NBC producers, reporters, as well as presenters who covered elections from the different parts of Namibia. Right now, we're joined in studio by a senior reporter, that is Emil Sabeb, just to give us an update on how everything went in Tsumkwe. Emil, good morning.
Good morning, Tapewa. Good morning to the viewers of the NBC. I always say your trusted source of information when it comes to the 2024 Presidential and National Assembly elections.
And that's on period. Thank you so much for joining us in studio. Can you just sum up, the elections coverage that you did in Tsumkwe? How did everything go?
Well, the elections were on the 27th of November.
That's right.
I left for Tsumkwe a week before the elections, of course, with the aim to acquaint myself with the constituency. It's actually a very vast constituency, very large constituency, much like the rest of Namibia. People are sparsely populated in the constituency. And the constituency had about 28 polling stations, of which 8 were fixed and 20 were mobile. But the week that I spent in Tsumkwe to the build-up of the elections, it brings a lot of questions to say that we are living in Namibia, and there are people in Namibia that are living in abject poverty, because the level of poverty that I've observed, the level of unemployment that I've observed, the level of teenage pregnancy that I observed in the constituency, it's quite, for lack of a better word, quite scary. That one does not want to believe that you are actually in Namibia. And my observations were cemented by the traditional leaders that I spoke to. I spoke to the Khun Traditional Authority, a senior councillor there, who says that the statistics is quite worrisome, and the high school dropout is quite worrisome in the constituency. The unemployment rate, the cost of living in that area, because there are no large retailers in the area, and then that one person or two people that own a shop have the monopoly of putting price tags of whatever they want on an item. So the cost of living is quite high, and the debt that the people are living in, they get $1,300 for their pension, whatever government grants they get, and yet I owe your shop $1,000. So when that money comes, I take it, give it to you.
You basically have nothing left at the end of the day.
I would get then 2 or 3 items from whatever is left, So it's a continuous cycle. The development is at a snail's pace, I would say. For example, a lack of network in the area. Only specific areas are covered by both the MTC and TN Mobile. So that is also something that I've observed. Now, regarding the elections, when I reached Tsumkwe, I went to a village called Goma, and very traditionalist group of San people lived there. I would not want to put a number exactly, because I did not do the head count of everyone there, but there is a secluded group living there, very traditional San lifestyle, and they had no idea that Namibia will be going to the votes, to the polls on the 27th. They had no idea who the presidential candidates are. They don't know who these people are. They don't know their names. They had no idea. The last time the village headman took part in this democratic process was the 2014 elections. He still had his voter's card from the 2014 elections. So it then raised the question, whose responsibility is it? Is it the traditional leadership? Is it the ECN? Is it us as the NBC? Because our coverage radius is also just 30 kilometers. Whose responsibility? Is it the media? Do they have access to media, which they don't have? They don't have radio, they don't have television. So that was then the case. After I compiled the story and it went on air, we went back the next day, and we observed a rush of ECN officials under trees talking to this community. ECN then put up photos of some of the registered voters, of which the majority did not have. But even if the ECN came that day after the story aired, it is late, because the registration for voters ended already in August, I think, or July, I think.
But there was an extension.
There was an extension. But like I say, lack of access to media, access to voter education, So they missed it. I again went to another constituency, another village in the same constituency, where I spoke to the headman there, who then said that there are about 80 to 90 people in his village. The village was called Taru, and from this 80 to 70 people, about 8 people were registered voters. Now, they did not know that the voting, I think I was there on a Saturday, would take place on Wednesday. They were unaware. They were waiting for, they said in these direct words, we are waiting for the government vehicles to come so we can identify, and then we will know the 8 people that are registered. But then when the dispatchment of the ECN officials were taking place at the Tsumkwe village, I observed that the vehicles that are given to the ECN officials, remember this was a sort of like a tender process where people with vehicles had to approach the ECN and then ECN would lease the vehicles for this purpose. They were unmarked. I only saw 2 vehicles that were marked. So these vehicles were unmarked. So then it came to my mind, these people said they would be looking out for these vehicles with government registrations, with stickers, and the vehicles were largely unmarked. And I was now unsure, because from these 20 mobile polling stations, whether these people are going to be 10 kilometers at the farm, 10 kilometers above, is the onus on them to walk to this place. So that one I'm not clear on. How they then did how they executed the casting of the ballots for these 8 registered people at that specific village. The elections in general was a very calm process. I've seen on various media platforms, long queues were observed across the country. Ballot papers ran out, but the whole experience, or what I observed in the Tsumkwe constituency, it was very calm. Several polling stations did run out of ballot papers. Ballot papers were, because each polling station, the fixed ones, only got 3 books. Now, a book contains 100 pages. That means for the presidential election, you received 900. For the National Assembly, you received 900 ballot papers. And then they ran out. The mobile stations only received 2 books, which is 600 each for the presidential and the National Assembly elections. And when they ran out, the fixed ones, they had to wait or borrow a book from the mobile stations, which then is a trickle effect that the mobile stations also ran out of ballot papers. So the nearest town that could then deliver is Grootfontein. That's about 288, if you round it off, about 300 kilometers from where the stations are. And as I said in the beginning, Tsumkwe is a vast constituency. So whoever is bringing these ballot papers from Grootfontein has to start at Omatako. Then you have to drive another 90 kilos to Mangedi Dunes. Then you have to drive to Asvolnes. Then you have to drive to Captain's Post. Then only you reach Tsumkwe. So the turnout was, in the morning hours, was largely the senior citizens, the elderly people. And as the sun set, the young crowd came out to cast their votes, particularly at the Tsumkwe Secondary School.
What are the young people saying?
The young people were frustrated. But not as what we saw across the country. The frustration across the country was sort of like an anger. But the Tsumkwe people were in a conversation with the electoral officers. They were getting timely updates. I did not stay and cannot confirm exactly at what time the ballot papers arrived, because it was very late. It was past 11 when I was still there, and the ballot papers had not yet arrived. Later on, I called the presiding officer like an hour after I have left to ask, have the papers arrived? Did the process resume? And it was still in the negative. It had not arrived yet. So by the time that I was still at this particular polling station, there were roughly about 50 people in the queue, and then 7 people inside the polling station, and about 3 or 4 people had left the queue while the others were waiting. So I can't say, what time the ballot papers arrived from Grootfontein. But this is about a 4 to 5 hour drive because it's gravel and it's not a very comfortable drive also. So it multiplies your hours of driving.
Yeah.
By
but
4
would you
o'clock,
say voting continued to the next day, the 28th of November?
Voting continued. The next morning, by the 28th of November, I went to the polling station very early.
Yeah.
And by 4 o'clock, they had started to count the votes. So that was an indication for me that the ballot papers had arrived, voting had taken place, and now they are busy counting. Because at 4 o'clock, they had started counting the ballots. The constituency, various polling stations, results were trickling in very slowly. The returning officer, a very forthcoming young lady, very eager to speak to media, giving us access, a carte blanche, Basha Kahiriri. Also, they received about 8 polling stations on the 28th. They were still waiting. So by Saturday, she then announced the official results. I don't know the exact numbers right now, but SWAPO party was leading. Of course, if you compare the 2014, 2019 and these results, it is a stronghold for the ruling party. Of course, the PDM would follow the ruling party compared to the past analysis. But this time, one would say that the SWAPO party is still leading by a very large and significant number, followed by the IPC. Also, affirmative repositioning movement, the candidate himself, including the party, are also, when one looks at the results, are also somewhere there, sticking out their head. So basically, what I've seen is that I don't know how to phrase this, whether they are informed or whether it's loyalty to the party.
Which also brings me to my next question, Emil, because earlier when we were engaging you, when you're in Sungwe, you mentioned that there has been a decrease of the number of voters who were coming through, seeing that only 5,000 were eligible to vote when 5 years ago it was about 6,000 people who were registered to vote.
About 6,700 people, 6,000 something, close to about 7,000 people that were registered in the constituency. This time it was just about 5,900 people that were registered to cast their votes in the constituency. I don't have the final details to say that all the 5,900 people plus voted in the constituency. Is this voter apathy? Is it maybe access to the polling stations? These are all questions that we don't know how to answer or where to source these answers from. But there has definitely been a significant decline in the registered voters. What has remained is the stronghold of the ruling party within the constituency.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, anything else that stood out in Tsumkwa for you, Emil, during elections?
It was a very unique experience for me. Like I said, at some points during my stay there, it was very difficult to believe that I'm still in Namibia, that there are areas in the country that is really affected by very little development, like basics, And Tsumkwe itself is run, what I was made to understand is the village itself. And I don't even know how to call it because it does not have a village council. It does not have a town council. It is not proclaimed. So I don't know. It has about 3 or 4 ministries that I saw there, branches of ministries. It has a NATIS. It has a clinic. It has a magistrate. But it's not proclaimed. It does not have a village council. It does not have a town council. So what exactly is it? Is it a settlement? Do we place it as a settlement? So what I'm saying is that the poverty is extremely high. Teenage pregnancy is extremely high. You come out in the morning from your lodge or wherever you are residing, and it's just youth in the street. And every second young girl is pregnant. The town has or the settlement rather has a secondary school and a primary school, So it was a very interesting experience for me personally in the constituency. It's a vast constituency. You had to travel a lot from sometimes just to get a single soundbite or just to take a picture We have to travel about 100 kilometers and then come back to the collision center. But it was an interesting experience.
All right. Well, Emil, thank you so much for talking to us. Thank you for that update, and we'll definitely be deporting you back to Tsumkwe come the next 5 years. But thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Senior reporter that is here at the NBC, Emil Khamrosebeb, joining us, talking to us, just basically giving us his overview of the elections as he was based in the town of Tsumkwe. Don't go anywhere. As we continue engaging our reporters right here in studio, we are now joined by Johanna Urikos just to give us an update as she was based in Karasburg. Johanna, I do not want to butcher your name on national TV, but this is your chance to basically say, I'm Johanna.
I am Johanna Urikos.
Yes. Reporting live from Karasburg.
Yes.
Welcome.
That was the drill. That was the drill.
Yeah, welcome back home.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the capital city.
Thank you so much.
Kindly just give us your overview, basically, of you covering the elections in the Karasburg.
Yeah, I mean, it was an incredible experience.
Yeah.
It was a long journey. It's almost plus minus 700-800 kilometers.
That's far.
Down to Karasburg. And even the remote areas that we covered. We've covered Gruno, we've covered Varambat, a settlement farm area. We've covered Osinker. We went down to Osinker. That was really far, a beautiful town. What else did we cover? Tukoms, Grootplaats. So we've made quite a journey around the Karas East region. Well, there's a lot of challenges, I must say, when we were covering to the build-up of the elections. You know, my biggest highlight was the engagement with the community. You know, I love community stories. I love to hear their stories. And that was really a highlight for me because there's a lot of, like my colleague also alluded earlier, Emil, you know, the fact that these people are really, you know, not the part of, maybe let me put it this way. Karasburg, the community, feel neglected and outcast. That's what they feel. They feel frustrated. They feel that the town, Kietmans and above, is the only areas that are really, you know, being supported when it comes to development, when it comes to, you know, infrastructure, you know, employment. So these people feel very neglected, and they were like frustrated, especially the youth. You know, there's a huge demographic when it comes to the youth, because there's a lot of old people and very young people. As soon as the young person from grade 12, 11 finished their, you know, education, then they leave. One other thing that I also observed was the school dropouts, because especially in the farm areas, Gruno and Varambat, they only have primary school. So once they're done with primary school, it's dropout. You know, they don't see anything else because this is what they see. They're not exposed to anything else. So a lot of dropouts after grade 7, and then maybe work at a farm. Basically that was what I've experienced.
Yeah.
Before the build-up.
Before the build-up to the elections. I mean, from all the things that you said, one will even be like, will people actually show up, you know, and exercise their democratic rights? But can you just talk to us about the voters' turnout?
It was, they were eager, no?
Okay.
They were eager to vote. They were eager to, you know, come up. When we went, when was it? The 27th.
Yes.
People turned up as early as 6, but it was very calm. There were no long queues, but people came up. It was around 6, 7 that the community started piling up, filling up the queues, and around 4 or 5 they were done, because it's a sparsely populated region, so there are no many people in that area. So elections were very calm, very relaxed. People would go in, come out. So yeah, people came out to exercise there.
So you would say that part of the country did not experience any ballot papers finishing?
No ballot papers finishing.
No chaos in the queue.
No chaos in the queue. It was very relaxing, very calm. The only part was when we went to, I think it was Gruno, when there was a delay of ballot papers coming, because people were waiting from 7. From 6, and then 7 it opened, and then I think the ballot papers only arrived at around 8 or so. But that was not long, because when we were when we were watching the other stories, ballot papers came really late, like at 11, and we were like, oh, okay. And now we're very lucky to be here.
Amazing. I mean, saying that you are engaging the youth, and you mentioned that, you know, they feel left out, you know, they feel neglected. What are some of the changes that they want to see?
Employment. Employment was highlighted. Like, that's the biggest thing, because there's no development. I mean, Karasburg alone only has 3 shops to begin with. 3 shops, nothing else in the region that is happening that can keep the young person, you know, going. So we've had talks with the regional councillor, and she was very adamant to say no. They are in, you know, there is a plan for the young people for employment, and we'll see, you know, once the elections are done, you know, what they have lined up for their plans in Karas.
I mean, Joe, we all know you as one of our journalists who wears heels 24 hours. But when we see you in the field, we saw you climbing rocks, we saw you, you know, climbing over fences just to do that job. Can you just talk to us about some of the memorable moments that you've had in Karasburg?
Varambat was one of the historical towns that was really rich in history. Ne? So those are the highlights that I can say. These were the memorable coverings that I did, because Varambat has a spring. It's a hot spring, right? And these graveyards are sacred. This is where people like Jacob Marenga was buried. The Gauss was buried there. So not knowing, we're just there jumping around the graves, and then later somebody said, no, this is a sacred ground. We had to apologize. You know, it was very traditional, but it was very, very, you know, it was an incredible experience, just being surrounded by this, you know, great people.
I mean, you and your cameraman, Keenan Campbell, you know, have been there for like over a week, and basically you would sum up, you know, covering elections as perhaps amazing. In one word, how would you sum up your overall experience?
It was an eye-opener. It was really an eye-opener. The fact that it felt like we're living in 2 different worlds. You know, you're coming from the city and you go down to these remote areas, and these people are still not feel like they're not civilized enough to, even when it comes to connectivity, for instance, cell phone connectivity is really nothing. There's no network around some areas, those type of challenges. And the young person, you know, without having a cell phone or connectivity, you know, they feel frustrated. Yeah, so it's two different worlds, completely different worlds.
Well, Johanna,
well,
thank you so much for joining us this morning. Thank you so much for that coverage in Karasburg. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Johanna Uriko is one of our producers, reporters right here at the NBC, joining us, talking to us about her experience covering for the elections that is in Karasburg. Don't go anywhere. More conversations coming your way. Welcome back. You're still watching the special broadcast of Namibia Votes 2024, and we continue to engage our reporters right here in studio right now. I'm joined by Maria Kalushu as well as Martha, that is Mwafangeyo. I am so sorry.
No problem.
How are you guys doing?
Very well. Fine.
I'm great. Thank you so much for joining us. This was your first time covering elections. Yes, I want to hear from the both of you. Martha, you covered Okahanja. Maria, you covered Rehoboth. Kindly just talk to us about your experiences. Martha, let's start with you.
Okay, covering elections for the very first time was actually, I experienced mixed feelings, right? So I went first to Okahanja, where I've experienced that there was actually a low turn-up of voters at Osheto. So by then, as we stayed there for some time, we could actually see that more people came to the polling stations. So from that, we went to Okahanja Mall, where there was actually a long queue. We've also observed that at these polling stations, people complained that there were the voters took very long in the voting booth, which when I engaged with these people, they actually said they didn't understand why they got 2 ballot papers, see. So it's then where I had to step up and also educate them that one of the ballot papers is actually for presidential and the other is for National Assembly. So that is what actually made them so confused that why are we voting and we are getting 2 ballot papers, which is a sign that there is a lack of voter education.
Yeah, that's right. Maria, you covered Rehoboth. Can you just talk to us about your experience?
Okay, in Tapua, the experience was quite overwhelming. I did not think I'll cover elections, firstly. So,
I did nothing out present elections, yet here we are.
So yeah, we went to Rehoboth on the Wednesday, woke up at around 3 a.m. We got to the first spot, which was the primary school, where we interviewed the Mr. Jan van Veek. Yeah, the turnout was quite low at the time, but then as hours kept on going, people kept on coming. I feel Rehoboth was quite organized for me. The officials, ECN officials, were very welcoming. They were keen to speak every time. And the polling stations, Rehoboth had 10 fixed polling stations, which I think is quite sufficient because I think the population there is not that much, so it was not that full. But when you went back in the afternoon, when it was announced that people can continue voting at a school, which I don't remember, TLJ.
That was on Wednesday, on the 28th?
Yeah, no, on Wednesday evening.
Okay.
Yes, it was quite full. People came, I think people were at work. We also went in the shopping mall, like in ShopRite. A few people were expressing themselves that they can't vote, but they're also willing to vote, but they were on duty. So I think these are the people that came in the evening.
Right.
So it was quite a good experience. I learned the town. We also went to the rural areas. It's quite like a village. I didn't think it's like that. We also went deep to Rehoboth Station. There was no polling station and it's quite far from the town. So they were telling us that the official will only bring the station, the mobile station, around 5 o'clock. But unfortunately, we didn't make time to go there. But we called a resident that we interviewed. She said they did come, but it was the turnout was very low. It was a bit late. And some people also, I remember when you were driving back from Rehoboth Station around 10 o'clock, when we heard that the polling station, the mobile polling station is only coming around 5. We saw 5 people walking to town, struggling for transport. This just shows how eager people wanted to vote. But because of logistics, they could not get their voices.
Yeah, Maria, did you engage any first-time voters, and what are they saying?
Yes, I did. I interviewed a young guy. His name is Marius. He was quite far from the queue, but he was telling me I have to cast my voice. But unfortunately, that was in Groothoop, because from Rehoboth we ended up in Groothoop, and he was determined that he is going to cast his voice, because in Groothoop there are only 4 polling stations. 2 at the school, the primary school, and 1 polling station was only for the elderly citizens, and it was very fast. But then the other one, obviously the town is quite big, and for 4 polling stations which are far from each other, so it accumulated a lot of people. So this young man was like, no, I'm going to stay no matter what it takes. So I hope he really managed to cast his voice.
Yeah. Martha, we saw you engaging the elderly as well as the young, the first-time voters. What were some of their thoughts? What did they have to say to you?
The elderly, firstly, at Okahanja, they were also queued up in a separate queue as the others, right? So by then, when I arrived, the voters didn't know that they are supposed to be standing in separate queues. That is, those of people living with disabilities, expecting mothers, and so forth. So when I arrived there, people actually raised complaints, raised concerns actually, that there are pregnant people there, they are feeling dizzy, they've been standing there, and the presiding officer is not listening to them, right? They are busy inside this, they were also setting up. So that's when I had to approach the presiding officer and I asked, are you guys not actually making any sort of arrangements for these people? So that was then when she was able to do these arrangements. And at some polling station, like at Eden Primary School, they didn't know. They're expecting mothers and the elderly. Some of them didn't know actually that they are supposed to be queuing up in a different line. So yeah, the elderly were very eager to vote, including the young people also engaged with first-time voters, which they also explained that it's also very exciting for them to partake in this electoral process.
All right. I understand that both of you were both in line of duty, but did you get the chance to exercise your democratic right?
Yes, I did.
Maria?
Yes, this is actually my second time I voted. The first was with the EVMs. So I was so curious, like the ballot, am I not going to mess up? I was so scared, but then where I voted in Rehoboth. The process is quite good because these people are informing people from the first point to the last. You have somebody making sure that you do the things correct. Even when you put in the ballots, they make sure the blue one goes to the blue one and the yellow one goes to the yellow one. But I managed, and it was quite well because we didn't have to go to the queue because we were on duty. So at least provision was made for the media.
All right. Martha, you a first-time voter?
No. This is actually my second time.
Right.
Yeah, the process went very smoothly. Where we also were privileged to be one of the first people to vote because we had to cover the elections.
Amazing. Well, Martha Mafungeo, Maria Kalishu, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
It was nice being here in Dapewa.
All right, and we'll see you guys in the next 5 years again.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, that was Maria Kalishu as well as Martha Mafungeo, both reporters right here at the NBC. It was their first time covering elections and they basically covered the process very well. We have seen them in the field and also just them engaging us. They basically did not complain and we'll basically be seeing them for the next 5 years covering elections once again. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Yeah.
Welcome back. You're still watching the special broadcast of Namibia Votes 2024, and we continue engaging our colleagues right here at the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation. Now, we are doing things differently. We are talking to the people who are always behind the scene, and right now, they are seated here with me. That is Gonzales Kapepu as well as Thomas Nukushu, both senior camera operators right here at the Namibia Broadcasting Corporation. Connie, Thomas, good morning.
Good morning.
Why are you guys shy?
Yeah, we are a bit.
You know, when you're used to being behind the camera, how does it feel being in front of the cameras right now? You guys basically have camera operators when you are the camera operators.
Yeah, we are most used to be behind, so today it's us. But
yeah, how does it feel?
It's good.
Okay.
But we're a bit shy. We are not TV people. We are behind people. Yeah.
All right, Kanye, your sentiments?
It's actually a bit nerve-wracking, but yeah, I guess it's this side of the world. Usually we're behind the cameras. Now we are in front of the cameras, a bit difficult. The lights, I must say, quite
Jamaica
confusing.
Is doing the most, ne?
Jamaica is doing the most. This is how it actually feels. But yeah, I guess we gotta do this at the end of the day. Yeah.
Amazing. Now, I definitely know that this is not your first time for the both of you covering election. Thomas, you were based in Swakopmund, Connie. You went all the way to Okahanja. Perhaps let's start with Okahanja, since it's just here next to Windhoek. How was the entire experience being behind the camera?
So I was covering Commerce and Mashotanjipa region, which is mainly Okahanja and also in our area. The experience was quite good. Besides the sun, those are our usual challenges that we have. The sun was really scorching hot, but we managed, however, to bring the viewers at home the best of quality, broadcast quality that we can.
Yeah.
It is a bit... I must say it's a whole adrenaline rush, but we managed to bring the best of our qualities to the viewers at home.
Amazing. Thomas, how was it being behind the camera all the way in Swakopmund in the Irongo region?
Yeah, it was a good experience, but remember, I've been there, so and I was covering the whole Irongo region.
Yeah.
So I wasn't only based in Swakop, so I was running from Swakop to Wavish Bay and all the areas around the Rongo region. But it's always, you need to wake up every morning.
Yeah.
Remember on the 27th, I think I woke up around 5. No, 5 I was already actually on some of the poll station. Yeah, it was good actually.
It was good, yeah.
It's something that I'm used and I've been already, so.
All right. Now, saying that this is not the first time the both of you are covering elections, what was different about this year's elections compared to back then 5 years ago?
If I have to tell on my personal now, it was this year the line or the long queue.
Yes.
And if on what I've observed on the other side, people came every morning and they come up in big numbers, but it was a bit slow until 1 o'clock, and probably the officials started getting to the system and understanding what to do. I remember after lunch when I went to some of the polling stations, they become a bit, the line was going a bit faster.
Yeah.
Comparing, especially in the morning. Like I remember they had an experience with I think it's their tab. Yeah, I don't know what system they're using there. I don't know if it's a software or whatever. Sometimes it gets stuck. People keep on sitting and waiting.
Yeah.
And I like the Rongo region people. Like some of them, they came with their camping chair, made braai, whatever.
Braai stands?
Yes.
Really?
Some was sitting there, braai, and doing it for their family, which was very good.
Yeah.
Sorry to say this, especially the comrade, the whites people. They were doing it, yeah.
Okay.
Which was very good.
Yeah, Connie, how does it this year differ
from
back
my
then?
experience? It's not like he was in the coast. You know that is a usual thing in the coast where people brag.
Yeah.
Here in my region that I was Commerce and of course Mashotanjipa, which is mainly Okahanja, people just wanted to vote. That was it. So the queues were a problem. You see, we as the NBC, our mandate is to inform and to educate. So you have to inform people at home that you can make your way here or something of that sort. But however, the queues were a problem. They were not really moving. So it was now hard to tackle that situation. It was just relaxed, I guess, for the extended period. So that is where they were relaxed and the queues were really fast. I don't know what happened. The queues were really moving. I was at the Namib queues were, so there it was easy to tell people at home that no, you gotta make your way to Namib. The queues are running very fast. So for me, that was my experience for the covering the election on the part of ECN or so. So the queues were just really a problem, I guess, for the first day, the 27th.
The other experience,
yes, Thomas.
The last election, we were given a privilege to vote first. But this time I ended up joining the queue and I became part of them. And people were very shocked. NBC operators in the queue, and we queue up.
Yeah, you queued
It was good for them.
Yeah.
Because they thought apparently we are part of the, how do you call the
special voting?
Yeah, the special vote.
Yeah.
But we queue up and we stand for it and we end up voting. I did my part.
I also did my part, but I got the special treatment.
Such.
But you see, the thing about being a camera operator is you always carry your camera with. When people saw you carrying your cameras with this time around, were they welcoming or were they like, hey, why are you guys taking pictures of us, or what is NBC doing here? You know, there are always such remarks like that. Were people welcoming to you guys?
At certain areas, people are.
Yeah.
You find some people that are just enjoying to have fun and being in the queue. They don't even care if you are recording. For them, as long as they are sitting in the queue.
Waving at the camera.
Some are even waving, some are talking. Like I did a lot of vox pop around the Rongo region, and even I remember we found he's a mayor of Wavish Bay.
Trevino Forbes.
Yes. We found him in the queue and he was ready to talk to us and with no any hesitation. So
amazing.
For me, they were welcome to talk to NBC. Okay. Although you find certain that to be like, why me?
Yeah. Connie?
I guess it's how comfortable you make the people that are in the queue comfortable. If you make them comfortable, I guess it's good to go. But other than that, it's just a few people that were like, I don't turn the camera. Even if you are not focusing on them, they would be like, no, I don't want to be in your video or whatever it is. So you find those group or individuals that would be. But other than that, everyone, I guess, this time really were welcoming to us. So we are glad because we have to work with people at the end of the day. So if they are welcoming, our jobs become much easier. So this time around it was quite good. No troubles with.
And remember, it's NBC.
Yeah.
When you approach people, people are always. There are certain people that
people
are happy to see NBC.
Yes.
Although we say NBC, it's for all of us. It's ours.
It is definitely ours. But seeing that you're behind the camera, what are some of the most memorable moments you've captured? These elections. We saw Connie. You were at Okatenda, I think. Okapale. Yes. That is in Ombili.
Yes.
And chaos erupted.
Yeah, chaos erupted while we were live.
Yes.
So.
But what are some of the most memorable moments that you've captured these elections?
That was one of them. I was at Okapale with Martha. Martha is a reporter. So while we were doing our thing with a presiding officer, here erupts a chaotic situation there. And then so I had to inform, we communicate with the director as well that is in studio. So you have to inform that, no, we have a situation happening here. Should we move towards that direction? And then you have to cue the reporter.
Yeah.
So that's how we queued, and I guess it went well.
It went really well.
It went well, in my opinion.
You brought us those visuals.
Yeah, which is that's where we step in. We have to bring the visuals clear at you.
Look at you feeling yourself. Welcome, Thomas.
Experience-wise, I remember at a certain area we were going live with a KiloView. And it's connection, it's always a problem at certain area, internet and all that. But there are certain areas that you find, like I remember at where some people remember people wake up early morning or people slept there. So they mark their spot.
Yeah, we saw that,
yes.
especially in the Rongo region.
There was an incident of guy who marked his position with a stone. Apparently he put the stone there. This is my seat.
This is where I'm standing
but now
tomorrow.
Remember, someone also come with the chair and put there. Now there was an incident of them fighting. But this is my stone. How will I know this is your stone? So they keep on until the police came in and
you took visuals of those?
We did.
If only we could play them in. Okay. Well, guys, thank you so much for joining us. We wish you all the best. And you should do more on camera than being behind the camera. No. How was this experience?
I belong behind.
I guess
so you guys did not like it when I interviewed you?
No.
Oh, wow, Connie and Thomas. So we'll talk about this off air. But thank you so much for talking to us. And you guys definitely did a great job bringing us those visuals for the elections.
Thank you, and you're most welcome.
All right. Well, Thomas Nukushu as well as Gonzalez Kapepu, both senior camera operators for the Namibia Broadcasting Corporation, joining us in studio, just talking to us about their experience as well. Don't go anywhere. Let's take a look at this insert.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome back. You're still watching the special broadcast of Namibia Votes 2024. Now let's take a look at this insert where presenter Nina Katangana engaged the new mayor of Swakopmund.
Now, the recent elections for the Swakopmund Municipal Council have resulted in Councillor Blasius Gorasep being elected as the new mayor in guiding municipal decisions. The new mayor now joins us this morning. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, and thank you, Nina. Thank you for having me.
Well, first of all, of course, congratulations on your being elected and appointed as the new mayor of the town of Swakopmund.
Thank you so much.
Before we unpack, of course, your plans while in office as mayor, I want to gauge your views on the elections, which, of course, has come to an end here in this region, but is still ongoing in other parts of the country. So how do you perceive, firstly, the recent, election results in Swakopmund, and what do you think they indicate about the community within this region's priorities?
Well, Nina, we had 24 fixed stations and 6 mobile teams in Swakopmund. And then I must admit it went fairly smooth from the beginning and so on. But then at certain voting points, polling stations, we had some issues that were reported, especially at Pro-Ed, for instance, where it would become very uncomfortable for people because it was a mobile point. And while certain voters were still in the queues, the point had to move again. And it was very uncomfortable for those people now to have to find a new point. So we were arguing now, Pro-Ed is a school. Why was there not a fixed point at that school? Why did people need to move between polling points? And then there was the issue, one of the other issue that was reported at Habitu, also where people were still in the queue apparently, and then the voting they just couldn't be afforded the opportunity to vote. So these among others were reported also. So perhaps we didn't, at some places, for instance, at Kwanikonde's system was also freezing and hanging up, similar to what was reported at other parts of the country. So we also had some of those happening in Swakopmund. Our main concern, however, now is, although it went fairly well in Swakopmund, we were just of the opinion that we could have been afforded at least 1 or 2 stations in the extended period, just to allow for those members, to allow for those members of the community that didn't have the opportunity to vote. So we would have really appreciated if we had 1 or 2 stations, at least just 1 or 2, just to allow those members of the society that didn't exercise their democratic vote to be able to do so. But then after all, I think it went fairly well. It went fairly well.
And now we await the results.
Yes, now we await eagerly, in eager expectation, the announcement of the results.
What are your immediate priorities as the new mayor of Swakopmund?
Well, Nina, I think it would be good for us to start with stakeholder engagement, just a meet and greet, so that we meet our key stakeholders and more or less find out their concerns, their expectations, their challenges. What are the challenges they're facing? What are their expectations from the mayoral office? So that we are able to then be guided by what we gather during those stakeholder engagements. So that's one. The second one is we have a festive calendar that is quite packed with activities. Starting with the Netbank Desert Dash, then followed by Africa Netball Cup that will also be run here in Swakopmund. Then we have the food festival, and then we have the annual F&B triathlon, Sandman triathlon, and then there's the street fair, and there's the athletics training camp and development camp. So we are, and then there's a swimming dash, and so the whole festive season is really packed with activities. So I believe those will now get our immediate attention for now.
And of course there are challenges facing this community, and I'm sure you already have plans that you'd like to execute once this festive season calendar is out of the way. So talk to us about the ideas and plans, initiatives that you have possibly lined up to speak to the challenges of the communities within this area.
It's important to note, Nina, that there is no one-size-fits-all solution for the entire community. We would like to segment the community and then deal with each segment in its own merit and in its own right. If you look at the elderly, for instance, they've got their concerns, their challenges. If you look at unemployed graduates, for instance, they've got their challenges and concerns. If you look at the youth, and if you look at churches, and you look at sports clubs, for instance, soup kitchens. So we don't want to put all of them in one bucket, but we want to segment and then deal with those critical stakeholders individually, and to find out what are the challenges they face and so on, and how we can work together in finding solutions from the office of the mayor side. But then from the top of my head, especially in the informal settlements, for instance, the major issues that we are facing now is lack of street lighting. It's dark in those areas, and it becomes unsafe for our people to move around, especially at night. So already we are in talks with Irongore to erect some, to improve the street lighting in the informal area. So that is one that we'll definitely have to push from the side of the office of the mayor. That's one. But then I must add to that although we are bringing this development that is much needed in the informal settlement, the challenge that we are facing is copper theft. People Irongore can come and put a cable there today to bring the much needed light to our community. But then tomorrow it's gone. So there is this self-destructive nature also in our community, and we need to find a way around that, because we are losing millions and millions on copper theft on an annual basis. So we are jumping onto Irongore and say our places are dark, and the moment they move, then we come and counter again with stealing copper, and that is really self-destruction. That's one. The other challenge that we need, that needs our immediate attention, is the issue of safety. Resident safety, visitors and tourist safety in our town. Swakopmund is not safe anymore. And the other day I just heard somebody saying they prefer Walvis, for instance, because Swakop is not so safe anymore. These are obviously sentiments that we don't want to hear. So there is a space there, and there's an opportunity for us to work together with law enforcement for them to really have targeted interventions so that we can turn that around. So these are the immediate areas that will receive our immediate attention going forward.
You also mentioned, of course, you don't want to place everybody in under the same umbrella when it comes to challenges, and you're going to be dealing with them as individual situations. But I want to ask about the elderly that you mentioned. What are some of the challenges that the elderly within the town?
What we found, and then this is an issue that we have already started addressing. For instance, during the COVID period, we opened all the water. And during that period, we have found that most of the elderly never really paid the water. Now they are running into this situation where water bills are quite high for the elderly. Yeah, it has accumulated, and you get a water bill of an elderly person for around 46,000, 36,000, 20,000, and they only have the old age grant, and there is no chance that they can ever pay those kind of amounts off. So there's a program that we have introduced a while ago. So we will do some more PR to see, are there some elderly who are still faced with this problem, and then there was a grace period that the council has granted. But maybe we need to do a bit of more PR, just to indicate that during this period, council did write off some of these debts. If you have not heard about this program, please make way to our office so we can see how we can help. So those are but the challenges that some of those elders face. You will find in some other instances that the elderly are left with their grandchildren, and the grandchildren would only be solely dependent on that grant of the old age, and then the children do not really look back and take care of the kids they have left with the grandparents. So we find those also in our community. So those are more or less the challenges that our people face. So we will now see how we can assist in those kind of instances. For instance, this is why I'm saying you cannot have a one size fits all as for the community and the challenges they face.
What is your vision, for the economic development for the town of Swakopmund?
Well, first and foremost, we want our own economic barometer in Swakopmund, so that we are able to collect our economic data and statistics locally for Swakopmund. Currently, we have the national data and so on, and national economic indicators and so on. But we would love to have our own economic indicators in Swakopmund so that we are able to keep an eye on economic growth, where we are growing, which sectors of our economy is growing at what times and so on. That's one. And then secondly, we are looking at township industrialization, where we can maybe manufacture something. I mean, at the moment, we are not manufacturing even a toothpick. There's nothing that we are manufacturing in Swakopmund. So we have already started engaging with our international partners, and then perhaps during my tenure, I hope we will be able to at least kickstart the process where we are looking at what is available in terms of raw material and what is there that we can at least manufacture in Swakopmund. Then thirdly, as for the economic development, we are looking at, we have a couple of agricultural plots also available in Swakopmund. And now we want to see how we can, in a coordinated manner, use those agricultural plots to create a circular agricultural economy so that we can produce. For instance, if you just look at the eggs that we consume, all our hotels and guest houses, do we really need to bring these eggs from Okanya? Why don't we produce them here? If you look at the tons and tons of bacon we use here, why can't we produce them here? So these are the activities in terms of economy that we are looking at, perhaps that we can coordinate from the office of the mayor to bring that agri side also into Swakopmund. Normally, we would be seen as a tourist destination, and I think we have done well in those. But now we need to expand. We need to expand into manufacturing and expand into agri, so that we produce what we eat and eat what we produce.
Talk to us about the strategies that you're perhaps looking to implement, to enhance community engagement within the town, because you can't do anything without the community, really.
Of course, of course. Well, on a weekly basis through our PR, we are already on the radio stations. And then on every Wednesday, we open our Facebook page for those members of the community that has access to Facebook, and then that's where they can criticize and compliment our services and also express themselves. So we have those channels already available, but then we also have an annual calendar where we have now the monthly community meetings, and that's where we also communicate and engage with our community. But then we really want to have targeted interventions, especially for youth. If you look at youth, street soccer and those things, that's where we want to catch them and also engage them and see what they need, and then how we can help and get them involved in the activities. So as we are saying, we want to segment and then deal with each segment according to their needs. So graduates, for instance, unemployed graduates, we would like to engage them, get them together in a wall, say, guys, what can we do together? Can you do training? For instance, you are already in what field have you studied? Can you do training in this and this? So we will see how we will engage every member of the society.
Other than unemployment, being a concern for the youth, like it is around the country, what's specific to the Irongo region and part of the youth challenges here is also drug abuse. Are there any projects, initiatives that your office is undertaking together with stakeholders, of course, to mitigate this great concern?
Yes, good question. We have, as Swakopmund municipality, we have what we call Swakopmund Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse, the SADA initiative. That has went through council. We have launched it a while ago, and then we have partnered with stakeholders and NGOs like SODA for programs that they are doing. So it's just now to maximize what we already have started and really to get it to fruition. In the fight against drug and substance abuse is quite huge. It's a momentous task. So because of perceived involvement of police also. So it makes it very, very challenging to really tackle and root out. But now we have also approved budget and funding for House of Safety in Swakopmund, where we will have provision for substance abuse victims, where they can now have programs and be assisted and so on, where counseling and these things will happen. So we are also looking to work with the ministry and then improve and see how we can increase the available number of counselors, and so that we can actively. But our focus would then be on prevention. and not so much on rehabilitation. Yeah, how do we prevent from the onset through training and then activities, and get our people, get our youth off the streets, and then get them actively engaged so that they don't engage in these kind of things. Yeah, but we have made some efforts already in those space.
Fantastic. Yeah. Now, other than you being appointed as the new mayor, there's also a new deputy mayor.
Yeah, of course.
So talk to us about your plans for collaboration with the deputy mayor and also, of course, the councillors.
I really want to involve the office of the deputy mayor from the onset, because as I've just said to you, our festive program, if you just look at that, for instance, there's no way that I will be attending all of them on my own. So I will be delegating most of the task also to the deputy mayor. She's also quite clued up, and I'm sure she will be able to, I will keep her on her toes. She will be running. Yeah, so it is necessary for us as the leadership of the town to show that, you know, this is not a one-man show. We don't own things here. We work together and we capacitate so that in the absence of the mayor, for instance, things can continue to function. Yeah, so the deputy mayor's office will be operational from the onset.
Awesome.
Yeah, as for the other councillors, we look at capacity and then we will try and place our resources. If you look at, for instance, in the hospitality industry, we have capacity on council. So issues relating to hospitality, we have a councillor that is specialized in that. When it comes to the technical aspects, town planning and the technical aspects, we have capacity in council. So we will look at how we deploy our resources based on capacity.
Transparency and accountability is very important. So how do you plan to ensure that this is paramount in your office and during your tenure? Transparency and accountability becomes a challenge when you don't involve people. When you try and run a one-man show, you know, then transparency and accountability will always be questioned. But when you have an open door, open book approach right from the onset, then you shouldn't have issues with transparency, you know. So where anybody can at any time approach the office, then we shouldn't have those kind of issues. Normally where there's lack of leadership, that's where you will find transparency issues and so on. But I think we have the right mindset and the right type of leadership in the office in order to curb that. Yeah. Just finally, what message do you have for the residents of Swakopmund as you begin your term as mayor?
Nina, before I get to the residents of Swakopmund, I really have a strong message to the law enforcement. To the law enforcement, to the police, regional police, local police. We really want to see policing. We really want to see improved visibility of our police. Swakopmund is not safe anymore. We now have the issue of Angolan children begging on our streets. And the police just does not have grip on this situation. You know, these children, and they force you to buy things from them. If you don't buy, they can even stone you. And they become violent, you know. And the police are just not, they just don't have the hand on the crime. Crime has been on the increase in Swakopmund. So my message is really to the law enforcement agencies out there to come to the fore and be more visible, especially now that we are expecting visitors and tourists to come to our town. We need improved visibility from the police. Police is just nowhere to be seen. So my challenge is really, and my message, this message is strong to the police. Yeah, we are serious when we say we want to see improved visibility of the police. You cannot even walk in the streets of Swakopmund during the day and you will be threatened. I mean, Swakopmund is this place where you come, where you want to have a good time with family and friends and so on. But it becomes more and more unsafe. So my message is to the police is we want to see increased visibility. And then to the people of Swakopmund, really I want to address the issue of copper theft. Copper theft is a serious issue affecting us all. It's a self-destructive nature. It is a self-destruction issue. We are destroying ourselves when we steal copper cables, because now we have to come and reinvest money that we could have spent on something else just to replace cables that somebody has privatized. So that issue we are really strongly condemning. And we will now strongly advocate together with Irongored, and we will have campaigns running through our PR office so that when you see something, please say something. Yeah. That's a campaign that we will be running from the office of the mayor. See something, say something, so that we can curb copper theft. Yeah. But as for the Swakopmunders, let's work together, let's stand together, and let's restore and let's take our city to greater heights. Yeah, and then I want to invite and send an invite nationwide and even regionally that, of course, we all know that Swakopmund is the destination of choice when it comes to December and the holidays and so on. We have a fully packed program for festive. You will never be bored. So inland, there's drought, there's no rain, it's hot. Swakopmund is the place to be. Yeah, so that's our message. And thank you, Nina, for having us. But we are excited for this new tenure and we are ready. All hands on deck and boots on the ground. Fantastic. We are ready to work.
Well, thank you so much for being here. And once again, congratulations on being elected and all the best with your plans for your tenure.
Thank you. We remain humble.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that was Swakopmund's new mayor sharing his sentiments, firstly on the elections, as well as his plans to fulfill his new role successfully.
They're in conversation with the new mayor of Swakopmund, just one of the interviews we've had throughout the week, and just bringing you an update saying that we're still continuing off with the conversations on elections. We now head over to Ilago Shitatela, who's still finding herself at the ECN. Ilago, it's over to you.
Well, thank you so much. Today is day 6 of our special election coverage on this program called Namibia Votes 2024. And we are also continuing on this end from the CERC to interview our colleagues that were hard at work to ensure that the nation is kept abreast about all the things that are happening regarding the presidential and national elections that Namibia is experiencing at the moment. We are eagerly all awaiting results, and we will bring those to you as we receive them. But now we are continuing our conversations, and in studio here with me at the ECN headquarters, I have NBC reporter that is Lucia Ngifindaka here to tell us about her experience covering the elections. Good morning, and thank you so much for being here, Lucy.
Good morning.
It's a pleasure to have you here. I know that you didn't travel out of the city with this project. You were home, ensuring that you inform the nation about the elections from the perspective of the Windhoek city. How was that? But first, let's start with the campaign period. Of course, you were covering political parties and the campaigns and their manifesto launch and all of that before they went to the polls. What was that experience like?
It was, I would say it was a lot of work, but it's a lot of work that needed to be done. So covering different political parties, just realized that we have a lot of work to do. And then coming to election, I was based in Soweto, which is the John Pandeni constituency, and as well as Katutura Central constituency. I experienced quite a lot, which my observation was during the day, it was more older people that were actually camping in the queues and waiting to cast their vote. And I've realized that some people that I've engaged with, they actually came to the polling station as early as 2 a.m. And in the evening, I've actually observed that most of the young people came to actually make sure that they exercise their right.
Earlier on, I had a conversation with Esther Mbatera from the Windhoek Observer, and her observation was that when we speak of the demographic of young people who showed up to vote, her understanding is that people that were older than 30, 35 were what she was seeing more, compared to the young people of 18 to 29, 28. She couldn't find those. She couldn't find many of those. So which category of young people were you seeing in the queues?
Let's say around from 8 o'clock. I actually have observed more first-time voters in around maybe 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock.
Are these first-time voters as per first, like as in they just turned 18, or first-time voters? Because a first-time voter can be a 65-year-old as well.
No, so I've encountered the first-time voters which are 18 and the first-time voters that
are older.
Yeah, that are older, which they just decided, I'm going to exercise my right. Like, this is it.
Yeah. So when you speak to someone who's a first-time voter but is older and had many opportunities to participate in this democratic process and chose not to, what were the reasons that were providing?
They said, according to one person that I've spoken to, according to her, she wants I mean, all the years she has just been observing, and she chose this year specifically, and according to her, this is a special year, and she wants to make to actually exercise her right, and she just did that.
She finally went and voted because she felt this was her special year to do so, which is very right and well, because it is her right to do so, and it's not an exercise that one can be forced to do, right?
True.
Of course, Lucy, we already understand that the queues were long, ballot papers were running out. That is information that we have out there. But what was one of those unique moments that you captured during the voting process? Let's start with Wednesday, perhaps, up to Saturday when polls closed.
I think I wouldn't say it's special, because adding on the lack of ballot papers, there was also lack of ink at some polling station. Like, for instance, in the Katutura Community Hall, there was actually a bit of chaos there because the polling station opened around about 9 o'clock, and the citizens were furious. They were angry. They've been standing in, according to them, they've been standing in the queue for a long time, and it's too hot. And also, one thing I've picked up is that that certain polling station in Katutura Community Hall, they actually didn't have special ballot papers for visually impaired for people, and I've spoken to one, and his complaint was he had to ask the next person to actually cast his vote, and he was also worried because what if the person that was helping him doesn't exactly.
Did you engage the ECN officials at the polling station? What were they saying?
Unfortunately, they were not picking at that moment, but I did a follow-up. Until today, they didn't give me an answer as to why there was no special ballot papers at specific polling stations.
Yeah. Were there any positive moments that you picked up? Let me tell you, because on the night of voting day, the 27th, I received a call from a Namibian who was in the queue waiting to vote, and he says the queues were very long. But the reason why this gentleman called, it was to say, I would like to bring this to the fore of NBC because the queues were chaotic. However, a member of the public came here and took control to put the queues in order and to create a system to help everyone get help faster and have the ability to go and cast their vote faster. So this community member came and took control and volunteered themselves, and I felt that was a really positive story to have looked at. Were there any such unique positive stories that you witnessed during your observations?
I wouldn't say there was really, but I think on the side of the presiding officers, I think it was really an action that they took into their own hand by educating the voters, to which giving them direction, because there were actually voters that they didn't know what to do, what to bring, and they were explaining all that process to them. I think that was really useful. In terms of keeping order, I think the police officers were doing just as that, and it was the only polling station that was a bit chaotic was the Katutura Community Hall.
But things later worked out?
Yeah, things later worked out, although the process was still slow.
Voting was then extended for 2 more days, which was the 28th and the 29th rather, and the 30th of November, Friday and Saturday. What was your observations thereafter? Were you on duty on that day? Were you still covering the voting process? Because your constituencies specifically were not open for voting.
Yeah, I think the night that the voting was actually extended, there was a gentleman who actually turned up to the polling station in Soweto Market, and he narrated that he was instructed to tell the presiding officers that we need to extend this, and because I had doubt, I need to take this and take it up with the vet, and I called him, and then he's telling me he had no idea about the extension, so I needed.
The PRO of ECN had no idea about the extension?
Yes, I called him twice, and he said he had no idea, and then I put him on loudspeaker because the police officers were there, and the gentleman who was given direction, he was there. So he said, he had no idea. So the gate should be locked and nobody should join the queue.
Was this for Saturday and Friday?
No, that was the
Wednesday evening.
Thursday evening.
Okay.
The Thursday
No, of course there was no voting on Thursday. Voting was only extended for Friday and Saturday. So were you on the ground? Were you at the Namib Hall? Because that's the only polling station that was open in Windhoek.
No, unfortunately I wasn't.
Okay. So now we are waiting for results to be announced. What do your duties entail, or have your election coverage ended right now?
I'm still waiting. I still have maybe to observe, to cover the results and find out what's happening on the ground. So basically that's it.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Lucy?
Nothing really. I think I've said it all.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Lucy, for being here, and we wish you all the best with what the rest of the day have in store for you.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, we are still here at the ECN headquarters and really just bringing you discussions from the people that were on the ground, ensuring that you receive the latest pertaining to the elections, that is the presidential and national assembly elections. Of course, the results that we have now are those that were announced last night by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia, Dr. Elsie Nikembwa. We are still awaiting more results to be announced. Right now, we have 32 out of 121 constituencies counted in the National Assembly elections and 31 out of 121 constituencies counted out of the presidential elections. Let's take a look at those results in details as per the graphics that we have put together. Let's take a look. What you just saw there is a summary of the National Assembly as well as the presidential elections for 2024 results, the current ones that we have available right now. Those were designed by NBC graphic designer Charles Bosman, and we will keep updating them as we receive them here at the Central Election Results Center. Now, we are continuing our engagement with our reporters who were on the ground covering the elections this time around. I am joined by Hendrina Kanyolo. Good morning, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much, Elaba, for having me.
It's a pleasure to have you here, Hendrina. You, just like Lucy Ngifindaka, who we just spoke to, was also stationed here in the capital city. Can you please tell us which parts of the city you were covering, which constituencies to be specific?
Okay, so I was covering the Tobias Hanyoko constituency as well as the Moses Garweb constituency. Mind you, those are the constituencies that are highly populated.
Okay.
So I managed to cover at least four polling stations in each constituency.
So 8 in total?
Yes. So I try to make it strategic so that I create a relationship with the presiding officers, so that when I go to another polling station, I'm able to come back and then just get an update for the following day as well.
Where did you get the idea from to create a strategy and to create relationships with the presiding officers?
Yes. So in the previous elections that I have covered, there were times that journalists might not have a relationship with the presiding officers, and then you will not be able to get your answers. So this time I was like, I'm going in full force.
You're going in prepared.
Prepared.
Okay.
And making sure that when I want my answers to be my questions to be answered, I'm getting the answers and then informing the nation.
Okay. So how was it? Of course, elections voting day was on the 27th, but before then, you were also busy with other elections related matters. You know, we had campaign coverage that was going on first, and then we also had the day before the polls opened, where I'm sure you guys were on the ground trying to see how polling stations are preparing before voting day, and later we saw polling stations being extended. What was that process like?
Yeah, I was not really on the ground then because of running other shows.
Okay.
Although we tried to engage some of the polling stations that were put up, and so I really don't have anything to say on that one.
Okay, you weren't covering any campaign-related matters. Thank you so much for clarifying that.
Yeah.
So, what was voting day like? The first voting day.
The first voting day was pretty exciting because people didn't. In my own location, people didn't sleep.
Wow.
They didn't sleep. They queued up. Let me say, from 5 o'clock when you are knocking off. This person
in the evening. That's on the 26th of November.
Yes. People queued up before the election day. So everybody didn't sleep. I felt like, okay, why am I sleeping if everybody is awake?
And that's your story. That's where the news is.
Yes.
So if people were queuing up, were they queuing up physically? Because in other towns, we saw people placing objects there as representation of their spot. In those constituencies that you're saying, at polling stations, people were queuing up as early as 5 p.m. the day before polling stations opened.
100%.
Were they there physically?
Physically. So this is what they did. It's either they put up their camping chair and then they slept there and waited for the elections.
Sure.
And so when I woke up and went to the nearest one, near Lieta in Okuriangaba, the line was already from the road from where the polling station is.
Yes.
It went behind all those houses. So these people were so patient enough to wait, not only through the night, also in the evening, throughout the evening, and then during the day until it was late. Because I thought they would give up on the where they say the lines are long like that. But I saw that
they remained resilient.
Yeah.
That's amazing to see. But I want to understand from a human perspective, it's very difficult to spend so much time in the queue without having to satisfy your human needs, like seeking an ablution facility, something to drink or something to eat, because the time you're explaining is quite long. We had a conversation now that I just watched of Ndapewa engaging the camera operators, and there was Thomas Ngushu who was in Swakopmund. What he mentioned was that people were standing in the queues with their braai stands and, you know, making a plan for when nature calls.
They don't want to complain on now I have to get out of the line and then miss out on the elections, because remember, mind you, the elections were just supposed to be on that day.
Just that one day.
That one day.
So what were these individuals that had stood in the lines for so long? How did they meet the needs, the human needs? How did they eat? How did they use ablution facilities? What were their solutions?
Yeah, but I saw that in some of the polling stations, there were ablution facilities, you know, the mobile ones. They were placed there because it's an informal settlement. Although they were not sufficient, I think that is what they used. Yeah.
Okay. So, right. The queues remain long?
Throughout until the evening, 23, that is when we decided to retire. Yeah, so until, but then when I went back the following morning to ask, you know, what time did you guys finish with the voting process? Some polling stations mentioned that we only finished at 2 in the morning and some at 4 in the morning. So they also didn't start counting early because they were also trying to get their energy back. That's why some of them, the polling stations they finished their counting only in the evening again. That's why we couldn't also update the nation, especially on the on my side.
Okay, because counting took a bit longer.
Yeah.
All right. So then, were results eventually released at your polling stations?
Yes, they were, and they were placed in the pasted on the walls or on the facilities that are there, that are availed. And I also went back and just to get an update on, you know, how did it go. The presiding officers were willing to speak on, you know, who got what, you know, what party did well and whatnot. So we got an update.
Okay. Of course, voting was extended then for the 29th to the 30th of November. Your polling stations within your constituencies were closed and not opened for the extended period of voting. But what were your observations on this day? Were you still on the ground, perhaps?
Yes, 100%. We realized that when now the date got extended, we only had one polling station, which is the Namib polling station. But then, mind you, the people the messes are actually in the informal settlement. So we had to go back and find out maybe perhaps if there is those that were not able to vote and are not going to be able to vote on that day, even if the votes are extended, the voting days are extended. We have come across people who say it's either they missed the 27th voting because either of work, that was a main challenge because they had to go to work, or because, you know, the queues were long, but then, so that means they just gave up.
But the 27th was a public holiday. These were essential service workers?
Yes. For example, let me say a security guard, for example. Yes. Those are some of the people that were complaining about it.
And their employers didn't allow them to vote, to go out and vote?
No, they did, but then because of the queue.
All right.
Yeah, because some people went back initially.
When you spoke to them, did they then end up going to the Namib Community Hall to vote on the Friday and Saturday?
They didn't go because, so I spoke to them like afterwards, like to ask why didn't you vote, because there are 2 extra days that are given. Why are you not using those days? Why are you not utilizing those days? And they explained that no, now I have to take some money out of my pocket just to go vote. So they felt like it's not, you know, worth going through the process again. Yeah.
Money in reference to transport that they have to use to travel to the constituency rather the polling station that's open.
And the question also arose why only one polling station? Why initially not just, you know, take it to the polling stations that started with the process?
Yeah, but the ECN eventually explained the reasons and the criteria they used for the 8 constituencies that were selected to be part of the extended period.
100%.
All right. So counting process then began. We are seeing results being announced. Are you still on the ground?
Yes, we are on the ground. For now, we are stationed here at ECN.
Okay.
Yeah, but we'll see when we go back to the office what we are going to do afterwards.
In the beginning of our conversation, Hendrina, you indicated that this is, of course, not your first elections. Thus, you use these interesting strategies to create relationships with some presiding officers that help you get information. What would you say was one of the biggest differences from this election, from your perspective, covering them, and that which you've covered before?
Yeah, I would say this one is very, very different because I feel like more education was put in on, when you see this person on the ground, this is what you're supposed to do. Back then, you had to ask the presiding officers, okay, I'm a journalist, I'm just here for an update, trying to explain, but then you might get turned away.
Okay.
Yes, you might get turned away.
This time they were welcoming.
This time they were welcoming, and I feel like that perhaps ECN put in, awareness into the election campaign. Yeah.
The coverage aspect and the importance of media being part of it. Yes. Were there any positive moments that wowed you about these elections that you saw during your coverage in your constituencies?
Yeah, the positivity is basically the voters themselves. They were like, yes, we are going to vote. We are ready, especially the first-time voters. I swear those ones that turned 18. They are so excited. They were like, I hope my vote counts. And the energy, and then they were also welcoming. They're like, I want to speak on TV. And I'm like, yes. So I'm like, I want to share my experience. Those people came out and then they were like, you know what? It's a very good feeling to be a voter. At least I am saying something about the elections. I'm making a difference. This is what the voters were saying, and I was just like, very well.
Oh, that was very nice. Did you manage to vote?
100%. I actually voted first.
You voted first?
Yes.
Okay, hence the relationship that you created with the presiding officer to understand that you are on duty and perhaps you should be afforded the opportunity first to be able to execute your duties, which makes sense. A lot of people might not understand that, but all right.
Yes, luckily we were at the Abraham Iambo polling station, Abraham Iambo primary polling station. Not that we wanted to go first, we just had to explain to them that, okay, if when your first, because we have to allow the first person to go in. Remember, this person put in effort to be the number one, to be the one casting their vote number one. So when he went in, and then the presiding officers were like, okay, explaining to the voters that they have to go also afterwards so that they can just go back to their work.
All right. What were some of the challenges that you experienced from a journalistic point of view that could have hindered you delivering at work successfully during this coverage process?
I didn't experience any challenges really.
That's amazing. So you were received well?
Yes, 100%.
So what are we looking forward to from Hendrina Kanyolo's diary in as far as the news coverage is concerned?
Yes. So we are eagerly waiting for the results to come out. Hopefully I'll be one of the journalists that will be covering whoever comes out victorious. And
All right. Well, thank you so much, Hendrina, for coming and telling us about your experience covering the elections. We wish you all the best with the rest of the day and the rest of the week as well.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, that was Hendrina Kanyolo, an NBC journalist, talking to us about her experience covering the 2024 presidential and National Assembly elections. Let's take a look once again at those graphics depicting the current results that have been released by ECN. Well, that is a summary of the National Assembly and presidential election results that are available at the moment. We are still expecting more results to be announced here at the ECN headquarters. Right now, we do not have an indication of when, but it surely will be within the next few hours. The ECN will ensure that they inform the public before they do come and announce them so that you can all tune in. This is NBC, so please also follow us on our social media pages on NBC Digital News to ensure that you do not miss out on all our timely updates relating to elections. It's over to studio. As from me, I'll see you again tomorrow. My colleagues will be taking over at the ECN.
So much, Ilago. With that, we will also be bringing you highlights, seeing that the conversation has been on elections since the 26th of November. We will be bringing you some of the interviews we've had with analysts as well as reporters and everybody who basically just had their 2 cents as to the elections this year, seeing that these are the 8th national, the 8th presidential as well as National Assembly elections that is for Namibia. Well, from myself and Dapewa, I'll see you. That is, of course, tomorrow. Jonas Mbambo will be here to take over. That is from the hour of 2. And at 1 o'clock, we will be bringing you, that is, of course, the news making headlines at that time. For now, let's take a look at some of these interviews we've had throughout the entire week.
ECN's Collision Center here in the Keetmanshoop Urban Constituency, where I'm joined by a number of guests. They'll just be speaking to me about their experiences that they have had during the presidential and National Assembly elections that took place on Wednesday, the 27th of November 2024. As you know, about 1.4 Namibians, eligible Namibians, voted or registered for these particular elections, and they came in their numbers to voice their concerns and make sure that, that they choose the political parties and the presidential candidates of their choice. While now joining me just to discuss and just to get their views with regard to the voting process, with regard to the results that we are still waiting for, and just their overall impression of what transpired in the presidential and National Assembly elections. I am joined by Obert Daniels, Otis Daniels, who is representing the Namibia Media Hub. Yes. And then I'm also joined by our very own Mr. Doc Thomas from NBC. And then I'm joined by one of our scholars here in Keetmanshoop, Dr. Rauna Namukwambi. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us on NBC TV and for this special live broadcast.
It's an honor.
Great. Otis, obviously you've been here since the beginning of the election process. Just share with me some of your observations during this week of voting and where we are right now.
Yeah, thank you, man. I must say I'm impressed by what transpired in Keetmanshoop. I came, I produced my accreditation card, I was allowed access, no hiccups at all. I observed the voting process took about 6 minutes, and yeah, there was nothing wrong with the process. I was allowed to come and do what I was tasked to do, to observe and to report on the proceedings without any interferences, and I'm thankful for that. I think the process in Keetmanshoop was derailed by problems experienced in other areas of the country. The moment the lack of ballots kicked in and the extension was announced, things went haywire. Also for the officials here in Keetmanshoop. Here we are sitting, 4 days into the process, and we are still waiting for, I think, 3 results. The officials have been doing their utmost best. They've collated, they've provided the stuff, and now the hiccup comes in IT. It's not connectivity, as well as the system is letting us down. While the process has been wow, it was amazing to be part of the people here in Keetmans, the voting process. Right. The queues in the beginning were long, but as I progressed through the day, those were dealt with adequately. At 9 o'clock, Keetmans was ready, to say, okay, we are closing our doors. No issues experienced with a lack of ballot papers. One station, teachers training college, yes. 2-3 hours before the closing time, they realized, oh, we might run out. So I'm impressed by what transpired here in Keetmanshoop, but I'm saddened by the fact that it was derailed. You know, I believe that if that extension was not granted, we would have had the results from Keetmanshoop
already.
Yeah, that's my take.
All right. Dr. Namakwambe, obviously you are a scholar of note. Just your impressions, especially from the supplementary registrations, voter education that took place, and then obviously the voting that took place on the 27th of November, and then where we are right now as we are waiting for verifications and the announcements of results.
Okay. Thank you very much, Natangwe. Thank you very much, NBC and the viewers out there. As a scholar and as a Namibian, as a voter, I've just noticed that this election of 2024 is an interesting one. Very interesting in such a sense that there was a high voter turnout in this country. So I voted from 2004. I was 20 years by then. So I started voting by then. But now, this is the first time I really seen a high voter turnout. And it means that majority of Namibians are now aware of their civic duties. They are also realizing the importance of participating in these processes, and for me, I'm impressed with that. And from the registration, when people were registering for voting, I think it was a bit slower. That's my observation. Yes. Because when I went to register, it was few people, but the ECN, the political parties, have been advocating for people to go and register for voting, which they did. But surprisingly, the people who have registered for voting, they came to vote. And that for me itself, it has really impressed me. And if we are going to go in this manner as Namibians, so it means we are really going to be comfortable and say that we as Namibians, we have voted for this political party, we have voted for this president, and this president needs to hear us because we have voted. So that's what I've observed. What I've also observed during the election day is that the queues were very long. As I informed you that the voter turnout was very high. So it is the first time myself, he had a different experience. It is the first time I came in the queue at 7 o'clock and I left past 3. And it's not, I'm not saying it's a delay, a deliberately delay. It is because the number of people that were in front of me, there were a lot. There were a lot, and I also respect the ECN that they need to follow every step. Yes. Every step. So everything else was explained to me, is just that the queue was long, but I managed to vote. And what is also interesting is that in previous elections, my experience was when the queue are so long, young people will say, no, I'm just going, I'm leaving the queue. That was not the case. The young people were there sitting. They were going and they will tell you, Meme, please, I'm standing in front of you, I'm standing behind you, I'm coming back. And they are coming back. It means they want their voices to be heard. I'm so impressed with the Namibians, and with the outcome of elections, they will say why they were standing in those long queues. So it means they want their voices to be heard.
Yeah. Obviously, the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation had reporters throughout the southern regions, especially in Keetmanshoop, all the four corners in the Karas region, including the Artab region. Doc Thomas is one of those reporters that have been everywhere. Just share with us some of your experiences. Where are the constituencies that you went to visit, and what was your observation generally?
Jimmy, when most of the time in fact the whole election I was traveling through the different ballot station in Keetmanshoop-Eben. But my takeaway from this election is that, yes, I'm not surprised about the high turnout. But if you look back at you analyze the past election turnout, you would see that Namibians flood to the polls when it's time to elect a new leader, new president. The same with Tade Pohambas. The numbers went up in terms of voter turnout. Again, late Dr. May Solin, rest in peace, improved on the percentage, number of votes.
Dozens killed in clashes at a football match in Guinea. Families hold out hope of finding missing relatives 5 days after Ugandan landslides. And Nigerians welcome government's declaration of free emergency C-sections for poor and vulnerable women. This is Africa Live. A warm welcome to the show. I am Penina Karibe. Let's have a look at other stories coming up this hour. Ghana risks an unprecedented government shutdown unless budget is passed this week. And in sports, Botswana's Letsile Tebogo honored with Men's Athlete of the Year award in Monaco. We begin in Guinea, where dozens of people were killed in Sunday clashes between opposing fans at a football match in Nzerekore, Guinea's second largest city. The Guinean government says that around 56 people were killed and more were wounded after violence broke out over a contested goal. Angry demonstrators also vandalized and set fire to the Nzerekore police station. A witness said the clashes were ignited by a contested decision made by the referee. Local media said the march was part of a tournament organized in honor of Guinea's junta leader Mamadi Doumbouya. The football confrontations in Guinea have revived Africa's tragic record of stadium disasters. Poor crowd control, overzealous policing and fan misbehavior have all led to a series of incidents at stadiums across the continent. The worst of these disasters occurred at the turn of the century in Ghana's capital, Accra. More than 100 people were killed in a stampede after police fired tear gas into the stands to disperse rowdy fans at the end of a fierce march. The second worst tragedy was recorded in Egypt in 2012 when over 70 people were killed in a riot following a hotly contested Egyptian fixture. More than 500 people were injured. Two similar tragedies were recorded in South Africa, including one in 2001 where over 40 people lost their lives. Ugandan opposition politician Kizza Besigye has arrived at Makindye General Court Martial in Kampala for the reading of his case. Besigye is facing security charges, including unlawful possession of firearms. The case comes after his controversial abduction in Kenya 2 weeks ago, where he was to attend the book launch of Kenya's former Justice Minister Martha Karua. Karua is currently in Kampala leading a defense team of 50 lawyers representing Besigye and his political political associate Haj Obeid Lutale. She has condemned the Kenyan government for allowing foreign security agents to violate Kenya's sovereignty by entering the country and abducting foreign citizens. Let's get more details on this story. Our correspondent Michael Baleke is covering the court proceedings and he joins us live now from Kampala. Michael, what's the latest?
Hello, Penina. Court is in session in Kampala, and Besigye and his co-accused are in the dock facing the court-martial. What we understand right now is that Besigye is represented by a team of lawyers. It was earlier supposed to be led by Martha Karua, the former Kenya Justice Minister, but she is yet to receive her practicing certificate here in Uganda. So that means she has. That means that. The Lord Mayor, who is also a lawyer, Elias Lukwago, is now lead counsel, but Martha Karua and a team of other lawyers are there to represent Besigye. And why the court-martial at this time is because of the nature of the crimes that were charged, that were slapped on Besigye and his co-accused when they were arrested in Nairobi on the 16th. This is not the first time Besigye is appearing in a military court because of being a leader of opposition previously and the activities he has been in. Many times he's faced the dock and he has accused the government of trying a civilian in a military court. Penina?
Okay, Michael, so you say that he's facing a court-martial because of the nature of charges leveled against him. So tell us more about those charges and what the prosecution and the defense teams are saying.
Yes. Penina, Besigye, the court alleges that when he was found or arrested in Nairobi, he was found in possession with firearms and also ammunition, among other things. They also say he was seeking and discussing, trying to buy weapons. These are very heavy charges when it comes to Uganda's criminal law, and that's why he's in the court-martial. Of course, his group of lawyers has refused this and saying it's not supposed to happen. The fact that he's a civilian, they argue that he's not supposed, this whole issue, starting from how he was arrested, this court-martial, the military court lacks jurisdiction. And of course, they say that being a civilian, Besigye cannot be charged in this court. And many other issues are going to be raised around how he was arrested and how he was brought back into the country.
And Michael, what comes next after today's proceedings?
Well, what we know is that Besigye's team, legal team, has raised preliminary objections right now, challenging the jurisdiction of this court, and it has made it clear that Besigye cannot be, of course, charged in this court. But the military thinks otherwise, and it thinks that Besigye should be able to answer these charges. But of course, these questions will come up, and the ruling will be, of course, come up later in the day on how the court will proceed, especially with what has been raised, these objections that have been raised by Besigye's team. So today, when the court is done, I think the ruling will come out, the military court will come up to explain whether Besigye should be charged in the military court or he should be taken to another court. But of course, also, we understand that the fact that the rules of extradition were not followed, they believe this case should be actually, cancelled and thrown out, or Besigye should be taken back and charged where he was found to be culpable of these crimes.
Oh, all right, Michael, thank you very much for that. Michael Baleke speaking to us from Kampala. Mali's government says it has killed a senior Tuareg rebel commander and others in a drone strike over the weekend. The strike was on the northern town of Tinza Watin, which is under the control of the CSP rebel coalition. The Tuareg commander, Fahad Ag al-Mahmoud, was a key member of the alliance and ensured coordination between its factions. He also represented them in discussions with authorities. A rebel spokesperson confirmed that 8 Tuareg leaders were killed in the strike. It comes as Tuareg factions had been holding meetings to form a unified political and military structure. Separatist groups from northern Mali, largely dominated by ethnic Tuaregs, launched a rebellion against the government in 2012. It was later subsumed into an insurgency by groups linked to Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State. A 2015 peace agreement between the government and rebels collapsed in July this year and triggered renewed fighting. For the next 2 weeks, more than 100 countries and organizations will make submissions on climate change to the UN's top court. The unprecedented hearing started today, aimed at setting legal guidelines for how countries should protect the planet and help vulnerable nations fight climate change impacts. Representatives from Vanuatu and other low-lying at-risk islands in the Pacific Ocean opened the marathon proceedings at the International Court of Justice before a 15-judge panel. Activists hope an opinion from ICJ judges will have far-reaching legal consequences in the fight against climate change. But some fear the UN-backed request for a non-binding advisory opinion will have limited impact, and it could take the UN's highest court months or even years to deliver. You're watching Africa Live. Let's take a quick break. Still to come. Nigerians welcome government's declaration of free emergency C-sections for poor and vulnerable women. Search and rescue efforts continue in eastern Uganda after a landslide killed about 20 people last week, with more than 100 still missing. Rescue efforts are being hampered by heavy rains that the country's meteorological department says will persist until the end of December. The government has directed people to relocate to safer areas after some of those relocated in the past returned to the mountainous region. Caroline B reports.
At the scene of deadly landslides, soldiers and villagers continue digging through the mud with hand tools in search of survivors. It's now 5 days since 5 villages in Bulambuli district, about 300 kilometers east of the capital, Kampala, were impacted after heavy rains on Wednesday night caused a landslide in the area patched in a mountainous region. In a resettlement shelter for survivors, Francis Taiso Kiganga mourns his loved ones.
I have 6 children. When the mudslide started, I was in the house. My wife and I tried to run out with the children, but we only managed to escape with 4. The other 2 were buried by the mudslide. I feel so traumatized whenever I remember what happened.
At the scene of the landslide, more than 100 residents are still unaccounted for.
I can't go back to that place unless I hear that they've retrieved my children. Then I can go back and bury them, but I can never settle there again. I'd like the government to help me rebuild my life from here.
At the camp, resources remain scarce and aid workers are struggling to provide meals for the hundreds of displaced. With heavy rains continuing, more landslides could occur.
We've been told that there are fresh cracks on the mountain, and of course this shows that there are risks that landslides could occur again because of course rains are continuing to pound that area. Every day there are rains and the ground is already soft, the soil is already loose, and there are risks that the landslides could occur again.
Uganda's Prime Minister Robina Nabanja, who visited the scene on Friday, promised to help those impacted by the mudslides. But some residents say the government has on numerous occasions failed to fulfill promises of resettlement. The area has experienced similar disasters in the past, including an avalanche in 2010 that killed at least 80 people. Caroline B, CGTN.
Women's rights movements in Uganda are joining the global campaign of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. The national survey indicates 95% of women in Uganda have experienced some form of physical or sexual violence in their lifetime. Isabel Nakiria reports.
Vivian Nachintu's tailoring skills have been life-changing. She can now earn money from her sewing skills after she dropped out of school in Senior 3. She was brought to this women's organization 3 years ago in a traumatic state after she was raped by a gang of boys. She got pregnant, yet unsure of the father of her baby.
I went out with my friends to have fun and we met some guys who bought me drinks, and I'm not sure what they put in the drink. When I gained consciousness, I discovered I was raped and later found out I was pregnant.
Vivian is among thousands of girls that have been rescued from slums around Kampala after going through sexual or physical violence.
Life was tough and unbearable, and I thought the world had come to an end. But this shelter gave me hope that life can still go on.
The women's group carries out counseling sessions and also skills the girls in tailoring and videography. They also follow up cases with the police and have the culprits prosecuted. Campaigners say most of the victims are abused by relatives or friends.
If their mental illness is helped, and if they are given the skills so that they know that, okay, this thing happened to me, but what is the next agenda in my life? I have to cope up, life has to go on, I have to do this for survival.
The annual police crimes report for 2023 reported 17,000 cases of domestic violence, many of which were sexual violence related. The UN notes that Uganda has scaled up prevention measures by creating awareness in gender equality and enhancing punishment of sexual offenders. Uganda police say numerous cases of domestic violence go unreported due to fear of stigma, preferring to turn to family to settle the dispute or just remaining silent. Girls are now being encouraged to report cases to have sexual offenders brought to book. Isabel Nakiria, CGTN, Kampala, Uganda.
Thousands of pregnant women in Nigeria die every year due to pregnancy-related complications. As part of efforts to address the situation, the government is making emergency cesarean sections free. Health workers say it's a good step, but say more needs to be done. Tessem Akende reports.
It's few weeks to delivery. Victor and his pregnant wife are at this health center for medical attention. They are pleased to hear that C-sections will be free and say they will factor that in.
Personally, you help me a lot in terms of expenditure and another thing. And you will give us more hope that we have a good leaders that will care about this nation.
Many women in Nigeria who face complications during childbirth are expected to undergo a cesarean section, which costs a lot of money compared to natural birth. C-sections cost around $300 to $800 in health centers in Nigeria, depending on where the service is rendered. And that's quite pricey for many families, and many who can't afford it eventually lose their lives. That's why the government is stepping in to help.
There are lots of women without access to cesarean sections, and with the economic turmoil of the country, the cost of medical services and medical products have risen astronomically. So I think it's very important, and it's a very good initiative by the federal government.
The World Bank says over 1,000 from every 100,000 women in Nigeria die from pregnancy-related complications every year. The government says with the new offer of free C-sections for pregnant women in the country who need it, none should lose their lives simply because they can't afford it. Health personnel consider it a good step and say it will go a long way in reducing maternal mortality in the country, but they say there is more to be done.
There are also a lot of things that go into a cesarean section, as with all surgical procedures. So you need to talk about the surgical instruments, you need to talk about the expertise, you need to talk about the theaters, for example. So how many hospitals, for example, have provisions, have theaters that can that are sterile enough, for example, to provide these services? How many are there in the country? So if that can also be tackled, if that problem can also be addressed, I think that will go a long way.
The health ministry says the government is working on it. The minister says they are recruiting an additional 120,000 frontline health workers across the country. They will be essential in providing maternal care services in communities, educating families on the importance of antenatal care and informing them about available healthcare services. The minister says the government has also set aside over $150 million to revitalize primary healthcare centers across the country to ensure that people in the country, regardless of their location, have access to quality healthcare services. Tassum Akendi, CGTN Jos.
Today marks the International Day for the Abolition of Slavery, with a focus on eradicating contemporary forms of slavery, such as trafficking in persons, sexual exploitation, forced marriage, and the forced recruitment of children for use in armed conflict. This year coincides with increasing calls by African countries to be compensated for the exploitation by former colonizers, including the UK and France. London says it will not pay reparations, while acknowledging that discussions about reparatory justice can take place. CGTN's Nabil Ahmed Rufai reports from Accra.
Cape Coast Castle, one of the remnants of the transatlantic slave trade along Ghana's coastline. The structures here remind people of their ancestors who were forcibly shipped across the Atlantic and sold into slavery over 400 years ago. The difficulty in reconciling with the crimes committed in the past by Europe and the US is part of the reasons many campaigners are calling for compensation.
The demand for reparations is not an attempt to rewrite history or to continue the cycle of victimization. It's a call to recognize the undeniable truth and right the wrongs that have gone unpunished for far too long and continues to thrive presently.
56 heads of government, including the UK Prime Minister, met at a summit in Samoa in October and discussed the calls for reparations. Ghana's Foreign Affairs Minister, Shirley Ayokoboche, was appointed as the new Secretary General of the Commonwealth. They agreed that it is time to have a deep conversation about reparatory justice. But the UK's Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, made it clear that his country would not pay reparations.
I'm disappointed, but I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. They've said it over and over again. And of course, we do not expect that they will accept it just like that. But I think there has to be reckoning. I think they have to realize that this is about reckoning.
Campaigners for reparations say they will not back down on their demands.
People across the world are waking up to say that you must be accountable for what you did. You must be held accountable for what you did. And why not? You are the ones who are preaching to us about personal accountability, preaching to us about the need to hold everybody accountable for actions that they may have done. And yet you do not want to be held accountable for these serious crimes.
Some Western countries, including the UK, Germany, and France, have admitted wrongs committed during the colonial era. But there are still calls for a formal apology for the role they played in the transatlantic slave trade. The campaigns for financial reparations for Africa have not yielded the desired results in the past. Still, African governments and activists want to work together to ensure that their demands are met. Nabil Ahmed Rufai, CGTN, Accra, Ghana.
You're watching Africa Live. Coming up in business news, Ghana risks an unprecedented government shutdown unless budget is passed this week. And US President Joe Biden to unveil the Legacy Lobito Corridor Railway project in Angola. Ghana is facing a looming government shutdown. Officials and experts warn that Parliament is unlikely to pass a provisional budget before the December 7th general election. The West African nation is set to elect a successor to President Nana Akufo-Addo, whose two-term mandate ends in January. Typically, a provisional budget is passed in November during election years to cover the gap until the president-elect takes office. The failure to pass a budget would be a first in over 30 years for Ghana. The government might have to cut back on interest payments and funding for the transition unless a budget is passed in December. Ghana's parliament has been on an indefinite break since October 23rd over an impasse on which of the two main parties has the majority of seats. U.S. President Joe Biden is expected to arrive in Angola as he delivers on a promise to visit Africa during his presidency. Biden is supposed to unveil a major U.S.-backed railway project that is aimed at facilitating transportation of critical minerals from Angola, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Zambia. The project, partly funded with a U.S. loan, links the resource-rich DRC and Zambia to the Angolan port of Lobito on the Atlantic Ocean. It will also offer a faster and efficient route for exports to the West. While Biden's trip is taking place in the waning days of his presidency, President-elect Donald Trump will likely back the railway and remain a close partner to Angola when he returns to the White House in January. Meanwhile, the U.S. Development Finance Corporation has provided a $550 million loan to refurbish the 1,300-kilometer rail network from Lobito to the DRC. Nigeria and France have signed agreements aimed at boosting infrastructure development and food security. The deals, including an investment plan for over $300 million, were signed during President Bola Tinubu's state visit to France. Nigeria's Finance Minister Wale Edun and French Economy Minister Antoine Amand signed a letter of intent to facilitate the investments. Both nations also pledged to streamline trade and investment processes. Another agreement will see Nigerian lenders Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa expand their operations into France. African products are set to benefit from a new zero-tariff waiver by China. This policy includes 33 African countries. The new directive has now come into force and is expected to have a significant impact on African businesses eyeing Chinese markets. Robert Nagila reports.
Well, beginning 1st December, China will grant duty-free access to 100% of the products from 33 of the least developed countries across Africa that have relations with China. This follows a commitment made by President Xi Jinping in September at the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation Summit held in Beijing. Now, what this means, it will significantly lower the cost on African imports into China. It will also provide this expansive Chinese market for African products and make those products more competitive. However, this also targets another area. China is Africa's largest trading partner. In 2023 alone, trade between China and Africa stood at $282 billion. That's a 1.5% increase from the previous year. However, despite the fact that trade volumes between China and Africa have been growing significantly over the past decade, there still is a niggling issue that needs to be sorted out, and that is trade imbalances. And this is what this intends to do. It's providing African products access to a huge, expansive Chinese market. African businesses have known for a while that this was going to happen. The prospect of duty-free access for their products into Chinese markets is exciting for them. Eventually, it is hoped this will lead to expansion of their businesses and job creation. For African governments, the strengthening of economic partnerships with Africa's largest trading partner, that is China. Robert Nagela, CGTN, Nairobi, Kenya.
The zero-tariff treatment makes China the first major developing country to take such a step. Our reporter Joe Jiashin has this story.
Known as the world's largest commodities market, EU has become the destination of choice for Africans doing business in China.
Hi. Hello. How are you?
Receiving his first order for roofing sheets in 2015, Senegalese entrepreneur Diouf has found success in the city after obtaining a master's degree in finance in Beijing.
When you enter in the market, you can write more than 10 containers in 1 day without moving in a lot of places. Also, I know how costly is the products in Africa. So if you come in China and you can find different product in different places with very good price, at that moment you will know that you can do business here in EU.
The 38-year-old now manages his own warehouse, supplying water goods, including kitchen hardware and furniture to Africa.
Sometimes he was advising me that to run my own business or also to come with him to try to advertise his product from the customer. That's why when I get the first order, I wasn't nervous because I know I'm going to have a very good product and the customer will be satisfied with the order. This demand is increasing year by year, like day by day.
It started with a few customers, but gradually it brought in more. Later, he brought his relatives to Yiwu to do business. Now he has been on the right track, and the overseas warehouse gets larger and larger. While exporting Chinese goods to Africa, he now imports Senegalese goods, including peanuts, to China, creating a circulation.
Effective from December 1st, China's duty-free access to 100% of products originating from 33 African countries, including Senegal, may double Masamba's home business as well.
As long as we have the possibility right now to benefit zero tariff treatment from the Chinese government, this is just gonna push us not only to import but also to export goods from Africa to China. That means we are participating on to reduce the gap of the trade balance that exists between my country especially and the China. So I think this is a big deal that any businessman that are here in EU can are welcoming.
How do you mingle yourself with this business culture here?
This is just experience because I have been in China for right now more than 10 years, and also I'm doing this business for many years. What we are studying every year in terms of the customer behavior and also how the people are doing business here. At the end, you know, if you collect all of that data, you can see exactly the best way that you can use, to run your own business.
Amas, the General Secretary of EU African Community, said he's pleased to serve more than 4,000 Africans and welcomes more to grow their business in the city. Zhou Jiaxing, CGTN, EU in Zhejiang Province.
Uganda's Ministry of Finance has announced new regulations for digital lenders in the country, including a cap on interest rate charges. While the decision is aimed at cracking down on unscrupulous lenders who overcharge borrowers, those legitimately in the business could be negatively impacted, as Leon Senyange reports.
The search for digital borrowers never stops for Jessica Tusime. Her organization, Pezesha Uganda, offers credit to borrowers with urgent financial needs.
You can attribute that to the different players that are existing in the market. We have several digital lenders that are licensed currently, and that should be an indicator for us to know that it's actually a viable business in the market.
Business has been good until a pronouncement by the country's Ministry of Finance to put a cap on the lending interest rate. The government says the interest cap is to protect borrowers from excessive credit interest rates and to make loans more affordable. Digital lenders have also come under criticism for their unscrupulous methods of operation. The legal notice set a maximum interest rate for money lenders at 2.8% per month. That totals to 33.6% per annum. It is already a concern for the digital money lenders. Tusime is fearful this will drive her and many other digital lenders out of business.
It doesn't make the unit economics for us because, and I'll go back to the factors that really inform our pricing, right? So unlike commercial banks that receive deposits from the public, we don't have that luxury, I would call it that. So we have to raise capital from investors that comes at a cost.
According to a 2021 Findex report, over 77% of Ugandans borrow money, but only 31% borrow from financial institutions. While digital lending platforms have been the go-to for borrowers, Experts say the robust regulations could stifle financial progress for the borrowers.
The implication of this, short-term happiness, but long-term cries for an ordinary person. Why? Because those who have been giving you the little money to survive on are likely either to close shop and you don't have it, or they are going to go underground. And underground business is now even more dangerous.
Financial experts say there are still opportunities for the growth of digital lending. Digital literacy as well as data protection mechanisms could up the trend in improving finances to thousands in need of a quick fix. Leon Senyange, CGTN, Kampala, Uganda.
Let's turn to sports, and we start with athletics, where Botswana's Letsile Tebogo and Netherlands' Sifan Hassan claimed the top honors at the World Athletics Awards in Monaco on Sunday. Tebogo became Botswana's first Olympic champion at Paris 2024, breaking his own African record in the men's 200 meters with a time of 19.46 seconds. The 21-year-old was named Male World Athlete of the Year, as well as Male Track Athlete of the Year. Hassan collected the Female World Athlete of the Year award after winning her first global marathon title in the French capital, less than 18 months after claiming the 2023 London Marathon at her first attempt. Her Paris triumph made her the first athlete since Czech legend Emil Zatopek to win medals in the 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters and marathon at the same games.
It feels amazing. It feels good to know that what you've been putting in throughout the year has now given you some of the fruits that you've been waiting for. It was a great year. That's how I can summarize it. And I'm grateful for the team that was around me. Thanks to my coach and my management.
Thank you to the fans, everybody who voted. I never thought I'm going to win this one, because it was like this year crazy. It's not only me, all the athletes are amazing. And that's why I didn't thought I'm going to win, you know. And it's really grateful. I'm really grateful. It's like crazy years, and especially Paris Marathon and the finish line, the way you ask it. It's just incredible years. I'm so grateful for everything. And what can I say more?
Kenya's Sebastian Sabe recorded the 5th fastest time in marathon history with his victory at the Valencia Marathon in Spain on Sunday. It was an unforgettable debut victory for the Kenyan in the 42-kilometer race. Sabe, a world half marathon champion in 2023, finished the race in 2 hours, 2 minutes and 5 seconds, a mark only bettered by current record holder Kelvin Kiptum, Eliud Kipchoge, Kenenisa Bekele and Sisay Lema. Ethiopia's Deresa Galeta crossed in second place, while Sabe's compatriot Daniel Mateko completed the podium positions. In the women's event, Ethiopia's Megertu Alemo put in a dominant performance to win with a time of 2 hours, 16 minutes and 49 seconds. The late withdrawal of defending champion Amane Beriso due to injury opened the door for Alemo as the fastest racer on the start line. The 27-year-old crossed the finish line ahead of Uganda's Stella Chisang, while compatriot Tiruye Mesfin settled for third place. The African Champions League group stages kicked off with an unexpected twist. One of the tournament's favorites, Tanzania's Young Africans SC, were beaten 2-0 by Sudanese outfit Al Hilal before their home supporters in Dar es Salaam. Leading up to the new season, the team had been on an upward trajectory both locally and internationally before its latest setback. CGTN's Isaac Lukando has more.
Young Africans are reeling from a 2-0 home defeat to Al Hilal, who capitalized on missed opportunities to move to the top of Group A in the CAF Champions League. Despite the setback, fans at home remain unfazed and optimistic.
There are times you encounter difficulties, but it soon dissipates. So I have high hopes that Yanga will do well internationally.
I pray that they shake off the pressure and misfortune they have experienced this season.
regain their confidence and make their nation proud.
The defeat marks Young Africans' third consecutive loss across all competitions, following recent Premier League upsets before its match with Al Hilal. The loss is especially disheartening for the team, given their previously solid defensive record in the Champions League group stage since returning to the competition last season after a 25-year absence. Founded 89 years ago, Yanga is Tanzania's most successful football club. Its best CAF Champions League performances were quarter-final finishes in the 1969 and 1970 seasons. And despite this season's early setback, the team remains hopeful of reviving and potentially surpassing its former glory. In their next away match, Young Africans faced Algeria's MC Alger, which analysts predict will be a tough challenge.
Yanga's opponent has a wealth of experience in this competition, having previously reached the quarterfinals, semi-finals and even the finals. In contrast, Yanga has only recently managed to reach the finals of the Confederations Cup.
The team's coach has identified fitness, defensive organization and finishing as key areas for improvement. The hope is that these changes will lead to success, help the team achieve its dream of becoming Africa's best and keep its loyal fans at home happy. Isaac Lukando, CGTN, Dar es Salaam.
In English football, Liverpool continued their dominance with a 2-0 victory over Manchester City, extending their lead to a commanding 9 points at the top of the table. Liverpool opened the score early thanks to a Cody Gakpo goal in the 12th minute, assisted by Egyptian Mohamed Salah. In the second half, Liverpool were awarded a penalty after City goalkeeper Ortega brought down Luis Diaz in the box. Salah converted the spot kick in the 78th minute, sending the Anfield crowd into delirium. The loss is City's 4th straight defeat in the Premier League under Pep Guardiola.
Listen, I'm so proud for my 6 Premier Leagues against that team in the previous teams. I'm so sorry. I didn't expect Anfield with 0-2 start to chance be sacked. Maybe I deserve to be sacked, honestly. With the results, maybe I'm still in job because we won 6 Premier Leagues, a lot of titles. You feel sympathy or empathy with the managers that are in a really bad place. So they're either they've lost many games, they're down at the bottom of the league. But Pep has won so many things, and he's shown so many times already. That's why the league is not decided in November or December. Last season they were 8 points behind Arsenal, I think somewhere in February. So. No one has to feel empathy or sorry for Pep, maybe for other managers, but not for Pep. He's won so many things and he will be able to bring City back. And they're actually still in the top of the table, but even more than they are now.
In other results, on Sunday, Ruben Amorim got his first victory as Manchester United manager with a 4-0 home victory against Everton. Chelsea showed dominance as they thwarted away Aston Villa 3-0 at Stamford Bridge. Fulham scored late to take an away point from Tottenham. In the Spanish La Liga, defending champions Real Madrid defeated Getafe 2-0 at home to move to second place on Sunday. Getafe started well, but the momentum was slowed after Alan Nyom fouled Antonio Rudiger in the box. Jude Bellingham took the spot kick, putting Madrid ahead on the half-hour mark. The English midfielder then turned provider 8 minutes later, setting up Kylian Mbappe, who doubled the lead. Madrid's third straight win moves them back to second place, just 1 point, with a game in hand behind leaders Barcelona. Real coach Carlo Ancelotti praised Mbappe for his contribution to the game.
Kylian played very well. He was very active and dangerous as always. His goal was very important because he allowed us to control the game better. He also created chances in the second half. He had a very active game, and this is what we want from him.
We switch to motorsport, where Red Bull's Max Verstappen followed up his Las Vegas win with victory at the Qatar Grand Prix on Sunday. Verstappen, who was dropped from pole to second on the grid after an incident with Russell in qualifying, got revenge on the Mercedes driver at the start of the race by overtaking him going into the first corner. The Dutchman claimed his 9th win of the season, second in a row in Qatar, and first since wrapping up his 4th straight driver's title just 7 days earlier. Ferrari's Charles Leclerc came in second, with McLaren's Oscar Piastri closing down the podium places.
We knew it was going to be a very difficult weekend compared to the McLaren, but at the end we managed to take some points away from them. So yeah, the fight will be all the way to the last race in Abu Dhabi next week.
Very happy, you know, it's been a while in the dry to be this competitive, and very proud of everyone within the team, you know, to turn it around within a day. So they definitely also deserve this victory.
We'll leave it there for now on this edition of Africa Live. We'd love to hear from you. Send your feedback to the contacts on the screen and follow us on our digital media platforms. I'm Penina Karibe. Thanks for watching.
Live from CTTM Beijing, this is Asia Today.
Hello, thanks so much for joining us. I'm Zhong Shi. It's 7 p.m. here in the Chinese capital, and these are the stories we're following for you today. Iran's top diplomat visits Turkey as part of a push to ease tensions after rebels take control of Syria's second largest city. The UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees halts the delivery of aid through the main crossing between Israel and Gaza due to safety fears.
For the past few months, a couple of months, there have been no quantities, really quantities of food aids entering the Gaza Strip.
Plus, a Kung Fu master spreads the passion and skills he developed in China across Tanzania. Our top story today, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is in Ankara to meet with his Turkish counterpart Hakan Fidan. Araghchi landed late Sunday, just hours after he was in Damascus to deliver a message of support to Syrian President Bashar al-Assad in the wake of a shock offensive by Syrian rebels. The militant swift offensive saw government forces lose control of Aleppo last week, but government forces have since halted their advance in rural parts of Hama province. Fighting continues, with rescue workers saying at least 25 people were killed in overnight airstrikes carried out by the Syrian government and its ally, Russia, in their push to reclaim the rebel-held city of Idlib. Our correspondent Haider Kazwini has more.
The war is back to square one, with scenes forgotten by the people of Aleppo for 8 years after a relative calm that governed the city as a result of understanding between Russia, Iran, and Turkey. The understanding now seems to have collapsed. In a surprise attack, a broad coalition of armed opposition groups headed by HTS, which is listed as a terrorist organization by the U.S. Department of State, launched an attack on the west of Aleppo, taking over villages and strategic routes before reaching the provincial city of Aleppo and taking complete control of it.
The 1,000 militants who participated in the offensive and the equipment used all signal there's involvement by international and regional actors in the city of Aleppo. What's happening there is the control of a city by global terrorism.
The Syrian military announced